No. Help me copy and paste onto the live stream address document, smoothly adding that in based on the images and promoting Boulder Ridge pool attendant hiring, some communities, and look into fandom events, any update, news announcement, any updating story regarding the owner behind fandom events / Lion and Crown, and mention any reference any users on Facebook, any response or replies, comments, and such. Looking into the hantavirus and now the Ebola outbreak, and any top story regarding domestic news with the POTUS, President of the United States, shootings, chemical explosions, and all that. Like any domestic top stories, news going on, any coverage, add that on there. Like detail what's going on with America, as well as look into Planet Otaku, Upo's anime and the history, origin, the owners, Anime Austin, and communicate all that. And also talk about employment in general, W-2, 1099. All right, mic check, testing, 1, 2, 3. Okay, hopefully you all can hear me. For anyone tuning in at this hour, yes, it's 12:48 a.m. Texas Central Daytime. It is currently raining, heavy rainstorm, 64 degrees Fahrenheit here in Central Texas. Again, 12:48 a.m. Now 12:49. It is May 27th, almost the end of May, going into the heart of summer season, rainy season, humid season, bone dry season, Texas heat, and all that. So again, it is degenerate hours, late night, Adult Swim, 12:49 a.m. Late night, nighttime here in Central Texas. Heavy rainstorm. Looks like we've got some Texas bipolar weather. Unstable, fluctuating weather. Sunny, humid, rainy, teasing weather, all that. All right. I'll just say the usual standard since it is almost 1 a.m. It is 12:51 a.m. Again, May 27th, 2026. It is Wednesday. It is now officially Wednesday, but to me it's still Tuesday until I see the sunrise, dawn, then I say it's Wednesday. So to me, to my eyes, it's Tuesday, but it's Wednesday, officially Wednesday. Anyway, First Amendment and content disclaimer. Viewer discretion advised. This content may include mature themes, discussions, any form of foot-centric, foot fetish content, or any form of, anatomy or some form of body modeling, body positivity, or commentary discussion in a political manner intended for adult audiences, not safe for work, 18 plus. Therefore, viewer discretion is strongly recommended. This content is created and presented in accordance with the rights protected under the First Amendment of the United States Constitution, including freedom of speech, expression, rights to petition, protest, assembly, and the press, rights and freedom of religion and freedom of the press, media productions. And any form of showing or any view, such as any little promotion of other YouTube content creators, showing of models, cosplayers, is used protected under fair use for commentary, criticism, to spread awareness, educational purposes, and to point out flaws or any insecurity, especially if you care about your online security, trying to erase digital footprints. I want to get to the point and to point out that, like here on Facebook, YouTube, everything is public knowledge, and once it's posted on the internet, it's out there. It can be reposted, it can be screenshot or screen recorded with a snippet tool. Even you take a picture of your phone camera or any form of cameras. In the lens of the cameras, it will be recorded or redocumented and reposted at a poor quality. But once it's on the internet, it's out there and it's going to get spread like wildfire. Especially on, search engine, on the Google search engine, Facebook, YouTube, your public image or your identity is out there. People might know you personally. People might know you by your cosplay handle. I mean, if you care about your online privacy, I'm just communicating and pointing out you can't really run or hide from that. At some point, you can't hide in your closet forever. People will know who you are, what generic areas you're at. So it's impossible to avoid some parts of doxing, or in any way, it's hard to preserve most of your privacy. Is all I can say. Believe it or not. So again, viewer discretion is advised. Again, it is degenerate hour, late night, almost 1 a.m. here in Central Texas, USA. And this is your typical content creator, live streamer, General Sunbeam, speaking on YouTube, Facebook, and Rumble. As always, thank you for hearing me out and watching from start to finish. And I appreciate having one viewers or any viewers on Facebook, Rumble, and YouTube. I've been streaming for almost 15 minutes, and I appreciate for those tuning in, hearing me out from start to finish. And again, just what I'm showing here on YouTube, Rumble, and Facebook, promoting Boulder Ridge location, pool attendant, part-time, seasonal, here in Pflugerville, Texas, U.S. It is seasonal, part-time. It is, what I shared here is $14 per hour, 13-5441. And once again, this is protected under the First Amendment. I'm promoting and advertising. So thank you for the views, for watching. Again, I'm just promoting Boulder Ridge pool attendant, trying to promote the community and the area, the neighborhood around South Pflugerville, around Pflugerville, Texas, and Central Texas. All right. All right, so I'll just say this and I might reiterate once more. Boulder Ridge, by some communities in Pflugerville, Texas, USA, is hiring for a seasonal part-time pool attendant / pool monitor position for the community neighborhood pool. This may be a good opportunity for someone in the Boulder Ridge area, South Pflugerville, Round Rock, or Central Texas area who wants part-time work close to home. If you live nearby, this can be convenient because you may be able to walk or take a short drive instead of traveling far. Pool attendant duties may include monitoring residents in and out and guests, helping enforce posted pool rules, keeping the pool area clean and organized, resetting chairs and tables or poolside furniture or on the deck near the pools, checking restrooms, reporting maintenance issues, and helping support a safe and respectful pool environment or atmosphere. Shift lengths may vary depending on management needs, including shorter shifts or longer shifts. The pool usually closes at 8 p.m., at least in that area of Boulder Ridge. Please apply through the official Sun Communities career page and search for Boulder Ridge / pool attendant / Pflugerville, Texas, USA. Please share, repost, and spread the word, and promote it. Advertise, spread the word. And some of the posts maybe on Instagram, Facebook, and of course, again, documenting and sharing on YouTube through live stream and communicating all this so we can get an extra hand in helping grow the community of the Sun Communities Boulder Ridge area in Pflugerville, Texas, South Pflugerville area in Central Texas. It is near Round Rock, Elgin, and about from here northeast towards Taylor and Hutto, and further north to Hutto in the Central Texas region. So it's not too far from Kalahari, not too far from the Typhoon, Texas water park. But if you're interested, for those that have recognized me in the Boulder Ridge neighborhood, or somewhere near Boulder Ridge, or somewhere around the area in Pflugerville, Texas, in the city of Pflugerville, or nearby surrounding areas, Boulder Ridge neighborhood is hiring seasonal part-time pool attendants. Please apply. I did in some of my posts on whether Facebook, and I did share the link, is on Sun Communities on the career page. apply and all that, and reach out to the Sun Careers email or something. There has to be an email to the management, let them know, hey, I am interested in applying. I would love to add on my resume or something. And yeah. Now I'm going to reiterate, and I'll just copy the link and post it on Facebook on the chat below. Bam. On Facebook, and then post it on the chat. Oh dear. Okay. Let's see. Will that take me to the link? Yes. There you go. Put down a pin. Message pin on YouTube. So I'll post it on Facebook, and all right, well, I'll just say it on here. So just to reiterate, Sun Communities at Boulder Ridge in Pflugerville, Texas, 78660 is hiring for a seasonal part-time pool attendant / pool monitor position. This can be a good opportunity for someone who lives in or near the Boulder Ridge community and wants a convenient part-time job close to home. If you are already nearby, this may help save time and gas because the work is right here in the neighborhood community area. The pool attendant / pool monitor role helps keep the pool area clean, safe, organized, and respectful for residents and guests. Duties may include monitoring residents and guests entering and exiting the pool area, helping make sure posted pool rules are followed, adhered, and complied. Again, this is, one of those enforcing the policy, enforcing the rules kind of thing. So yes, helping make sure posted pool rules are followed, honored, and complied. Keeping the pool deck clean, resetting chairs and pool furniture, wiping tables and chairs, checking and cleaning restrooms, helping keep restroom supplies stocked, checking safety equipment, reporting damage or non-working items, and assisting with general pool area cleanliness. Pool hours here in Boulder Ridge area, or South Pflugerville, or within Central Texas, around the Pflugerville, city of Pflugerville. The pool hours are usually Tuesday through Saturday from 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. and Sunday from 12 p.m. to 8 p.m. according to the management, the office management around Boulder Ridge. The pool usually closes at 8 p.m. or evening hours. Mondays are usually closed for deep cleaning and maintenance unless there is a holiday schedule. If a holiday falls on Monday and the pool opens, the closure / maintenance day may move to the following Tuesday. Pool hours may also change due to weather, maintenance, safety concerns, or management direction. Residents may need the Avlagon Alta Open app to access the pool gate entry system. Please follow all community rules, pool safety rules, and official instructions from Boulder Ridge Management in the Pflugerville, Texas area, USA. So anyone interested should apply through the official Sun Communities Careers website and search for Pool Attendant Part-Time Boulder Ridge, Pflugerville, Texas 78660. Please share this with anyone nearby who may be looking for seasonal part-time work. Sun Communities, and this one's a bit in Spanish. Sun Communities in Boulder Ridge in Pflugerville, Texas 78660 or 78660. Está contratando para el puesto de asistente de piscina, monitor de piscina de temporada y medio tiempo. Okay, I'm not good at speaking fluent Spanish, but if you're barely able to make out what I'm saying, what I'm communicating in Spanish, at least I'm making the effort to communicate in Spanish for those that understand Spanish. And again, I tried. Lo siento, no habla mucho español. Estoy mucho fluente, habla inglés. Sun Communities in Boulder Ridge in Pflugerville, Texas, 78660 está contratando para el puesto de asistente de piscina, monitor de piscina de temporada y medio tiempo. Esta puede ser una buena oportunidad para alguien que vive en Boulder Ridge, o cerca de área y busca un trabajo de medio tiempo conveniente. Cerca de casa, si ya vive cerca, puede ahorrar tiempo y gasolina, porque el trabajo está dentro de la comunidad del vecindario. Again, pardon my poor Spanish communication. I'm doing my best. But if you're able to understand what I'm saying, muchas gracias, thank you. Muchas gracias, comprende. Or thank you for understanding. If you're able to understand that I'm doing my best to communicate in Spanish, or broken Spanish, broken Espanol. But I'm going to carry on trying to communicate in Spanish. El trabajo de asistente de piscina. La monitor de piscina ayuda a mantener el área de la piscina limpia, segura, organizada y respetuosa para los residentes y invitados. Las responsabilidades. I'm trying to say responsibilities in Spanish. So las responsabilidades. I tried. Pueden incluir monitorar la entrada y salida de residentes y invitados. Ayudar a que se sigan las reglas publicadas de la piscina. Oh, it's raining and lightning out there. Oh my, quite a stormy weather. So yeah, sí ayudar a que se sigan las reglas publicadas de la piscina. Mantener limpia el área de la piscina. Acomodador sillas y muebles. Okay, I'm going to bring that light closer. It's blinding my eyes. All right, so yeah, sí, ayudar a que se sigan las reglas publicadas de la piscina, mantener limpia el área de la piscina, acomodar sillas y muebles de piscina. Oh, okay, I'm trying to point. Let's see. Muebles de piscina, limpiar mesas y sillas. Revisar y limpiar los baños. Yeah, limpiar los baños. Ayuda a mantener los baños abastedos. Con suministros. Revisar equipo de seguridad. Reportar artículos donados o que no funcionan y ayudar con la limpieza general del área de la piscina. Yeah, ayudar con la limpieza general del área de la piscina. El horario normal de la piscina se de martes a sábado de días Buenos or 10 a.m. I don't know how you say that, like Diaz, Bueno Diaz or something. Uh, Ocho Lunes p.m. or 8 p.m. Ocho Lunes y los domingos de 12 p.m. 12 p.m. or 12 p.m. 12 p.m. tardes a 8 p.m. lunes. I don't know how you say afternoon or evening in Spanish, Espanol, but I'm trying. Las piscinas normalmente cierra o cerrados a las 8 p.m. 8 p.m. lunes. Los, los lunes, los lunes generalmente está cerrada por limpieza profunda y mantenimiento a menos que haya un horario especial por día festivo. Si un día festivo que un lunes y la piscina abre el día de cierre o mantenimiento, puede cambiar el martes siguiente. El horario también puede cambiar por clima, mantenimiento, seguridad o instrucciones de la administración. Los residentes pueden necesitar la aplicación Auto Open para abrir la puerta o entrar al área de la piscina. Por favor, sigan todas las reglas de la comunidad, las reglas de seguridad de la piscina y las instrucciones oficiales de la administración de Boulder Ridge. Las personas interesadas deben aplicar por medio de sitio oficial de carreras de Sun Communities y buscar. Lo siento, no mucho español, es fluente, poquito habla español. So yeah, that's me trying my best to speak Spanish, trying to communicate to those that understand Spanish, and I tried. If you're able to understand all that, or at least what I'm trying to communicate in Spanish, well, at least I got the word out and I communicated and I got the address. But I might try to see if I can get the translator to speak on my behalf here on the computer, because I really want this communicated to. Let's see if they can communicate, if they can read this better. Okay, well, let's see. Is there a way to read? Yeah, read. Okay, well, now at least that read me barely able to try to speak Spanish. All right, well, let's see if I can get this to communicate. Let's see. Okay, there you go. That's a good way to spread that word and communicate that is Spanish, Espanol, to the viewers, the Espanol, personas, a live stream, the contact creación. Again, I'm not good at fluent Spanish, so I tried. But yeah, just trying to promote and trying to get some other part timer and maybe extra more to apply for that position. Hopefully, to get a floater or something. I mean, that's up to the management, but hopefully that helps. Oh boy. All right, it is 1:20 a.m. I can't believe that time is flying by very fast. All right. Well, let's just go back up since I'm just promoting Boulder Ridge. So yeah, still there. And so far, no viewers at this hour. Oh, it's a shame. No current viewers. Yep, just really promoting Pool Attendant part-time. Get a good amount on there on both YouTube and live stream. Appreciate the viewers watching. Anyone watching at this hour, thank you. It's 1:21 a.m. My legs are itchy with all those bug bites. And still trying to wash the bed. All right. So again. Oh, all right. Let's see. Okay, well, this is kind of confusing. Okay. Well, so we got here on Fandom Event. Just again promoting all that. Let's see, is it also on Fandom Event? Yep. There we go. Before I get to that, and just in case any translation, I'll put it on there and have it all read it out. Google Translator. It may be inaccurate, but it's accurate at best. Anyway, so good day to viewers and audiences. Good day to viewers and audiences that cares to tune in at this hour, watch, hearing me out from start to finish here on this live stream content. This is General Sunbeam, Sunbeam 007, Sunbeam 072, Sunbeam simply, or just generically known as Sunbeam. But yep, your boy, General Sunbeam is here addressing to the general public of the social media of the internet. So thank you for watching and following / subscribing. And as usual, once again, viewer discretion is advised for speaking my thoughts, exercising the First Amendment rights, and exercising open door policy. For anyone that, employment-wise is currently that recognize me or watching, and anyone from Boulder Ridge community here in the neighborhood is watching, tuning in, and anyone that, again, acquaintances, neighbors, and so that recognize me, have seen me around. Oh, I'm here speaking on Facebook, YouTube, and Rumble. Currently live streaming. Again, at this hour, it is 1:24 a.m., halfway into 2 a.m. It is late night. I call it Adult Swim. It's degenerate hours, so kids should be asleep. I think school is out for the summer. And, well, again, I call this Adult Swim. So viewer discretion is advised. Mature content, a heads up, not safe for work. And, discussions are now Adult Swim discussions here that may be insensitive and such. So I'm just speaking my mind. So I'll go ahead and delete that. Okay. At the time of this recording, and just to give a heads up, I have a live stream address here, so I'm just reading off a script, just being honest and transparent as always. That's just me. So at the time of this recording, it is currently raining. It is raining. Showers, thunderstorm. Again, Texas is a bipolar, fluctuating up and down. It rained, it's teasing, it's cloudy, it may look like it rained, then it's sunny, humid. I don't get it. Texas is indeed a confusing, fluctuating, bipolar, unstable weather. It feels like it's gonna rain, then it's not raining. It's a light rain, a light shower, then it's sunny and it's a clear sky all of a sudden. So it is raining in the Pflugerville and Central Texas area, with showers and storm activity moving through the region. For anyone going outside, driving, working pool duty, or making plans tonight and tomorrow and the following week, probably towards next week, please be careful out there. If there is thunder, lightning, heavy rain, flooding, or unsafe weather, any form of weather in climate or conditions, safety should come first. Your personal safety should come first. Weather can change quickly, so please check your local radar alerts and official weather updates before traveling or attending outdoor activities, including to any conventions, events, or any form of outdoor venues. Now, tonight I want to speak on a few anime communities. Tonight I want to speak on a few anime community updates, local anime shopping concerns, and convention or convention related confusion that I have been seeing online. First, regarding Planet Otaku, based on the announcement I have seen, Planet Otaku stated that it will permanently close its doors on June 3rd, 2026. This news is on Facebook. If you have a Facebook account, whether it's personal or business, you can search up Planet Otaku, even on Instagram. Planet Otaku is based in San Antonio, south from Austin. So Planet Otaku is one of those, gift collection merchandise. You come in, you see Funko Pop, anime merch, wallpaper, all that typical stuff. So Planet Otaku, based on the announcement I have seen, Planet Otaku stated that it will permanently close its doors on June 3rd, 2026. That is sad news for the anime and otaku community. For the past few years, stores like this have helped fans find anime merchandise, collectibles, figures, wallpaper, posters, manga, books, all that, and a place to feel connected to the fandom of the anime and the general anime genre and all these otaku-ness or pop culture, I would say. Even when a store may have mixed reviews, good experiences, bad experiences, or complicated customer feedback, bloggers, content creation like myself, I still recognize the bigger picture. Anime culture means a lot to many people, including me, myself, and to my wife, and to surrounding friends. My passion still lies in anime, especially 2D anime with serious, high-quality character designs, smooth shading, expressive faces, colorful eyes and hair colors, and powerful storytelling. Anime is not just merchandise. Anime is creativity, art, character writing, music, world building, and emotional imagination. And again, creativity. And of course, shout out to any traditional artists, anime authors, and animators, and producers, directors that work very hard to put together that pipeline to make anime put on TV. I mean, I'm jealous, I'm envious. I want to be an animator like Monty Ohm. Monty Ohm's Ruby, Rooster Teeth. And so far, I haven't gotten there yet, and I'm trying really hard to get there. It costs a lot of money, a lot of research, a lot of effort, and it doesn't take one person to do all this. I just don't know how Monty Ohm able to get people to work for him, or how Rooster Teeth. I mean, I don't know how I'm just sheer luck. He's lucky to go viral, while I'm trying to go viral and hoping to have some companies reach out to me, like Rooster Teeth, similar to Rooster Teeth. Hopefully, Crunchyroll, Funimation, or Crunchyroll as the big dominant anime studio, or other anime industry, and any indie developers working in that field to reach out to me and say, hey, Sunbeam Titan, hey, General Sunbeam, I heard you are interested in trying to make your own anime. I want to help you get there. I have all the tools and the manpower. I wish something like that, that opportunity can reach out to me. But I doubt that. It's been like 3 times a decade, and so far nobody has reached out to help me get to that level of producing a full pipeline of making my own anime. Again, I don't know what Monty Ohm has that I don't have, other than he just got lucky at going viral and able to work with Rooster Teeth. And now Rooster Teeth is being rebuilt, and so far there's no emails or any way to reach out to pitch my idea to turn into a full pipeline. And it's going to be done with AI. I just want to be honest. So yes, my passion still lies in anime, especially 2D anime with serious, high quality character designs and smooth shading and all that. So when another anime related store closes or becomes too far away to reasonably drive to, it feels like the local anime community loses another small piece of its gathering space. So yeah. I also want to mention Ooples Anime Austin. Oh my gosh, Thunder and Lightning. I also want to mention Ooples Anime Austin, the Ooples Anime Manga Blowout Sale, and Anime Austin near the Airport Boulevard. Anime Austin near the Airport Boulevard area. I have seen discussions around these stores and sales, but I want to be careful and fair. Just please verify the store hours, sales, details, inventory, pricing, and location information directly from the official store pages before driving out there. Well, I just want to give an update. Those are history. Ooples, Anime Austin, and 2 other locations in Houston within Central Texas. Ooples, Anime, and Anime Austin. Those stores are closed. And you can find out on Facebook if you have a Facebook account. Whether it's personal business, you can search it up on the Facebook search engine, and it's on there. And you can even try to search it on Google, and you might be able to find it on there on the Google search engine, Google search. But I see this on Facebook, and they may still have an Instagram account, possibly. But yeah, just to be careful and just verify store hours, sales details, inventory, pricing, and location information directly from the official store page if they still have it before driving out there. I know how frustrating it can be when a store is far away, traffic is heavy, or gas and time are limited. For many fans, especially collectors, distance matters. If a store is too far from someone's driving range, it becomes hard to support in person, even if the love for anime is still there. And my gosh, both my legs are itchy. Oh boy, really wish I can buy me some lotions or some sort of moisturizer to treat those serious bug bites, those ant bites or spider bites or something. Okay, so yeah. Now moving into the fandom events, that company behind all these anime conventions and events, moving into the fandom events, Lion and Crown LLC, Wind Bloom Festival 2026, and Anime New Mexico discussion. And based on all these multitude of convention events under fandom events / Lion and Crown LLC. Based on screenshots, any screenshots or anything that can be searched on Facebook, Instagram, or anything on YouTube, or any blogs or content creations from those social medias, and support messages, any comments, further response, I have seen there appears to be confusion around event ownership, postponed events, refunds, valid tickets, and future scheduling. I want to be very clear. I am not making accusations, and I am not claiming wrongdoing. I am asking viewers, attendees, vendors, artists, and ticket holders to verify everything through official sources. It can be ascertained and searched considerably if it's public knowledge. And again, it can be searched on Google search or on the Facebook search engine. If you purchase tickets, vendor space, or table, hotel rooms, you book your hotel rooms as well as flights or travel plans, please check your email, your receipt, or invoice, the official event page, the ticketing provider, the hotel cancellation deadline or policy, and your bank or credit card policy. If Anime New Mexico was postponed to 2027, then attendees should confirm whether passes remain valid, whether refunds are available, and who is responsible for answering customer questions. If it's not the owner, if the owner of Phantom Events is not responsible, who is the next person still continuing that legacy or such? If Windbloom Festival 2026 is still moving forward, then attendees should confirm the event operator dates, venue, refund policy, vendor policy, and hotel information directly. There has to be some transparency and updates. It's already close to the end of May, going into June, and I did check earlier, and that's why I'm on the fandom event page on Facebook. I'm not sure if I'm actually showing that, but yeah, I think I am broadcasting that, showing that transparently and openly. And I have covered this aggressively previously regarding fandom events. Made like 8 or 9 previous follow-ups on fandom events / Lion and Crown on the live stream, and I tagged them, so it should show on the Facebook search engine, and it should be mentioned on YouTube and Rumble, and maybe on Twitch as well. Not sure what's going on with Twitch. I was trying to live stream 4 ways and add Twitch on there too to spread the word. But yes, if Windbloom Festival 2026 is still moving forward, then attendees should confirm the event operator dates, venue, refund policy, vendor policy, and hotel information directly to the appropriate source and all that. And try to get your money back if you can, if you already purchased an early bird ticket. And I do apologize. I am a little tired. It's halfway into 2 a.m. May 27, 2026, raining, 65 degrees Fahrenheit, rain, lightning, and thunderstorm. And both my legs are itchy with bug bites, insect bites. Ugh. I'm trying my best not to scratch, but it's hard to resist. Ugh. All right, so yeah. Oof. This is not about spreading panic or any form of anxiety. This is about consumer awareness, customer awareness. Trying to protect your hard-earned money. Anime fans, cosplayers, vendors, artists, and families spend real money, real hard-earned money, and real time on these events, putting their efforts behind all those monies earned. People deserve clear communication, confirmed dates, transparent policies, and reliable updates. For local viewers in Central Texas, the weather this week may also affect plans. Tonight into Wednesday appears to be the main window to watch for rain and storms. Thursday should improve. Friday looks warmer and mostly clearer, and the weekend should still be checked again because Texas weather can change fast. Again, Texas weather is unstable, fluctuating, and bipolar. It is random, a wild card. If you are attending events, driving, working outside, or going to a pool, please pay attention to lightning, flooding, and road conditions. All right, oh boy. As for me, I am still working on my own creative goals. I am learning tools like VRoid Studio, Blender, and other creative software because my long-term goal is to build my own anime style projects, be my own animator, again, like Monty Ohm's Ruby, RWBY, including General Sunbeam in my original world of Supremacy on Wattpad, Clash Between Heroes and Villains. I may not be a professional animator yet, but I am learning step by step if I could, given the free time I have available. And once again, just to reiterate, good day to everyone, good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you're at. For those watching globally from another country, from across the globe of the universe of Earth, good day to everyone. Welcome. Thank you for watching, listening. This is, again, General Sunbeam addressing the general public of social media and internet. My viewers, followers, subscribers, and the local Central Texas anime gaming community audience. Appreciate the followers, subscribers, watch, repost, and share, spreading the word. Appreciate the growth. And let me see, I got more drinks. All right, appreciate the growth. Yep, it's currently raining, lightning, 65 degrees. It may rain tomorrow and Thursday, so don't know how the weather is. As accurate as it can be, but not always, super accurate. So again, at the time of this recording, it has been raining in the Pflugerville and Central Texas area, with showers, thunder, and lightning reported in the region. Because weather can change quickly, especially around pool season, and especially around summer season. It's humid, bone dry, Texas heat. I always recommend checking the latest forecasts, radar, and official local alerts before making outdoor plans. For community pools, rain, thunder, lightning, hail, strong wind, or unsafe conditions can cause delays or temporary closures regarding the pool. I just want to give a clear heads up. I also want to address the current public confusion surrounding Phantom Events, Wind Bloom Festival, and related event listings under that company. And I know I said that earlier, but so I'm just basically going to reiterate, just to be super clear, as clear as it can be. Based on the official Phantom Events status page, Phantom Events LLC has stated that it has ceased operations and will not be producing future events. Their official statement also says that certain intellectual property assets, including event names, branding, and digital assets, were sold to Lion and Crown LLC, same ownership, on January 26, 2026. However, the same statement says Lion and Crown did not assume Phantom Events' past debts, liabilities, refunds, contracts, or obligations. At the same time, Tixar.com still shows public event listings connected to Phantom Events, including Wind Bloom 2026, Wind Bloom Exhibitors 2026, Enchanting Shadows, and Alt Life Expo. That is why I am treating this topic carefully. I am not here to spread rumors or make legal claims. I am here to say that attendees, vendors, artists, exhibitors, and ticket holders should verify everything through official sources before spending money or spending further money, booking hotels, planning travel, or assuming that an event is still happening. So yeah, just finally going to get to here and scroll all this down. You can see here, October 16, 2025, Thursday, October 16, 2025 at 7 p.m. This is for OkiCon, OklahomaCon, or Oklahoma. You can see there's no updates. I put an angry face on here and comments. So here's the latest. This one's posted on August 28, 2025. You see Thursday, August 28, 2025 at 10:59 a.m., almost 11 a.m. Got that documented, time and date. See, it's all connected here. What the heck? All comments. Yeah, let's go for all comments. "5 weeks ago. Is this still happening? It's 4 months away and there have been no updates since August. Your website is down too. My hotel non-refundable date is coming up, with the flight coming up soon after, and I need to cancel if it's not going to happen. I really want to go though." So this was 5 weeks ago. See, 12 weeks ago, 39 weeks. Can't wait to be there 4 years in a row. Just try to alert them, just to keep them updated. Okay, I want to know what's going on here. So I posted this 2 weeks ago. I communicated with my friends, tagged my friends, and posted update 1 week ago. So yeah, 39 weeks, 12 weeks. See, we got some commenters already addressing this. So yeah, they message and there's no clear communication from fandom events for Windbloom Festival 2026. It's kind of sad from these users here on Facebook. So I got that. And some still have 701 followers. Is there any mention? Yep, I give a review. Doesn't recommend Windbloom. So sorry. So I gave it current update. You see, I posted all that. One review and oh darn fly, darn bugs. What's that bug doing here? Where? So here's a, so again, I know I shared this on my previous live stream on Facebook, and I might have shared this on Rumble and YouTube. So I'm also just trying to redocument and document this again, just spreading the word. No updates, no extra chat. You see this message panel here, this chat here to fandom events still exists, and I already reached out to them. Even reach out to Windbloom on the Facebook page. No updates, no response from fandom event, the owner, or even from Windbloom. OkiCon, Anime New Mexico, any other related events under fandom event, and I haven't heard any other updates from other users or any fresh developing stories from Wattpad. So just sharing all this here, just trying to get all this on camera, on live stream. So again, status update, fandom events. You know, cease operation, not producing future events, January 26, 2026, and just to corroborate and what I'm able to ascertain. That's what's going on right there. So putting all this on all on public knowledge here. Sorry if it feels like I'm doxing, but it is a reality. You can see everything can be searched and everything is made public knowledge. It's open knowledge, open book, open season here. All right, so let's go to Windbloom. Hang on, all right. Yeah, I'm just trying to. So right now I'm just adjusting stuff for Rumble. There you go. So you can see here, wind bloom is still appears to be going. Wind bloom page, four past events, page, event planner, fandom events, 9 past events. Got the address and everything here. Tickets. All right. Create event by Wind Bloom and fandom events. There's the address and tickets and all that. Yep. Post permission. Yep. Fortunately got turned off. I hate that. No free speech. Don't like that. It's retarded. So again, you can see this. Early bird tickets are available at ticketsre.com. I already posted a follow update, posted the links. Sorry about that. Just watching myself, my own live stream web camera on YouTube. Didn't mean to, well, groom. Going on, step out and use the restroom. Be right back, chat. Let me get some more tea to drink. I am back, viewers. Let's see. No viewers on YouTube. Flood watching effect. No thumbs up on YouTube. Probably some viewers on Rumble. For those tuning in on Rumble, thanks for watching. And no current viewers. No reaction. Just 2 comments. No current viewers, clips, or shares. What a shame. Okay. Sorry for the just for all this quietness again. It's 2:13 a.m. 2:13 a.m. 2:13 a.m. Yeah. So you can see all the search engine is sharing all this. So yeah, doesn't recommend fandom event. So staying posted and transparent, informing all the attendee customers and consumers as of May 16, 2026, Saturday, that Fandom Events LLC is no longer producing any events, including Windbloom Festival 2026, despite the early bird tickets and exhibitors are on sale on Tixar.com. Phantom Events is under a different company, Lion and Crown LLC, and appears to be eluding any financial obligations, hence the legal concerns surrounding around it. I say, as it is, get your refund, spread awareness, and protect your hard-earned money. Even Etchy Expo very likely will not happen this year, and Windbloom may be canceled or not happening this year. And you can see, yep, look at that. This was posted on Tuesday, August 25th, 2025, 7:01 p.m. for the early bird, all that. And I posted this on May 18th. And again, on the search engine update about fandom events and its related events. Tixar claims, according to the response on Tixar on the email, Tixar claims that Windbloom 2026 will continue as scheduled and Anime New Mexico is postponed until 2027, according to the email response. I am like, well, okay, whatever. 4 months away for Windbloom. Let's see what happens then. Fandom Events are also hosting Alt Live Expo in Denver, and that is something new and like under the table. I wasn't aware of that event, and the Shadow, something that looked like a vampire La Noel Masquerade Ballroom event, which is Shadow Enchanting or something. So all of it on Tixar under Fandom Events. Again, before the bankruptcy occurred and whatever legal matter is taking place with Fandom Events, as well as any new backlashes, controversies, I am just pointing out these images that I am able to ascertain or gather on the internet, public knowledge. I am sorry to those that have already purchased the early bird tickets at the time of these upcoming events, only to be screwed over / swindled of the spent money by the organizers' mishaps or misconducts in handling the funds or so. Now, for me, I don't have a lot of issues either as attendees, volunteers, but I have a feeling the owner is off, shady in a sense, and under stress. And I felt too overlooked and not acknowledged enough and pushed aside. At least that feeling when I was there as a volunteer. I felt I wasn't given enough credit or praises compared to all the staff that serve the owner of Fanu events. When I was volunteering, I think for HE Expo, I was given a Friday badge, not a proper volunteer badge, which is a shame. And I wasn't given a Saturday pass for one of the past Windbloom event either. I followed the policy rules and didn't have any beef with the organizations or with the owners, but I don't feel credit enough compared to the whole group staff pictures that shown or posted on Facebook or on Instagram around that time when it's still around. So there's this image. So I'm going to go ahead and there you see, just to put that on live stream. Katie from Tixar Fan Support. Need help? Chat with us. I'm happy to share a little more context around the recent Fandom Events announcement. They recently shared a few updates to their upcoming schedule. Anime New Mexico has been postponed to 2027. All previously purchased tickets and vendor passes will automatically roll over and remain valid once the new date is announced. Windbloom is still moving forward as planned and will now be operated by longtime members of the Fandom Events team who've helped organize and run the event for years. The change in ownership is administrative, and I've been assured it won't impact the event's quality or overall experience. At this time,
No new events are being scheduled. At this time, no new events are being scheduled, but no existing events have been canceled. Since both Anime New Mexico and Windbloom are still moving forward, refunds aren't being issued, and all purchases will remain valid. I know updates like this can feel confusing, and I truly appreciate your patience while the event organizer finalizes the next steps. If you have additional questions, you can reach their team directly at info@fandomevents.org. So that's what Katie from Tixar Fan Support said. And again, thank you for reaching out. I've taken a look into this, and at this time, all sales for this event are final. Please note that each event is privately owned. So the organizer decides how to handle things like refunds and any decisions regarding ongoing changes to the event itself. As a ticketing provider, we aren't able to make decisions or exceptions on their behalf. That said, if you have any questions or concerns, we recommend contacting the event organizer directly at josh@fandomevents.org. So that's the email to the owner, josh@fandomevents.org, as they are best equipped to provide further details. That's the image I provided. Again, I chose that. Yes, enchant shadows. That's what it's called, enchanting shadows. So I posted that image here. One comment. All right. Just in case if there's any other comments here. 1 week ago, Matthew Vu. Let's highlight that. Let's put that here. So Matthew Vu, one of a Vietnamese Asian. At this point, do you honestly believe Windbloom will be as just freaking lightning? At this point, do you honestly believe Windbloom will be as good or even better than before after all this? If they're still happening, if at all, and on the same weekend as ColossalCon Texas, August 21 to 23rd, then I would recommend going to ColossalCon Texas instead. Way worth your money and time without much of the headache, IMO, in my opinion. And for the record, I no longer support nor would recommend any events or originally created by Fandom Event LLC. Let me reread this from Matthew View, that I have met in person. I don't know how he talks or how I'm just gonna go based on this because this is just a monotone, a straightforward, no emoticon here, but it is public, and I did post this publicly on my own Facebook profile channel here, on my own personal profile here on Facebook. So Matthew Vu, sorry if I'm calling you out or any call out, but referencing again, credit, shout out for Lisa's honest thoughts and communication for his comments here. Attributed to this post related to Fandom Event LLC / Lion and Crown, including other users or any staff, former staff, any associates with Fandom Event, with the owner, the organizer. And again, public knowledge, anything that's posted openly here on Facebook, on the Facebook search engine, it's all documented and all broadcast openly to all to see in public. It is now making public by me. But again, First Amendment, speaking my thoughts and speaking my mind, exercising open door policy. So Mafuvu here said 1 week ago, response to this post that I made here regarding Fandom Event and Tixar of all these related upcoming events. At this point, do you honestly believe Windbloom will be as good or even better than before after all this? If they're still happening, if at all, in parentheses, and on the same weekend as ColossalCon Texas, in parentheses, August 21st to 23rd for this year, then I would recommend going to ColossalCon Texas instead. Way worth your money and time without much of the headache, IMO, as in my opinion. And for the record, I no longer support nor would recommend any events originally created by Fandom Events LLC. And this is the comment that Matthew responded to my post about all this of Fandom Event / Lion and Crown. So, well, at least thank you for your comments. Thank you for speaking out and your response and your input. But it is public, so got it all on live stream. And at first, and here's my record. And for my record, Matthew View, I'm autistic. At first, when you posted, Appreciate you speaking your thoughts and speaking your mind, and again, exercising First Amendment rights, freedom of speech and expression and comments. I always look at this, especially the caps in the quote, any events. The way I look at it at first is always feels like that it sounds off confrontational. See, I'll read it again. At this point, do you honestly believe Wind Bloom will be as good or even better than before after all this? Yeah, see, that phrase is there. The first phrase sounds confrontational, in my opinion. So I'm going to read it one more time. Comment response on my post here under my own profile from Matthew Vu. At this point, do you honestly believe Wind Bloom will be as good or even better than before after all this? If they're still happening, in parentheses, if at all, and on the same weekend as Colossicon, Texas, which in parentheses, August 21st through 23rd, typical Friday through Sunday weekend, then I would recommend going to Colossicon, Texas instead. Way worth your money and time without much of the headache. IMO as in my opinion. And for the record, I no longer support nor would recommend any events originally created by Phantom Events LLC. That Matthew View posted this 1 week ago, and I got it well documented. And I posted this Monday, May 18, 2026 at 2:04 p.m. in the afternoon, feeling meh. So this is my post here, and this is Matthew View here, his comments. So I got it all. I even screenshotted this to make a separate video content, but hey, I got this on live stream, and I got it here on also broadcasted here on Facebook live stream and YouTube live stream and Rumble live stream. So open season. So sorry for any call. Sorry if I'm violating your any digital footprints or privacy. Again, this is publicly posted openly on and off on the search engine on Google search, and is considered public knowledge. So viewer discretion is advised, and I am quoting Bill O'Reilly's Fox News as a news reporter. Caution, you are about to enter the no spin zone. Oh, factor starts now. So hello viewers, this is General Sunbeam. Just in case, probably cannot see me in the small little web camera on YouTube, but also you can see I'm broadcasting. Cheers! It's late at night, 2:26 a.m. Right now, my wife is probably asleep right now. She probably passed out while playing games or left the computer or laptop running in the other room. But she was talking, LOL, laughing out loud, speaking to her friend. She did post it a Discord in a chat between her and Maurice Mackay. She posted on her Facebook, and I could see it. Gave it a reaction. So my wife was in a call or in a chat with Maurice Mackay G. Again, Maurice Mackay on Instagram, Maurice Mackay on Twitter X, Maurice Mackay on Facebook, YouTube. And I did communicate it on a group with Maurice Mackay and on Instagram and on Discord. So yes, it is shown, and it's shown that my wife is talking and chatting with her friends, her surrounding friends, including Echo Eagle, Echo Geo, and again, her most notable friend, Brendan Chang, and Maurice Mackay, even her immediate family members, possibly family members and all that. But she was talking, LOLing, laughing out loud, playing Genshin Impact, watching movies or Scream 7, or playing DC, not DC comic, Marvel Rivals. Yes, Marvel Rivals. Honkai Star Rail, Wuthering Waves, or WUWA, again, Wuthering Waves, Genshin Impact, Hoyoverse games. So yes, it is posted. It is showing. It can show, and it's all on there. And I did live stream, and it's all on the live stream, on my previous live stream and all that. But you see here, oh, still hear thunder. It's 66 degrees Fahrenheit. It's cloudy at the moment. let's see. Expect 4 days with hot weather ahead starting tomorrow. Oh, sorry. Oh well, it's not capturing all the news. Ugh, bugs. I was determining whether I should post this on Genshin here on the Genshin Impact official fan group. I mean, a lot of this is just 2D gameplay and not a lot of IRL stuff.
Okay. Take two. Testing, testing. Again, it's almost 3 a.m. Oh my gosh. So once again, take two of the live stream, still live streaming on YouTube, Rumble, and then back on Facebook. Take two on live streaming on Facebook. Again, First Amendment content disclaimer, viewer discretion advised. This content may include mature themes, possible mature themes, discussions, or commentary intended for adult audiences, not safe for work, 18 plus. Viewer discretion is strongly advised. This content is created and presented in accordance with the rights protected under the First Amendment of the United States Constitution, including freedom of speech, freedom of expression, freedom of religion, freedom of the press, freedom of rights to petition or protest, nonviolent protest, and freedom of the press, media production. So anyone watching, thank you for the comments. Thank you for your honest comments under this live stream or my previous live stream. Appreciate that we reached past 500 followers. So now help me reach 1,000 follower, another 500, please and thank you. So I'll communicate that, got that address. And once again, Boulder Ridge, Pflugerville, Texas is hiring pool attendants by Sun Communities at Boulder Ridge and Pflugerville. So again, Pflugerville, Texas is hiring for a part-time seasonal pool attendant position. This is a good opportunity for someone in the South Pflugerville, Central Texas, Austin area who is looking for part-time seasonal work, community experience, and a helpful position to add to a resume. The role may include helping maintain a clean and safe pool area, monitoring residents entering and exiting the pool area, helping ensure posted pool rules are followed, checking the pool area, keeping pool furniture organized, supporting cleanliness around the pool deck, and helping create a safe community environment. Location: Boulder Ridge, Pflugerville, Texas. Position: pool attendant, part-time. Employment type: seasonal/part-time. Pay listed $14 per hour. Please apply through the official Sun Communities career page, www.careers.suncommunities.com/job Pflugerville pool attendant part-time Texas, 78660-1377-147700. Please share and spread the word to anyone looking for part-time seasonal work in the Pflugerville, South Pflugerville, Austin, and Central Texas area. Now on to the point. Take two, since previous live stream got disconnected due to poor internet connection or signal strength, latency/ping or FPS frame per second. General Sunbeam Live, open commentary, community discussion, and speaking my mind. This live stream is a personal commentary stream where I will be discussing public topics, community concerns, anime and otaku related updates, merchandise stores, event discussions, and general thoughts that come to mind. Possible discussion topics may include fandom events /Lion and Crown, LLC, Planet Otaku, Lootable, Anime Austin, anime merchandise, gift shops, collector communities, convention-related updates, local Central Texas community topics, and other public conversations. Anime Texas, Ecchi Expo, fandom events, Wind Bloom, Genshin Impact, Anime New Mexico, Ecchi Expo, OkiCon, Anime Texas, Bomb City, Comic-Con. Viewer discretion is advised. Some topics may involve mature discussion, public controversy, business updates, refund concerns, consumer or customer awareness, or sensitive public matters or political matters. The purpose of this stream is commentary, opinion, awareness, and open discussion. All comments are my personal opinions unless clearly stated otherwise. Please verify important information with official sources. This stream is not legal advice, not financial advice, and not an instruction to harass, attack, threaten, dox, or target anyone personally. Do please keep discussion respectful, concrete, factual, and focused on public information, respectful personal opinions and community awareness. Thank you. And appreciate for tuning in at this hour, hearing me out from start to finish, and watching this live stream. Again, promoting Boulder Ridge pool attendant part-time on the Sun Communities career website, trying to spread the word and get it, advertise and help bring in some traffic and views.
All right, so I already communicated and shared enough about fandom event, but I'll continue on. Let me. Oh boy. Yep. So just promoting my Wattpad. Wattpad. I don't know how WolfDog19. That WolfDog19 here got 24 followers still. Last book was posted. Got 20 published stories. Let's see, this was 19 best something Jane and Connie, but here Wolf Dog. Last message. This was 2021. Still writing my new story, but coming close to an ending. It took a lot longer. So 20 works, over 20 followers. Who are these followers? So this is way back in 2013. You see, joined January 3rd, 2013. Dang. So let's see. So I'm trying to figure out what date this book was published. Ongoing, 5 minutes, less than 5 minutes. Published. Last published Saturday, December 19th, 2020. So around pandemic. Only 10 views, but Wolf Dog 19 here. Wolf Dog 19 on Wattpad got over 24 followers. And I only got 10 followers. I'm stuck at 10 followers. What the hell is going on? Come on. Stuck at 10 followers here on my Wattpad account under General Sunbeam at Sunbeam007. And I've been working. This is my main story. I'm trying to create an anime adaptation called Supremacy, Clash Between Heroes and Villains. Let's see. So yeah, join date January 11th, 2013, and yeah. All right, so if you purchase tickets through Tixar, remember that Tixar is mainly the ticketing platform. So regarding what I showed on my previous live stream on Facebook, and what I showed on YouTube and Rumble, based on the Tixar and Windbloom, Phantom Events, Etchy Expo / Lion Crown, all that, I did show it on there. So I broadcast, so it's all there. And once it's posted, you can review it for those that care to watch and tune in, watching my live stream. That's news. And so again, if you purchase tickets through Tixar.com, remember that Tixar is mainly the ticketing platform. The event organizer generally controls refunds. The event organizer generally controls refunds, event changes, postponements, cancellations, deadlines, and event policy. So once again, I'll reiterate once more. If you purchase tickets through Tixar, remember that Tixar is mainly the ticketing platform. The event organizer generally controls refunds, event changes, postponements, cancellations, deadlines, and event policy. If there is confusion, check your email. Check the official event page. Check the official organizer statement. And contact the organizer or Tixar support when appropriate. Keep screenshots, receipts, emails, hotel deadlines, and bank statements for your own records. Let me check. Okay, I also want to be fair and careful about online allegations. Well, first off, just make sure I'm reading off a script address. So just giving you a heads up, but promoting the Sun community's career regarding hiring temporary, seasonal, part-time pool attendant for Boulder Ridge in Pflugerville, Texas, in that area, Central Texas, around Austin area. So again, Sun Communities at Boulder Ridge is hiring pool attendant. Do take a look and apply. We could really use more, grow the community, grow the neighborhood. Now, anyway, back to what I was saying. I also want to be fair and careful about online allegations or controversy involving event organizers. Social media comments, Reddit discussions, Facebook posts, and anonymous boards can bring attention to real concerns. But they can also include claims that are incomplete, exaggerated, or unverified. For that reason, I will separate confirmed official statements from public opinion or impression, allegations, and personal testimony. Moving to local anime and otaku culture. It is unfortunate to see anime, manga, comic, collectible, and gift stores struggling or closing, because these places matter to fans. Stores like Planet Otaku, Upos Anime, Anime Austin, Elicor, Austin Books and Comics, Dragon Slayer, Rogues Gallery, and other local collectible or comic shops help support the anime, gaming, manga, figure, and cosplay community. or pop culture. Even when reviews are mixed, the bigger point is that local fan spaces are important. If you enjoy anime, 2D animation, manga, figures, wallpaper, posters, trading cards, again, trading cards, cosplay, and collectibles, please support legitimate local stores when you can. Just throwing it out there. I especially care about high quality 2D anime, smooth character shading, or mature, serious, smooth character shading, serious character designs, and the creative culture around anime fandom. Local stores, conventions, and artists help keep that culture alive. If a store is having a closing sale, manga, blowout sale, clearance event, or final business update, please verify the official page first before driving there. I also want to promote a local job opportunity. Again, just to reiterate, Boulder Ridge in Pflugerville, Texas, under Sun Communities, has a seasonal part-time pool attendant position listed through the official Sun Communities career page that I am broadcasting and showing this on Facebook, YouTube, and Rumble. I wish I could show this and live stream on Twitch as well to have a four-way to spread out the word and promote and advertise out there to help market. Because hopefully that Sun Communities and Boulder Ridge or Pflugerville can help spread and trying to get more, get some new hires in. Just trying to do what I can, and again, promoting that the Boulder Ridge by Sun Communities and here in Pflugerville, Texas, in Central Texas, around the Austin area near Round Rock and Huddle, is hiring pool attendant, seasonal part-time pool attendant at the neighborhood community of Boulder Ridge. So Pflugerville, Texas, under Sun Communities, has a seasonal part-time pool attendant position listed through the official Sun Communities career page that I am advertising and showing on live stream. This can be a good starter job or a seasonal job for someone near Pflugerville, Round Rock, Wells Branch, North Austin, or South Pflugerville, in those areas of the region. The pool attendant role is not just sitting by the pool. Well, you can, but it's not really just sitting by the pool. And I don't want to be a sinner or anything. I've been sitting around and just minding my own business and just oversight, paying attention. But it can be chill, but it can get hectic. I will throw it out there. But it's not really just really sitting by the pool. Duties may include monitoring, paying keen attention to residents and guests, entering and exiting, helping enforce posted pool rules, keeping the pool area clean, sanitary, checking safety equipment, cleaning restrooms, sweeping the deck, resetting chairs and tables, reporting damaged furniture or maintenance issues, and helping keep the community pool safe and presentable. Anyone interested should apply through the official Sun Communities career page and verify the current listing, schedule, pay, and requirements. And yes, I have already said that multiple times. So just to repeat and to really be transparent, as well as being crystal clear. For Boulder Ridge pool hours, please always verify with Boulder Ridge management, official resident emails, posted signage, and current notices, because hours can change due to weather and climate, or weather conditions. Weathers can fluctuate. It can be unstable, bipolar. So yes, due to weather, maintenance, holiday schedules, pool monitor availability, or safety concerns. Based on community communication, the pool season schedules has generally been presented as daytime operations through the evening, with Monday usually reserved for deep cleaning or maintenance unless adjusted for a holiday. Again, official management notice should be treated as the final source. Just to communicate that out there to all the onlookers and those audience and viewers living within that area or near the area. Again, Boulder Ridge, Pflugerville, Texas, near Austin, Huddle, and Round Rock in Central Texas, USA. To the local community, please support local jobs, local anime stores, local creators, and local fan spaces. Also, please Please stay weather aware. Stay aware of the weather. Look at the sky and pay attention to the weather forecast, especially during rain, thunder, lightning, or severe storm chances. Now, I want to add a broader update and connect a few different topics together: local jobs, anime community spaces, convention confusion, public health news, domestic news, and employment in general. And I think it'll just be another reiteration, another repeat, rephrasing the same topic that I've already discussed on my previous live stream and earlier. So again, just to be crystal clear, strong and clear here. First, on the local side, I want to again mention Boulder Ridge and Pflugerville, Texas, once more, under some communities. Boulder Ridge is a manufactured home community in the Pflugerville/North Austin area with amenities such as a clubhouse, swimming pool, basketball courts, splash pad, and other community features, just like, apartments. Right now, Sun Communities has listed a seasonal part-time pool attendant position for Boulder Ridge in that area. This is a real local job opportunity for someone who wants part-time seasonal work or temporary job, community experience, and a starter position that can build a resume and get to know the community and the staff. Good starting position. The listing describes the pool attendant role as maintaining a clean and sanitary pool area and making sure safety equipment is present around the pool. In normal everyday terms, that means helping watch the pool area, helping keep the pool deck clean, checking the restroom area, resetting chairs and tables around the deck area, reporting problems, and helping make sure residents and guests follow posted pool rules. And it can be hectic. Again, it can be crazy and hectic. For anyone in Pflugerville, Round Rock, Wells Branch, North Austin, or nearby areas in that region of Central Texas, this can be a good seasonal job to look into. It may be especially useful for someone who wants experience with customer service, or in this case, residential service and hospitality relations, community rules, light cleaning, public safety awareness, and working around residents. Please apply only through the official Sun Communities career website and verify the current pay schedule requirements and job status directly from the official listing. And that and of course, the application will ask for sure if you are a U.S. citizen, and they will, always to have those IDs to verify that you are U.S. citizens. It is 3:15 a.m. and I am feeling sleepy and tired. Shame on me. Looks like the rain, the lightning and thunder have stopped. It is 65 degrees cloudy in the middle of the night. Again, degenerate hours, adult swim. Still awake, still live streaming and commenting and trying to spread and trying to promote that Boulder Ridge by Sun Communities is hiring pool attendant. These 40 location in Pflugerville, Texas. For pool hours, please always verify with Boulder Ridge management. Posted signage, resident emails, and current community notices. Pool hours can change because of weather, maintenance, staffing, holidays, deep cleaning, thunder, lightning, or safety concerns, or various safety concerns. Based on the information I have seen, the pool schedule has generally been presented as daytime to evening pool operations, with Monday usually treated as a cleaning or maintenance day unless adjusted by management. Again, management notices should be treated as the final source or final say, I would say. This also connects to a larger point about employment and personal growth. Some jobs are W-2 employee jobs, and some jobs are 1099 independent contractor work. Okay. Yep, feeling sleepy now. Slowly nodding off to sleep, feeling drowsy. Oh my goodness. 3:17 a.m. And again, what the heck is going on? Oh, okay. So yeah, some jobs W-2 employee jobs, and some jobs are 1099 independent contractor work. A W-2 job usually means the employer controls the schedule, policies, training, payroll taxes, and workplace structure. That can feel more restrictive. So again, the W-2 job usually means the employer controls the schedule, policies, training, payroll taxes, and workplace structure. That can feel more restrictive, but it can also provide steadier structure. Clearer supervision, and possible employee protections. A 1099 contractor role usually gives more independence. Yes, more autonomously independence. Again, a 1099 contractor role usually gives more independence, but it also means the worker must handle more responsibility solo, in a sense. Taxes, expenses, insurance, transportation costs, ship equipment costs, and business risk. Personally speaking, I understand the appeal of 1099 work because I like independence and flexibility, total independence and flexibility, or being autonomous or exercising autonomy in a true definition of freedom while making money. Again, be your own boss. At the same time, I also understand that W-2 work can help build experience. I also understand that W-2 work can help build experience, references, routine, workplace discipline, and resume credibility. For people trying to grow, sometimes a seasonal W-2 role can be a stepping stone, even if the long-term goal is independent work, content creation, delivery work, small business, or creative projects. Now, I want to speak honestly about public-facing jobs like pool attendant, pool monitor, security, safety, and rule enforcement roles. Again, now I want to speak honestly about public-facing jobs like pool attendant, pool monitor, security, safety, and rule enforcement roles. These jobs are not always easy. A person may have to tell people to follow rules, stop unsafe behavior, respect community policies, or leave an area if they are not allowed there, or leave an area if they fail to comply with the posted signage, with the rule enforcement, or being told. It is what it is. And that's what rules, policy, and regulations are there for, to keep people safe. And it's there. So yes. So yeah, that requires calm communication, confidence, and professionalism. I am naturally calm. That is now, personally speaking, I am naturally calm, soft-spoken, considered to be lenient, and not the type of person who wants to act or behave like a drill sergeant. I'm not a drill sergeant. I just want to be honest. As an autistic person, again, I've tried to diagnose to see if I am with high functioning autistic, but I'll just say this. As an autistic person, I know that verbal enforcement and direct boundary setting can be a personal challenge, at least to me. That does not mean I do not care about safety of other or well-being of residents or customers or Patreons. It means I am still learning, that learning curve and all that. Still learning how to speak clearly, stay firm, and communicate rules without anger nor ego. There is a difference between being aggressive and being professionally firm. A pool attendant, security officer, lifeguard, bouncer, police officer, military service member, or public safety worker must understand rules, boundaries, safety, and chain of command. I respect people. I respect people who can handle that pressure properly. At the same time, I also recognize that law enforcement, military, armed security, or armed forces, and emergency response roles can involve serious risk. Nobody should casually walk into dangerous work without training, licensing, supervision, and a clear understanding of the law, rules, or policy and what's expected of them. So yes, serious, serious risk without proper training and all that. That is why lawful and professional pathways matter. If someone wants to work in security, they should look into proper state licensing, training, background checks, and legal requirements. If someone wants to help the community without being placed in high-risk enforcement situations, there are safer paths. There are safer paths such as customer service, pool monitoring, community watch, event volunteering, emergency preparedness, education, or supervised support roles. Public safety should never be treated like a fantasy or vigilante role. It should be handled legally, carefully, and responsibly. Moving into the anime convention community, I want to again talk about fandom events / Lion and Crown LLC, Windbloom Festival, Anime New Mexico, Alt Life Expo, Enchanting Shadows, and related event listings. This situation is confusing for attendees or consumers, vendors, artists, cosplayers, exhibitors, guests, and fans, all alike. Based on official public information, Fandom Events LLC has stated that it has ceased operations and will not be producing future events. The same public status update says certain intellectual property assets, including event names, branding, and additional assets were sold to Lion and Crown LLC. The official Fandom Events statement also says Lion and Crown did not assume Fandom Events debts, obligations, refunds, vendor contracts, or past liabilities. That is where the confusion begins. That is where the confusion begins. On one side, the official Fandom Events status page says Fandom Events is no longer producing events. On the other side, public ticketing pages still appear to show listings connected to Fandom Events, including Windbloom 2026. Windbloom Exhibitors 2026 including Windbloom 2026, Windbloom Exhibitors 2026, Enchanting Shadows, and Alt Life Expo. That creates reasonable questions for the public. All right. I am not making legal accusations. I am not claiming wrongdoing as fact. I am saying, or I am just expressing what I can find or ascertain on the open public of the internet, what is considered public knowledge, that I'm just saying there is public confusion or trying to show that, and people should verify before spending more money. If you bought a ticket, vendor booth, artist table, hotel room, plane ticket, or travel package, do check your email, receipt, invoice, event page, ticket provider, hotel cancellation deadline, and bank or credit card policy. Keep screenshots, keep receipts, receipts or invoice, keep confirmation emails, keep any support responses. If the event is postponed, canceled, transferred, or operated by a different entity, if it's truly the case, attendees and vendors deserve clear answers. Oh man, I'm feeling so sleepy. No, I'm really feeling drained and tired.
All right. I have also seen public discussion on Reddit, Facebook, and other social media where people are questioning the ownership connection, the refund situation, vendor treatment, event reliability, and whether certain future events should still be trusted. Some comments are strongly worded. Some people are upset. Some people are giving personal testimony. Some people are making allegations. And that altogether, adding two and two, that makes it very controversial and debacle and all the debate. It's very contested. Because of that, I want to separate confirmed facts from public opinion. So confirmed facts should come from official event pages, official organizer statements, ticketing provider responses, legal records, and direct written communication. Social media comments can be useful for awareness, but they are not the same as verified legal proof. If someone makes a serious allegation, viewers should treat it as an allegation unless confirmed by documents, official records, legal filings, or direct evidence. From the Facebook screenshots and public discussion, I have seen some people are openly questioning whether Windbloom will be worth attending, whether it will be as good as before. And I did address that openly, referencing the person, the user of Facebook. So again, from the Facebook screenshots and public discussions I have seen, some people are openly questioning whether Windbloom will be worth attending, whether it will be as good as before, whether attendees should choose another event at Colossal Con, Texas, at Kalahari Round Rock, and whether fandom events, related events, should still be supported. That is a fair discussions for consumers to have. People spend real money on these conventions. They deserve clear communication and reliable planning. Yep, getting sleepy and more drowsy. Sorry, 3:29 a.m. So yes, people spend real money on these conventions or events. They deserve clear communication and reliable planning. All right. Now, moving to local anime stores and fan spaces. Again, just to reiterate about these kind of things. Now I'm moving to local anime stores and fan spaces. I also want to recognize Planet Otaku, Oople's Anime. Again, I want to recognize Planet Otaku, Oople's Anime, Anime Austin, Kino Kuniya Austin. Yeah, sorry, falling asleep. Oh my gosh, feeling so drowsy. It's already 3:30 a.m. So again, local anime stores and fan spaces. I also want to recognize Planet Otaku, Oople's Anime, Anime Austin, Kino Kuniya Austin, Anime Pop, and Dragon's Lair, Austin Books and Comics, comic shops, collectible stores, manga stores, Japanese lifestyle stores, and other fan spaces around Central Texas. Sorry, falling asleep. 3:31 a.m. So where was I at? So again, local anime stores and fan spaces, just moving to those. I want to recognize Planet Otaku, Oople's Anime Austin, Kinokuniya Austin, Anime Pop, Dragon's Lair, Austin Books and Comics, comic shops, collectible stores, manga stores. Okay, sorry, I'm passing out. So yeah, these related otaku and collectible stores, Japanese lifestyles, stores, and other fan spaces around Central Texas. These stores and communications matter because anime is not just merchandise. Anime is creativity, art, music, storytelling. Sorry, passing out. Oh my gosh, maybe I should pause right there and continue this later. Well, again, I'll just try to finish this one here. So again, Dragon Slayer, Austin Books and Comics, comic shops, collectible stores, manga stores, Japanese lifestyle stores, and other fan spaces around Central Texas. These stores and communities matter because anime is not just merchandise. Anime is creativity, art, music, storytelling, cosplay, gaming, manga, and mega figures to. Oh yeah, I probably need to go to sleep. I am feeling sleepy, way drowsy, and passing out on live here on broadcast, especially on YouTube. 3:33 a.m. So anime is creativity, art, music, storytelling, cosplay, gaming, manga, figures, trading cards, and emotional imagination. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to finish on the previous paragraph. Planet Otaku has publicly announced that it will permanently close its doors on June 3rd, 2026, according to the Facebook post. Even if people have mixed opinions or different shopping experiences, the closing of an anime-related store still matters because fans lose another physical place to browse, collect, talk, and feel connected to the internet culture. So again, Planet Otaku has publicly announced that it will permanently close its doors on June 3rd, 2026. That is sad for the local otaku and anime community. Even if people have mixed opinions or different shopping experiences, the closing of an anime-related store still matters because fans lose another physical place to browse, collect, talk, and feel connected to the culture. All right. Hoople's anime is also part of older Austin anime community memory. Years ago, local anime fans talk about Hoople's. Yeah, I'm probably gonna stop right there. I'm passing out really bad, feeling very sleepy, nodding off to sleep, feeling so drowsy. Probably gonna end the live stream and and probably gonna keep live streaming, keep the cameras rolling on YouTube and Rumble. But I want to terminate Facebook live stream. Just continue to promote Boulder Ridge. Some communities at Boulder Ridge hiring pool attendant. All right.
Do you want to know why this $40 AI stock? It's a pre-IPO backdoor into a private startup that Time Magazine calls them.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Shauna Kalafi, and we are following some breaking news out of Minnesota.
For another term, which would be 4 years. And that really caused the city council in Minneapolis is pretty divided here. Some are big critics of O'Hara,
Okay.
some are big critics of Mayor Fry
Well,
nominating
I'm
him for
gonna
another
let you
term,
know,
and so
viewers on
some
YouTube
reactions we're
and
receiving this
Rumble
morning
are
from
going
others,
tuning in at this
Minneapolis
time.
city leadership
I'm going to head off
is
to bed. I'm just gonna
not
go AFK,
in
AFK
O'Hara's
live stream,
favor, and so
and then
we'll continue to see
ASMR.
what happens after this.
I'm
But
heading out
right now,
and going to
it
bed for
looks
the
like the
night.
assistant
Got,
chief, Katie
I don't know
Blackwell, will
what
be
hell the
stepping
weather is,
in
but I got
in
a
the
job
meantime.
to do at 5
You
p.m.
just
at the
mentioned
Pool
there that
Attendant,
just a
pool
few
monitor
weeks
here in
ago,
Boulder Ridge neighborhood.
Mayor Fry
So I
nominated
got a
him
job to
for
do
another
in the
term.
evening,
Did
3-hour
Mayor Fry,
shift
did
as
he
a pool
address that?
monitor,
Because
pool
I'm sure
attendant.
that it's got to be
And
a little
again,
awkward. Just a
Boulder
few
Ridge
weeks ago,
here,
you're
I said
nominating him
my
for another term, and
subcommittee is hiring
then
pool
now you're,
attendants, seasonal
announcing
part-time.
the resignation of him.
Good night.
Yeah, I mean,
Viewers, good night,
it
YouTube. Good
certainly
night, Rumble, and good
will
night,
be
general
interesting to
public of the
see
internet.
what else comes from this,
This is Channel
because
Sunbeam,
in the
Titan.
mayor's email,
Peace and good
an
night.
email to the police
So
department that
again,
we were able to get a
AFK,
hold of,
ASMR live stream on
Mayor
YouTube,
Fry
Fox News
was
and
stern in
politics.
saying that he, after finding out about the allegations here, in which he says Chief O'Hara, really put the public trust on the line here, was that the mayor, the police chief O'Hara here was going to be disciplined up to and including discharge. And so, the city council president in Minneapolis said that it was a judgment of error for Mayor Fry to even renominate Chief O'Hara. And so, we'll see what else comes out today. Again, this broke pretty late last night in the day, and so. Again, Mayor Fry accepted Chief O'Hara's resignation before he was terminated, and so we'll see what happens next. But as of right now, kind of developing news here in Minneapolis this morning.
Chanu, for all of our viewers that may be watching in Minnesota, where can they catch you and get the latest more on this story?
Yeah, so we go on air at 4:30 Central, and we'll be on air all morning until 10 o'clock. And so we'll have much more coming up on this. Our reporter here, Bill Keller, is going to be on this live all morning. And then me and Hannah Flood go on at 4:30, and we'll be on that. And any developing news, breaking news through the morning, we will let you know. But there is also a 15-page report of this investigation that I'm going to go through this morning as well. So we'll have much more here on the Fox 9 Morning News, again, starting at 4:30. And you can watch that on your Fox Local app as well.
That's right. Fox 9's Chanu Hur. Thank you so much, Chanu, for coming on pretty last minute as this story was breaking and it continues to develop. And we appreciate all of your insights there from on the ground in the land of 10,000 lakes.
All right, Adam. Thank you.
All right, thanks. All right, before we go to commercial, let's leave you now with another live shot of the beautiful downtown Minneapolis skyline. There you see U.S. Bank Stadium, the home of the Minnesota Vikings, right in the middle of that. Again, the news that just breaking last night, Police Chief Brian O'Hara of the city of Minneapolis resigning, Mayor Jacob Fry holding a press conference very late last night, announcing this resignation. We're just learning more details, and as it continues to develop, you can stay right here on Live Now from Fox. I'm sure with updates, we'll have them for you. And then, like Chanu said, if you're watching us on your Fox local app, just scroll up. You can go to all of our different Fox stations across the country. Go over to Minneapolis, and you can catch the morning news there with Chanu, where they will have much more on this story. Okay, we are going to go to a quick 2-minute commercial break. And when we come back, we're going to be throwing it back up to Mackinac Island, Michigan, with Roop Raj of Fox 2 Detroit. Roop is going to be interviewing former Vice President Mike Pence later today. He's going to be talking more about that interview and more. So Roop Raj coming up right after this. Don't go anywhere. You're watching Live Now from Fox.
How to find the right car for you. Go to cars.com. Look at the car you like.
Ciao.
Find your next possibility on cars.com.
I shall kill you. You can try. A big army only means more targets. Who are you? I am He-Man. Masters of the Universe. Rated PG-13. And fat.
If you're craving crispy golden fries, but your bag is empty, that's a sign to check your friend's bag.
Share our $7.50 hot and spicy McChicken bundle or $9.50 McNuggets bundle with your whole crew.
Life moves fast, but when that Freddy's hits, you can't help but slow down. Freddy's, this is the good stuff. Try our new Steak Burger Taco, starting at just $3.49.
Turn on PIN verification in the Uber app. so you always know you're getting into the right ride.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it, just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete AI creation platform. Describe what you want, and watch it take shape. You can plan, customize, and expand in any direction. From tools built for one to platforms ready for many. From passion projects to enterprise-grade systems. Everything is built in and ready to launch. It's a new world of creation, where you can go as far as your imagination takes you. Can you imagine it? Let's make your dream a reality right now.
Welcome back here into Live Now from Fox. Again, we're just showing a lot of love to the Wolverine State this morning. There's another beautiful shot of the Mackinac Island Bridge just glistening into the nightfall as the sun comes up there. You see the sun ever so slightly there, making its way up in the beautiful state of Michigan. Good morning, Michigan, the state where I went to high school, 4:42 a.m. Eastern time. Okay, we're going to be sticking on Mackinac Island. We just wrapped up with Charlie Langton earlier today, talking about the Michigan gubernatorial primary that's coming up in August. We are going to be throwing it now to another one of my friends from Fox 2 Detroit, longtime anchor there, a legend in Detroit, Roop Raj. Roop, welcome here back to Live Now from Fox. How are you?
I'm doing great. Congratulations on all your success. I know our paths crossed so many years ago, and here we are again so many years later chatting here on Live Now, which is a pretty cool thing.
It's incredible. I shadowed Roop. I shadowed you back after freshman year of college. I was going on a little tour of the Fox 2 Detroit building in Southfield, and got the chance to meet you. And what a full circle moment it's been now, 15 years later. So I do appreciate you being on this morning.
And now you got to teach me how you do the VJ, right? How do you run the board while you're anchoring a show? Look, I run my own prompter. I have no problem with that. But the stuff that you do, remember, everyone at home should remember, you don't do prompters. You literally are just talking because you know your stuff. And that's something that all, I think, reporters and anchors, regardless of when they came up, that's an important quality. We all have to have that.
Roop, let me give you a little behind the scenes look. This is what I'm looking at as I'm talking to you right now with this
amazing,
board all right in front of me. It's
so cool.
It's a lot.
Hey, hit the right button. It's early. Hit the right button, man. You got to pop me back up. There we are. Good. All right. Thank you. I got nervous for a second.
You're good. You're good. Roop, you're on Mackinac Island. Before we get into the reason why you're there, just real quick for our viewers that don't know Mackinac Island, what makes it such a special place?
This is literally one of the vacationing spots, and anybody who comes here goes, how did I not hear about this place? It's this amazing island that now for decades has hosted this policy conference. But like literally as a little kid here, going to Mackinac Island. Now, this is the Mackinac Bridge you're looking at right now. You knew you were in for a real treat when you started crossing this bridge. Or if you took the ferry, the boat to come in to Mackinac Island, you'll feel the energy of this island come. Look, here's the deal. It's like one of those towns like few others. I think about New Orleans French Quarter. I think about certain cities that just have those old downtowns that maintain themselves and don't change as the world outside of the island just evolves and rapidly changes. Look, you're standing there telling me about all this new equipment, all this stuff, how the world just keeps rapidly going. But the Mackinac Island here, it stays exactly as it was in the 1800s. And I think that's the bottom line. It has history. It maintains its history. But there's something else. There's some kind of a magic to this town, to this island. You have all of these workers who come in internationally to work here during the summer, and then they go to the West Coast, or they go back to they go to Jamaica. They go to all these other places, but they live here. They bring history, they bring culture, and they enjoy it here as much as the people who come to visit. It's a really, really great place.
It is. And I'm really happy that you woke up early and joined us from there. Okay, what's going down on Mackinac Island today? I was telling our viewers you're going to be interviewing former Vice President Mike Pence later today. Why is he there?
Well, the entire Mackinac Policy Conference always has a theme, and this year's theme, Adam, is basically about finding common ground. Think about that for a second. How lofty of a goal is that, especially with social media, that the algorithm, shows us how far apart we are from our neighbors, how far apart we are from people who we thought we may have thought a bit similarly to. And we look at the algorithm and what it does. And listen, it's just part of life. But the bottom line is you look at your Facebook page, you look at your whatever page that you're on, TikTok, and you go, whoa, that's what's trending. So that's real. But here's the bottom line. There's so much life that's happening outside of our phones that has to do with policy and how to govern and how to figure out what's next and how to keep up with AI and energy prices and how to make education a priority in Michigan. Those are all things that are really important to the people of the state of Michigan. This is a state that rested on a lot of laurels for a lot of years. As you know, Adam, being a native of this city, not Mackinac, because I know you didn't grow up on the island, but in Detroit. Yeah. And when you think about it, like, auto, manufacturing. Well, you got a Senate race right now where you have someone named Congresswoman Haley Stevens, who literally, the U.S. Congresswoman, is like, hey, I worked for Obama when in 2008, 2009, this entire industry and city was going down. Now, we got to figure out a way to reinvent ourselves and bring those jobs back. I'm the person to do it. She's running against a progressive named Abdul Al-Sayed. This is a guy who's been endorsed by Bernie Sanders and has extremely progressive views in some ways, and yet some pretty moderate views in others. And then Mallory McMurrow is a West Coaster who moved to Michigan 10 years ago, was criticized for criticizing the weather on her social media pages some 10 years ago, and the campaign gets dirty. And so that's just the U.S. Senate race. But it sets the table for the conversation with Vice President Pence, the former vice president, about what we can all do to find common ground. Who else, Adam, can you talk to but a guy who literally was just basically exiled by his entire loyal party base, who had to, in their own minds, perhaps pick Donald Trump, the president, or pick VP Pence. And it was pretty clear where the center went, where the group went, and what happened from there. VP Pence is on this island, Adam, to basically say, look, we still have common ground. And I don't believe he'll say that we're as far apart as some of the media and some of social media wants us to believe.
Yeah. I'm really looking forward to seeing this interview that you're going to have with him. I know former Vice President Mike Pence, he is coming out with a book called What Conservatives Believe, Rediscovering the Conservative Conscience, which argues that the next generation of conservative leaders must embrace civility. Roop, in your eyes, and you've interviewed President Trump before, you've interviewed former Vice President Mike Pence before. Knowing him, do you think that this is maybe a little bit of a subtle shot to his former boss?
Perhaps. I mean, and not only to his former boss, but to anybody out there who believes that there's only one way to do things. I think he's making it very clear that the whole movement of being, what does it mean to be a conservative, Adam? I think he's trying to figure that out in the book and really kind of define what his belief is about what it truly means. So kind of returning back to a place where those virtues and those tenets, if you will, that kind of define the way he knew it coming up, how important that is. We all know that President Trump is a disruptor in chief. And whether you like President Trump or not, he gets a lot done because he knows how to go in and mix things up and disrupt it. It's not the decorum that we're used to seeing. And while that may be a gift and while that is good, Vice President Pence may actually ask the question, hey, how can we bring some of those pieces and parts to our old school conservative movement back into the play? And maybe we've lost a little bit with some of the people in their 50s, 60s, and 70s. Maybe they're not going to turn. Maybe they will. But his invitation and ovation is to younger voters out there to say, hey, when you're looking at your phone, you grew up on your phone, do you like what you see? And do you like what you see in your party? And I think he's going to make some really big cases about why he believes it's time to return to the center.
Yeah. I'm really excited to see this interview because
Me
Vice
too.
President Mike Pence, I feel like he's just not a person that we've heard a whole lot from over the last 5 years, really since the 2020 election. He's been kind of mum and quiet. And so excited for him to speak out today. I mentioned that you have interviewed President Trump before. You've had one-on-ones with him. I believe you interviewed him at the Rose Garden in the White House. What's it like to go one-on-one with President Trump in an interview setting?
I'm going to bring this full circle for you. We had a prep call with Vice President Mike Pence just last week in preparation for this morning's big event here on the island. And one of the things that he mentioned that I thought was not even curious, but actually telling, was the fact that he said something that I felt when I met President Trump 3 times now, twice in Michigan, once at the Rose Garden, and then once on a Zoom call. Every time, so that's 4 times. But the 3 times in person that I really found it compelling was the thing that he said. He said, President Trump listens to people in the room. I just want you to think about that, Adam, for a second, because when you think about how he's been portrayed or how he comes across, it seems as though when you finally see that last moment of, after all the preparation in the Rose Garden or in the White House or wherever it is in the Oval Office, and he comes out to the podium or at a rally, of course, especially at a rally, you kind of get the sense that he's just kind of saying whatever comes to his mind. And while that may be true, it's actually based in some context from what Vice President Pence says is based in a lot of conversations. He says, despite what you may think, President Trump does listen to people. Now, here's where, and I noticed the same thing. He asked a lot of questions. He was wondering when we were doing our interview at the Rose Garden, that was probably, 5.5, 6 years ago. He literally was asking me all kinds of questions about the camera that we were using, about how HD works now. How is the streaming working? We were actually doing the interview at the Rose Garden on Live Now. And he looked at me and said, so that was live? And I said, yeah, that was live on our streaming channel, the national streaming channel, Live Now. So I guess I say all that to say, not to name toss and to relive a moment, but rather to answer your question, which is he does have an insatiable curiosity. He wants to understand things, and he wants to know from people who know. The argument that many, not in this party, and the Democrats, and many in the media, and many who are just kind of doubters will ask is, who is he listening to? And perhaps you don't like the people in the room that he's listening to. So the quality of being able to listen to people well is great, but who are you listening to? I'm not telling you what VP Pence is going to say. I'm just letting you know, when I talk to people here on the island and I bring up that story, that's what they say. So who is he listening to? And so it's an interesting conversation that does then pull you apart politically when you have these conversations.
Group, I have so many more questions for you, but I know we got to get to our final commercial break here in the hour. So I really do appreciate you waking up early with me this morning on Mackinac Island. Much success today to you as you go 1v1 on an interview with former Vice President Mike Pence. I'm excited to hear how that all kind of shakes out, and maybe we can reconnect here soon and we can hear more about that. And anytime there's Michigan politics or anything going forward, would love to have you back on.
Love to be with you and the entire Live Now team. Listen, congratulations, continued success, and I'll talk to you soon.
Okay, Rube. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate you and your friendship. Awesome.
You got it.
Let's look now here at a live shot of beautiful downtown Detroit, Michigan. Good morning, Motown. It's 4:53 a.m. Maybe you're going to go catch a Tigers game today. Maybe you're going to go grab a Coney dog from Lafayette or American Coney Island. Or maybe you just want to take a nice little stroll down Woodward Avenue, world famous Woodward Avenue, in your brand new Ford or GM car there. Good morning, Detroit. It's always good to see your shining face here on a Wednesday morning. All right, we're going to go to commercial break, and when we come back, we're going to have more out of Minneapolis, this breaking news situation with Minneapolis Police Chief Brian O'Hara stepping down, resigning from his role. More on that coming up.
I shall kill you. You can try. A big army only means more targets. Who are you? I am He-Man. Masters of the Universe. Rated PG-13. June 5th.
What you looking at, babe?
Cars on cars.com.
What's wrong with this one?
I just got promoted, so I'm looking for something more. Ciao.
Ciao.
2 million cars for 2 million possibilities. Cars.com. Where to next?
If you're craving crispy golden fries, but your bag is empty, that's a sign to check your friend's bag.
Share our $7.50 hot and spicy McChicken bundle or $9.50 McNuggets bundle with your whole crew.
Yep, that's our steak burger, smashed into a taco. You're welcome.
Download Love's Rewards and get a free Love's coffee or fountain drink. Just buy any 4 and get the 5th one free.
AI should be transforming your business, but that's tough if it's not connected to your data. You need intelligence where your data lives, in an AI-native suite uniting financials, inventory, and more. That's NetSuite. Book a demo to see how it works.
busy enough, and my boss thinks I can handle training a new hire.
You obviously haven't heard of Scribe, have you?
Scribe?
It's a tool that records your tasks as you're doing them and uses AI to create detailed tutorials that you can hand off to that new hire so they can watch and learn on their own.
So you're saying I don't have to sit in multiple meetings per week with these new hires breathing over my shoulder, asking hundreds of questions?
That's exactly what I'm saying.
All right, how do I get access to this magical tool?
You can just sign up for free at scribe.com.
Welcome back here into Live Now from Fox. You're looking at an X-Post right now from our friends over at Fox 9 Minneapolis, St. Paul. Minneapolis Police Chief Brian O'Hara will no longer serve as the head of the police department. It's an ongoing story that we've been tracking here all morning long. Here's a live shot of Minneapolis as well. We're going to continue to track this story. And late last night, there was a news conference that was held by Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey, where he announced this resignation. We're going to play back that news conference for you right now.
Today, I have an extremely difficult announcement to make regarding Police Chief Brian O'Hara. Last year, we received an anonymous complaint alleging the chief had engaged in sexually intimate relationships with city employees. When complaints or allegations come forward involving any employee, especially someone in a position of leadership, they are reviewed thoroughly and independently. That was the case here. An outside investigation was conducted, extensive interviews were completed, and numerous staff participated. Several months ago, that investigation concluded, and we received a report stating that the allegations were not substantiated. Those allegations remain not substantiated. However, today, I received a report of findings from an additional investigation that showed Chief O'Hara interfered with the investigation process. Specifically, investigators found that he intentionally deleted a contact card for an individual from his city-issued cell phone during the original investigation in an attempt to shield that evidence of his connection to the person from investigators. And even though he was instructed not to discuss the investigation itself with anyone, he told another city employee that his city cell phone had been taken from him for the investigation. Although the investigators have concluded that this interference does not change their ultimate conclusion contained in the original report, in other words, the allegations of relationships with city employees, the interference itself is a breach of trust. Because of that, I informed the chief that I would be disciplining him up to and including discharge, and he resigned. I have accepted his resignation. This is not about being intolerant of mistakes. Everyone makes mistakes, including me. But what I can't allow is a breach of trust. When you serve as chief of the Minneapolis Police Department, trust is not secondary to the job, it is the job. And when trust is broken, it becomes extremely difficult to continue leading effectively. The MPD has worked hard to rebuild credibility and trust with the community and within its own ranks. Our staff and residents need to know that they can trust not just the department, but also the person leading it. While the right decision was clear, it was not made lightly. Chief O'Hara has served this city through extraordinarily difficult moments in Minneapolis history, including the shooting at Annunciation and Operation Metro Surge. Under his leadership, we made real progress, from reform efforts to rebuilding the department, to bringing in new officers and strengthening public safety across the city. In many respects, he's been successful in his responsibilities as chief, and I'm grateful for his work. But my responsibility is first and foremost to the people of Minneapolis and to maintaining confidence in the institutions that serve them. That responsibility must come first. I know many people will have questions. And so in the interest of transparency, public data related to this matter will be released upon submission of a data request consistent with state law. As for next steps, Assistant Chief Katie Blackwell will serve as the acting chief effective immediately.
I have full confidence that she will provide stability, continuity, and strong leadership for the department during this transition. Our work to build a police department that is effective, that is accountable, and worthy of the public's trust continues, and it will continue moving forward from here. With that, I'll open it to questions.
Right, you have an idea of what at least some or one of these complaints were about. Given that it happened last year, why just 2 weeks ago throw your support behind you?
Yeah. We did not know then what we do know now. As I said, as recently as the chief's announcement and his renomination, these complaints are going to get vetted thoroughly. If there's something that comes up that requires additional attention, there will be discipline. That discipline is taking place here today. If I had known earlier, I would not have renominated him. If I found out later after this confirmation, I would have reached the same conclusion. Please. But I'm also not going to hold this department in limbo. I'm not going to hold the people of Minneapolis in limbo. It's not as if one complaint comes in, that complaint is investigated, and then there are no more complaints. These are independently investigated. We do not know how long they last. We do not know their legitimacy upon entry into the system, and so we look into them. The report itself was issued today. Liz.
The report was issued today, but the allegations are not new. This started with a complaint last spring.
Correct.
It was closed, and
Correct.
then new evidence came forward just before Christmas.
Correct.
Why was he not removed from duty during that time, or his driver?
Yeah.
And there was a credible new evidence, and the investigation was reopened.
Well, Liz, it's the right question. We've been investigating this for quite some time, about a year, as you have been as well. The allegations, as I mentioned, contained in the original complaint were not substantiated. I can't, as mayor, operate off of rumor or anonymous complaints. I have to operate off of evidence that has been substantiated by, in this case, an independent investigator. So the original complaint was not substantiated. New evidence came in through a complaint. New allegations came in through a complaint. We investigated that as well immediately. And you're seeing me here today telling you exactly what we are disciplining on and why.
Mayor, you said that trust is important. Why give the chief the option to resign at all? If this is such a big deal, important deal, why not just fire him on the spot?
Yeah. So first, it's important to know what we are disciplining him on. What I did was I went to the chief. I informed him not just of the allegations, but of the substantiated claims within the report itself. I told him that I would be disciplining him up to termination. When allegations and a report is used for discipline, the report becomes public, which is the case today. I informed the chief that I would be disciplining him, and that's up to and including discharge, and he resigned, and I accepted the resignation. It was extremely painful decision, obviously, but I concluded that that was necessary to maintain public trust, and this was the right way to move forward as a city. So he was ultimately disciplined, did receive a letter. It did not make sense to offer further discipline when he was resigning himself.
Mayor, the report pretty much says that the chief lied about his behavior throughout this investigation. Did it apologize to you?
I won't speak for the chief here today. The nature of the conversation was outlining the present status of the investigation, the report that itself had been issued, that there were substantiated claims within the report itself, and that I was going to be disciplining on both of them. In any allegation, in any complaint, there may be things that are substantiated, and there may be things that fall short of that. We did things by the book. We made sure that they were immediately investigated the moment we learned about them. We are disciplining on the substantiated investigations. We are not disciplining on those that were not substantiated. Ernesto.
Are you satisfied that the allegations of sexual propriety that were not substantiated by investigators are not true? Or does the conduct that got him ousted raise questions in your mind about whether, in fact, some of that behavior may have transpired was not condemned?
Yeah. So the original complaint was that there was inappropriate relationships with a subordinate of a sexual nature. I can't speculate as to what took place. What I can say is that those allegations were investigated substantially. Numerous interviews were conducted. Tons of witnesses were interviewed. And we could not get and did not get an investigation report that stated that it was more likely than not that it took place. The first determination, obviously, that you need to make is that it happened. I am not the person best equipped to make that determination. That is why we sent it to the independent investigators. Is it possible? Yes. Is it more likely than not, according to the report? No. They did not make that determination.
It's fair to say no city official came to the front door and alleged that the chief had acted inappropriately toward them.
I am not aware of an individual alleging sexual relations with themselves. As I am not aware of a person that has come forward to state that there have been sexual relationships with them.
Well, to my question, Mayor, I have a question.
You may.
This further takes that police department that continues to kind of fall out of the dark hole. And you guys have several reform efforts going on, officer shortage. What does this do when an officer that's been graduating wants to join a department that now has this to swallow?
We've made tremendous strides in this city over the last several years. Recruitment is dramatically up. We bottomed out at around 550 officers. We're now hovering around 640. I believe so. That number continues to trend up from there. We just swore in a class of 28 recruits and I believe 4 laterals. Probably want to check my numbers on that though. We're undergoing reforms. The work that we're doing to hire police is not up to one single chief or one single mayor. We're on board to get the job done. The work to do substantial reform is not up to one single chief or any single mayor. I've issued an executive order and we've got a settlement agreement that is signed. Our department is committed to it. And so, look, the work is going to continue. Am I deeply saddened by the events that have taken place today, what we have had to do? I am. It's also the right thing for the city. And so, no, the work will continue. I'm proud of the officers that have stayed and the officers that have come on that want to be part of this change. And there's no doubt in my mind that it'll continue. Kyle.
With respect to Commissioner Barnett being here, the work will continue, but it is possible, given we've just been going through with the city council, that the city could soon be without its top 2 public safety officials, or at least the 2 most visible. That has to be disruptive to the work getting done.
Yeah, of course, that's a concern. Thank you, Kyle. Commissioner Barnett continues to have my full support. The acting chief, Blackwell, is up for the job. The interim chief will be a decision that is made in the very near future. And we're going to make sure that we're going to conduct a search for the next chief of the Minneapolis Police. I'm confident, given that we are in a substantially different place than we were 3 and 5 years ago, that we're on the right track, that we'll recruit a top-notch talent, and that we'll able to progress around both the safety metrics that we're looking for as well as the reform.
The cell phone was taken during the original investigation. Why are we just hearing about it now in this reopened investigation?
Yeah, thank you, Liz. So the report goes into this in actually very deep fashion. There was not a finding on this particular matter in the original report. The secondary investigation dug much deeper, and all that information is contained within the report, and that part is not redacted. It's included. Thanks, everybody.
Is nationwide search for the chief or local?
And we were just listening into some comments from Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey on the resignation there of Minneapolis Police Chief O'Hara as he resigns. We have this exposed here, courtesy of Fox 9, saying Minneapolis Police Chief Brian O'Hara will no longer serve as the head of the police department. And I do want to bring you out now to a live look over the city of Minneapolis here as we continue to follow a little bit more on this story here. As less than 3 weeks after Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey said he deserved another 4-year term, Minneapolis Police Chief Brian O'Hara will no longer serve as the head of the police department. Now, calling it an extremely difficult announcement, Mayor Frey said it at a press conference on Tuesday, which we just finished up there, that last year his office received an anonymous complaint that the chief had engaged in sexual relationships with city employees. An outside investigation was conducted with the allegations against O'Hara being cleared at its conclusion. However, a subsequent report from an additional investigation showed O'Hara had interfered with the process, accusing him of deleting a contact in his city-issued cell phone that was then hidden from investigators in an attempt to, quote, shield himself. Frey said that although the initial allegations were proven false, the interference in the process was a, quote, breach of trust. So just staying on top of the latest news there that is coming there out of the city of Minneapolis. But welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. My name is Bowen Kadrovich. I will be here with you for the next hour here as we track the latest stories across the country as well as across the world. And a thank you to my colleague Adam Lorenz for doing the same here just moments ago. But we do have to go to our first commercial break here of the hour. But on the other side, we will continue with more news.
I shall kill you. You can try. A big army only means more targets. Who are you? I am He-Man, Masters of the Universe, PG-13, June 5th.
At Car and Driver, we tackle the hard-hitting questions. Can the car seat click in on the first try? Every time? Does the parking camera catch what you don't? Will the back seat survive soccer season and snack time? Because somebody's got to find out. Car and Driver, the key to every car.
Life moves fast, but when that Freddy's hits, you can't help but slow down. Freddy's, this is the good stuff. Try our new steak burger taco, starting at just $3.49.
Create your own sunshine and embrace a gradually deeper tan daily with Jergens Natural Glow.
We decided to implement NetSuite because of the complexity of the business. I have 5 times as many people outside of finance using NetSuite as I have within finance.
Turn on Share My Trip in the Uber app, and we'll keep your loved ones updated from pickup to drop off.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it, just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete AI creation platform. Describe what you want, and watch it take shape. You can plan, customize, and expand in any direction. From tools built for one to platforms ready for many. From passion projects to enterprise-grade systems. Everything is built in and ready to launch. It's a new world of creation where you can go as far as your imagination takes you. Can you imagine it? Let's make your dream a reality right now.
And welcome back in, and you're taking a live look there at the White House on this very foggy day there over in our nation's capital, as President Donald Trump was set to meet with his cabinet on or today at a moment for talks aimed at ending the war with Iran just days after insisting that his administration and Tehran had, quote, largely negotiated a settlement, but with the negotiations still on a state of fluctuation here. As he prepares to huddle with his top aides, President Trump is projecting confidence that he's closing in on a deal that will reopen the Strait of Hormuz, provide him a credible argument that Iran's nuclear capability has been diminished enough to declare victory, winding down a conflict that's been politically unpopular for Republicans. I do want to bring you out now to that live look that we have of the Strait of Hormuz, courtesy of marine traffic, which we have heard before from Secretary of State Marco Rubio as he was on his trip in India, really talk about the importance of having this strait open, especially without having a toll system in place as well. And we do have some comments that I do want to play out from that Secretary of State Marco Rubio as he was aboard Air Force One and was asked a few questions on what a deal could look like here with Iran.
Well, the straits have to be open. They're going to be open one way or the other. So they need to be open. What's happening there is unlawful. It's illegal. It's unsustainable for the world. It's unacceptable. I don't know of any country in the world that does it. The Russians are not in favor of a tolling system. The Chinese are not in favor of a tolling system. And there's no country in the world that's in favor of a tolling system except the regime in Iran. So that's not acceptable. That cannot happen. The straits need to be open, unimpeded, without tolls. And obviously that needs to happen immediately as soon as anything's agreed to. Well, look, I think our position is well stated. The president had a very important, I think, historic call just a couple days ago with a number of leaders from the region. I think there's strong alignment and agreement on what a preliminary draft should look like. I think that, like anything with something like this, it's going to take a couple days to settle on, even down to the disagreements over a word, sentence. So we'll have to work through that. If there's going to be a deal, we're going to have to work through that. But this is, it's either going to be a good deal or there isn't going to be one.
Those were just some comments there from Secretary of State Marco Rubio, taking questions from reporters on board Air Force One. Now, some of the latest we're tracking here when it comes to the latest what we know in the developments over in the Middle East is U.S. Central Command said it carried out self-defense strikes in southern Iran on Monday, targeting missile launch sites and Iranian boats. And the strikes were conducted to protect our troops from threats posed by Iranian forces, a CENTCOM spokesperson said. And Secretary of State Marco Rubio said Monday that President Donald Trump would give diplomacy as much time as needed in negotiations with Iran. Now, President Trump said Monday that Iran's stockpile of enriched uranium would either be handed over to the United States for destruction or eliminated under international supervision as part of a potential nuclear agreement with Tehran. So just some of the latest developments there that we are following from the latest developments in the Middle East and what we could possibly expect to come out from that cabinet meeting with President Trump and his cabinet that is expected to start at 11 a.m. Eastern time today. So of course, when all that news develops, we will make sure to bring that to you as the situation there warrants. But in other words, we do want to switch gears over to what is coming out of Texas, which could be seen as a win for President Trump as well. Bringing this on your screen here now, courtesy of the Associated Press. It says breaking. Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton, endorsed by President Trump, won the Republican nomination for U.S. Senate, defeating four-term Senator John Cornyn. So we do have that ex post there, courtesy of Associated Press. And we are also getting more reactions from others as well. This coming from Ted Cruz here, saying congratulations to Attorney General Ken Paxton on tonight's victory. He has my full support and endorsement as the Republican nominee. Ken is a fearless conservative who spent years taking on Texas's toughest battles as Attorney General and has proven that he will always fight for and defend the Lone Star State. He will continue that fight in the U.S. Senate, and I look forward to fighting alongside him. I also want to congratulate and thank my friend Senator John Cornyn for his many years of dedicated service to Texas and our country. It has been an honor to serve alongside him for over a decade. He spent decades fighting for the Lone Star State, and his service in the Senate has left a significant mark on Texas and the nation. Heidi and I are grateful for his friendship, and we wish John and his family the very best. Now it's time to unite to make sure that Texas stays Texas. James Tallarico is radical, dangerous, and does not represent the values, ideas, or principles of the Lone Star State. Defeating him is critical. Now, we do have some remarks here from Paxton following his victory, and we want to take those comments here now.
To the people in this room, to the people watching at home, and to the people of the great state of Texas, tonight, we just made history. I want to thank my family, my kids, my grandchildren, the Paxton Patriots, every single person here today. Without your love, your support, and your prayers, we would not be here tonight celebrating this incredible victory. I'd also like to thank all of the grassroots, local, state, and national leaders who supported this campaign, including Congressman Randy Gill, who just spoke. Lance Goodman, Congressman Nels, Congressman Wesley Hunt, Congressman Ronnie Jackson. I'd also like to thank Scott Pressel and Attorney Pool Attendant for their enforcements. And then there's one person who I think you might know, President Donald J. Trump. When everyone in Washington told him to abandon the people of Texas, he didn't listen. Instead, he gave his complete and total endorsement. Yeah. President Trump is the leader of our party, and his endorsement is the most powerful force in politics. And I'm honored to have his support, and I look forward to working with him in the Senate to deliver for Texas. Tonight, we just sent a Texas-sized message to Washington. I said it in March, and I'll say it again now. Today, change was on the ballot, and change won. Let me be clear, this is not just my win, this is your win. We just proved that this Senate seat doesn't belong to Washington. It belongs to you, the hardworking men and women of this state. We went out because $150 million from all the attacks in the world. And you know what happened? The voters declared loud and clear a simple truth. We know in our hearts and in our souls, Texas is not for sale. I want to take a minute to say something about Senator. I want to thank Senator for his service to the state. John has dedicated much of his life to serving Texas. He's worked diligently for years to help Texas. And for that spirit of service to the Lone Star State and our nation, I'm very grateful. Thank you. So no matter who you supported in this race, whether it be Senator Clark or you voted for someone different in March, I want to thank every single Texan. And I want to let them know that I want to earn your support. Tonight is not the end of a campaign. Tonight is the beginning of the fight to preserve every value we hold dear. The future of Texas and the future of America is on the line. And I intend to do everything I can to expand our movement. I've won 3 statewide elections because I know how critical it is for our party to come together, and that's what we must do now. Without a shadow of a doubt, I will be the Democrats' #1 target in November. Texas will be the radical left's #1 priority. But if there's one thing I know about Texas, it's that we're not going to let them take it. not about red versus blue. It's about so much more. My opponent is the most extreme radical the Democrats have ever nominated. He's even running a vegan campaign, whatever that is. He goes by a few names that you may all have heard of. Some people know him as Tofu Talrito. Some people call him Six-Gender Jimmy. I've even heard some people call him James Talrito. And others refer to him simply as Low Teeth Talrito. But no matter what you call him, let me tell you this, James Talrito is a threat to everything we hold dear here in the state and in this country. He's a threat to our security and our safety. He wants open borders and even said a welcome mat should be at our southern border. He's a threat to our children. He wants boys and girls sports. Gender mutilation surgery performed on kids. And when asked what he loved outside of his family and friends, you heard what Brandon Gill said his first answer was trans kids. That's weird, and that's a radical guy. He's a threat to our prosperity and Texas economy. He said you can't be a Christian if you support the oil and gas industries. He wants to raise your taxes, and he won't do a single thing to lower costs for you and your family. And finally, he's a threat to our very way of life and our values. I mean, he's a vegan who thinks God is non-binary and that there's actually 6 biological sexes. It's hard to imagine someone more radical than that. No matter what he says or how much he raises, the reality is that James Talrito is going to be nothing more than a Texas-based puppet for Chuck Schumer and the National Democrats. He wants the open borders policies of Biden, the woke agenda of AOC. It's going to push trillions more in spending. It's going to continue to drive up prices for all of us. He can never become our senator, but I need your help. We know James Talrito is going to raise more money than any Democrat in America. So I need everyone watching to go to kenpaxton.com and donate right now to support this campaign. Every Democrat and every Republican knows that if we lose this state, all of us lose the state, we lose the country. But I truly believe that together, not only will we win this race, but we can ensure that America's best days are ahead of us. You see, I'm not just running against the Democrats, I'm running to deliver for you, just as I have as Attorney General. I'm running to lower your cost of living because you deserve to be able to buy a home, afford groceries, and have a high quality of health care without being forced to stay up at night, worried about how you're going to pay your monthly premium or pay off your debt. In the Senate, I'll support President Trump's America First agenda and finally secure our nation's elections by passing the Save America Act. I've taken on big food and big pharma as Attorney General. I'm going to continue doing that in the Senate because making America healthy again is critical for our nation's future. As Attorney General, I've sued some of the largest companies in the world, like Netflix, Snapchat, and Roblox, who are taking advantage of our kids by exposing them to dangerous, addictive material. In Washington, I will not stop fighting to protect Texas children from big tech hurting our kids. We live in dangerous times, and that's exactly what I'll support our military and be ready to confront the threat from Communist China, which is our #1 geopolitical enemy. Just a few weeks ago, I helped establish the first ever detransition clinic in the country in Texas. This will help kids reverse the damage caused by medical doctors who try to transition. And in the Senate, I will never back down from taking on the woke mob. I've also seen firsthand how bad judges can destroy our freedom and force a liberal agenda on Texas. That's why I will be dedicated to confirming judges who will uphold and defend the Constitution. So now it's time to finish this, Texas. We have until November to come together and bring as many people into this campaign as possible defeat James Talrico, and deliver for our state. I can't thank you enough for your support and your hard work and your vote. Thank you for making history. God bless you. God bless Texas. God
Those were just some of the remarks there that we heard from Trump-backed Ken Paxton as he defeated Cornyn in the Texas primary there yesterday. With that, we do have to go away for a quick 2-minute break, but when we come back, more coverage ahead.
This Memorial Day, who will you honor? Memberships are on sale now, so start your journey today.
Up to 50,000 cars added daily on cars.com. Where to next?
AI should be transforming your business, but that's tough if it's not connected to your data. You need intelligence where your data lives, in an AI-native suite uniting financials, inventory, and more. That's NetSuite. Book a free demo today.
Create your own sunshine with Jergens Natural Glow plus Firming Daily Moisturizer and smooth on your summer tan. Visibly firmer, natural looking, all over color that glows for days. That's the feel good feeling of Jergens.
Athletic. This is Athletic. It's non-alcoholic beer. I already buy these. Right there. Perfect.
That's good.
Let me up a little bit here.
Close your eyes. Don't get it there.
Athletic.
Scribe makes step-by-step guides for any process with AI. You know what's terrifying at work? When you start a new job and there's no training. None of the processes are documented and you're completely on your own. Let me show you one of the best kept work secrets. It's called Scribe. Go to scribehow.com. Click capture, do the task once, and Scribe makes a step-by-step guide you can share automatically. Warning, they're going to think you're a genius and ask how you did it. Just say Scribe. Scribe instantly turns any workflow into a step-by-step guide, so you never have to explain it again. Go to scribehow.com and try it for free. You don't even need a credit card.
Welcome back in, and we are keeping up with the latest on the Ebola virus and the implications that is having in some of the countries there in Africa that are very hard hit. But we are seeing some implications start to happen here now as Ebola screenings at some major U.S. airports are already starting to begin here. Do you want to bring in this expert here, courtesy of Fox News? This says mandatory Ebola screenings have expanded to Atlanta's International Airport. Travelers arriving from the Democratic Republic of Congo, Uganda, and South Sudan are now required to undergo temperature checks and complete a health questionnaire after landing in Atlanta. If travelers pass the screening, they are cleared to leave the airport, but will still be monitored for 21 days by the state health department at their final destination. This move comes as the current Ebola outbreak overseas has caused at least 220 deaths around the world. And to talk more about the latest, what we're seeing with the Ebola virus, we want to bring in our medical expert, Dr. Matthew Harris, back onto the program here. Dr. Harris, thank you so much for joining us here on the program again. So can you tell us a little bit of what we're seeing in terms of the speed in which we're seeing the Ebola virus spread here, as we're now already seeing reports of some of these airports having to go through screenings now for some people?
Certainly. So this, Ebola outbreak continues to move at a pace that is really quite worrisome to public health officials. We know that at least 900 confirmed cases and probably another 220 to 250 suspected cases in the Democratic Republic of Congo and a handful of cases in Uganda. What we're seeing at airports now is actually a very typical public health measure to ensure that there is an opportunity to identify people who are coming in from areas of concern who could be potential patients under investigation. So in doing so, this allows public health authorities an opportunity to track and make sure that anyone who has any risk at all is sort of on the radar of public health authorities.
And could these screenings really help with containing the spread? Maybe just not here in the United States, if we see screenings at maybe other airports as well. And with that ex post that we're reading, what are some of those questionnaires that people would have to be asking or answering for those airport screenings?
Certainly. So what we know right now is that this really remains a regional problem in that particular part of Africa, but the potential for exposure outside of the continent certainly increases when people leave that area, and international travel is the primary mechanism for doing so. Most likely people, when they're coming in, are being asked, have you had contact with somebody with Ebola, or a contact with someone who's taking care of somebody? Now, recall that Ebola itself is called the caregiver's disease. So it's really spread by direct or intimate contact with the fluids of somebody who is either confirmed to have Ebola, who's alive, or unfortunately someone who's passed away, and someone's had contact with the decedent's body as part of the burial rituals, et cetera. So these screens are really meant to cast a very, very wide net to ensure that any opportunity to identify someone is there. If they have fever, if they have gastrointestinal symptoms, these are things that are red flags and may warrant someone to be quarantined until we know for sure that they've been tested appropriately. So these screens cast a wide net. It offers opportunities to the authorities to make sure that we're testing anyone appropriately who puts themselves or the community at risk.
And is there a little added urgency, I suppose, when it comes to traveler caution, especially as we have the World Cup coming up here soon?
You know, what I should say is this is the playbook that both U.S. and international airports and public health authorities have used for many years, and it's a great first step. Certainly, anytime you have a large influx of people from areas of concern, these types of infectious disease precautions are prudent. Remember that unlike things like COVID or measles that are transmitted by airborne, right? So you cough, it stays up in the air, people in the room are at high risk. You know, the risk for Ebola remains remarkably low in the United States. The problem is it's not zero, and it's an unforgiving disease, especially to caregivers. So our threshold is extraordinarily low to screen for. But once again, I want to reassure the public that for the general public, the risk is extraordinarily low.
And the CDC is asking staff to volunteer for urgent deployment to support Ebola screening at countries' entry points. When asking for volunteers, is it tough to get volunteers, especially if they're worried about getting infected themselves, or people to just really work and provide support for this outbreak?
Yeah, I think, what's really important, whether you're a public health entity or hospitals, we spend a lot of time as we train our frontline providers, our emergency medicine doctors and nurses to be on the lookout for things like Ebola and other high consequence infectious diseases, is ensuring that they have the foundation of knowledge to know not only the signs and symptoms, but how do they keep themselves safe, right? So there's a lot of procedures around masking the patient, donning appropriate PPE for yourself or personal protective equipment. So I think that searching for anyone to take care of them, whether they're volunteer or this is part of their work responsibilities, a lot of diminishing the angst for the community and really for the provider is ensuring their knowledge of the disease itself and how to mitigate spread. So I think that it's an incredible opportunity for those who are interested in this type of work, but it has to be done in a safe and appropriate way.
And then I did want to bring this post up here from the Ministry of Health in Uganda. This says home remedies do not cure Ebola. As soon as you have symptoms, call the Ministry of Health toll free on this line. So how does this work when it comes to curing Ebola? Can the body just fight it off itself naturally? As it says here that home remedies do not work. What is needed to recover from Ebola?
Yeah, so, unfortunately, Ebola has an extraordinarily high mortality rate. About 40 to 50% of people in countries that can't support them with great intensive care medicine. So, the mortality in the United States would likely be much lower than the mortality in places that are resource depleted. With this particular strain, the Bundibugyo strain, there are no therapeutics, and unfortunately, there is no vaccine that's yet been developed. So for someone who gets sick, much of this is making sure that when they develop that hemorrhagic component, that they're in an intensive care setting, that they can receive the types of blood products they need and other medications to help them when they become what's called septic, right? When their body is fighting a major inflammatory response. So when we quote these high mortality rates, we're really referring to the mortality rates in countries that don't have the intensive care capability to take care of them. So again, I think it's another reason, at least in the United States, to be measured in our response. We should take this extraordinarily seriously. Unfortunately, in Congo and Uganda, especially right now with the degree of civil unrest, the availability of critical care is extraordinarily low.
And what are we seeing in terms of this strain? Is it different from many of the others that we have experienced before with past Ebola outbreaks?
So phenotypically, or the way the virus presents itself is pretty similar, right? You start off with fever, develop body aches, lots of gastrointestinal symptoms like vomiting and diarrhea, which is what makes the virus itself so dangerous for people taking care of them, right? Because these body fluids are extraordinarily infected. It looks about the same as other Ebola viruses in terms of how severe it gets. And again, that mortality rate and that conversion to the hemorrhagic version is about 40 to 50%. So it looks about the same, except we have fewer tools in the armamentarium to take care of them. So the biggest tool we have is minimizing the spread and keeping caregivers safe.
When we talk about minimizing the spread, what are some of those challenges that like the World Health Organization or many of these other entities that will have or they're coming up against when it comes to containing this virus?
I think right now, one of the things we're hearing a great deal about in the lay media are some of the community practices around burial rituals, which are an extraordinarily important part of these different communities and their response. However, what we're hearing is that there's lots of direct contact with the bodies of the decedent, right? And as we mentioned, this virus can still very much infect somebody who has contact with the fluids of someone who died from Ebola. So some of the rituals that communities are participating in, whether it's sitting at the bedside with someone who's passed away, handling the body and preparing it for preparing it for burial. This puts puts the community at incredible risk. That, and there's a deficit in personal protective equipment for the caregivers taking care of them. So the combination of these two makes local spread, very, very challenging to mitigate.
And so far, we're seeing that death toll upwards of 200. Is this one of the more deadlier outbreaks that we have seen?
It certainly is starting off that way. And again, I think one of the challenges we know is that much of this is likely being underreported. So again, right now, somewhere in the ballpark of 900 confirmed cases, over 220 suspected cases. These are probably both underreported for the same reasons. It's an area of conflict. Testing is limited. So I suspect this is much higher.
And Dr. Harris, so what do you think Americans should know right now when it comes to just monitoring this outbreak here?
I think that there is a great deal of work being done by the international community, also here by the federal and local authorities. I can tell you here at Northwell, this is front of mind for us to make sure that, again, as part of our screening processes, we also do a travel screen, which is pretty ubiquitous and common through health system in the United States. Again, the risk to the general public is low, but our opportunity to be vigilant is high, and that's where we are.
Dr. Harris, thank you so much for coming on and breaking this all down for us. We really appreciate it.
Thanks so much for having me.
All right, thank you. Take care. With that, we do want to pop this up on your screen one last time here with the Ministry of Health out of Uganda saying home remedies do not cure Ebola. As soon as you have symptoms of Ebola, call the Ministry of Health toll-free line. Just giving you an idea there of what the people there in Uganda and other areas of Africa are dealing with when it comes to battling this virus. With that, we do have to slide away for a quick 2-minute break, but when we come back, Mork.
Ah, the sweet sound of selling and earning on Vinted. Don't wear it, sell it.
I found a place. It's like a maze that just goes on and on. Sometimes I'm scared I'll get lost. I've never been out this far before. There's something else in here. Get away from me!
Hello?
Backrooms, rated R. Yep, that's our steak burger, smashed into a taco. You're welcome.
AI should be transforming your business, but that's tough if it's not connected to your data. You need intelligence where your data lives, in an AI-native suite uniting financials, inventory, and more. That's NetSuite. Book a free demo today.
Will an instant tan make me orange? Not with Jergens Natural Glow.
Scribe makes step-by-step guides for any process with AI. You know what's terrifying at work? When you start a new job and there's no training. None of the processes are documented, and you're completely on your own. Let me show you one of the best kept work secrets. It's called Scribe. Go to scribehal.com. Click capture, do the task once, and Scribe makes a step-by-step guide you can share automatically. Warning, they're going to think you're a genius and ask how you did it. Just say Scribe. Scribe instantly turns any workflow into a step-by-step guide, so you never have to explain it again. Go to scribehal.com and try it for free. You don't even need a credit card.
And welcome back in. And it was a big election night yesterday for Texas. And we do want to keep you up with some of the latest with the election results that we are getting out of Texas. One, which was a big win for the Trump administration here, as we have this X post here, courtesy of the Associated Press, saying, breaking, Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton, endorsed by President Trump, won the Republican nomination for U.S. Senate, defeating four-term Senator John Cornyn. So we do have that X post there, courtesy of the Associated Press. Do want to take you out now to a live look over Austin, Texas here, as we bring you the latest here with some of these results from that primary, as there were more elections as well, as this year has been a contentious between Republicans and Democrats in Texas, as many races will be deciding factors in who will have control of Congress under President Donald Trump. It's not uncommon for the House and Senate to flip to the opposite party under a divisive cabinet during the midterms, and with the GOP holding a slim majority in both, Democrats are eager to take control in Washington. Now, the backstory here for the U.S. Senate race is the candidate for U.S. Senate has already decided in the November 3rd general election, with Senate or State Rep James Tallarico winning a competitive primary in March. Tallarico garnered a historic amount of primary votes and has broken fundraising records. Now, that being said, Texas AG Ken Paxton has the support of Trump in a historically red Texas and has been polling ahead of incumbent Senator John Cornyn in this runoff, which we know that Paxton has now defeated Cornyn. Now, there are some other races as well that we want to get to when it comes to this primary. One of those being as well is Menifee, who we want to get to, as well as this. There are some other districts that we are continuing to follow here, as well as District 18 in the Houston area, where long-serving Rep Al Green is moving out of his redrawn District 9 to face Rep Christian Menifee, who only secured the seat earlier this year in a special election to replace the late Representative Turner. And as we know, that Rep Al Green has lost that race to Menifee. And we do have some sound here that we do want to play out in just a short moment here. But I do want to bring you some of the other districts that we're following, as District 33 in Dallas, where former U.S. Rep Colin Allred faces Julie Johnson, who Allred previously endorsed when he left to run for U.S. Senate against Senator Ted Cruz. Now, in District 9 in Houston, where Trump endorsed Alex Mailer, faces State Rep Kane. Republicans hope to claim Texas District 9 after it was reconfigured to better represent Republicans last year. But now over in the District 18th area, where Rep Al Green did lose to Representative Christian Menifee, we did speak here with our partners over at Fox 26 about his win. We do want to go in and take those comments here now.
Feeling tonight, moving ahead, knowing that there's still a big battle for the Democratic Party.
Yeah, you know, 4 elections in 7 months, 15 months of campaigning. It's been an absolute whirlwind. But what's been so beautiful to me was our community coming together. coming together, saying this is what we want moving forward, and saying, hey, we want you to go out there and fight Donald Trump. We want you to go out there and stand up for our rights. We want you to go out there and make America less expensive. So to me, it's been invigorating to see how much energy we've had in our communities. And although I'm about to sleep a little bit because it's been some of the campaigns, as soon as I wake up, we get back to work.
You took out the time to acknowledge a lot of different people before you even went into what you were focused on doing. You also acknowledged the work of Congressman Al Green. You felt like that was important to point out all of the work that he had done and what you continue to do.
It was genuine. Look, I've said since the beginning, I have nothing but the utmost respect for Congressman Al Green. We had a fierce, competitive primary, but when you got two fighters, that's what it looks like. And Congressman Green has been a fighter his entire career. This is a man who's been courageous, who's been fearless, and I believe it's important to honor our elders. The work he has done, the legacy he has, it doesn't stop because of one election. So I have the utmost love and respect for Congressman Al Green, and I look forward to helping carry his legacy forward.
What's your message to 18, to the Democratic Party, not just here in Harris County, but across the country? Because we're dealing with some totally different times right now that may look familiar depending on what generation.
Yeah, my message is these are not normal times. Folks want the Democratic Party to step up, to elect strategic fighters, folks who are going to step in and do the work to move the needle. If you look at Kristi Noem, Pam Bondi, these are cabinet secretaries who were fired because they came before committees where Democrats were prepared, they held them accountable, they did the work, and that led to major changes in administration. So people want Donald Trump to be fought with new strategies. You can't bring in the old and approach it like we did 40 years ago. So my message to folks across our communities, it's time for Democrats to fight. My message to Democrats is for so long, black folks have been put on the back burner in this party. We had a trifecta. We had the House, the Senate, and the presidency, and we didn't pass comprehensive voting rights legislation. Black people have been the core base for the Democratic Party for decades. It's time for the Democratic Party to do right by black folks. And as long as I'm in Congress, I will be calling people out who do not do what they can to protect our communities. That means black communities across America need to be stood up for. Immigrant communities across America need to be stood up for. It's time to stop the strongly led worders and to get to work in a real way to protect our communities.
Congratulations.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it, brother. I appreciate it.
I'm just getting some comments there on his victory, courtesy of our partners over at Fox 26 Houston. We have this courtesy of their X account saying the 18th congressional district belongs to you. Following his victory in Tuesday's night's runoff election, Christian Menefee took the stage to thank his supporters and outline his vision for the district. Menefee emphasized a message of unity, promising to work for every constituent and honoring the longtime service of Congressman Al Green. Drop your thoughts on the runoff results in the comments below there for Fox 26 Houston. So a big election night for primaries there in Texas, and there's a lot more to get to today as we continue to track the top stories across the country and as well as across the world. One of those being President Donald Trump to be with his cabinet later on today at 11 a.m. Eastern time to discuss the ongoing conflict in Iran. But for now, my name is Bowen Kadrovich. Thank you so much for being with me here for the last hour. I'm taking my last break of the hour here, but on the other side, my colleague Karel Lahara takes over.
Up to 50,000 cars added daily on Cars.com. Where to next?
Sis Edmund in love? It can only be PRTG.
There's so many apps and meetings, it's hard to get anything done.
We switched to ClickUp. With everything in one workspace, we got our time back. Here, let me show you. This is the project we're working on. I'm gonna assign this to my copywriter agent to get started on while I work on this one.
Wow.
Want me to add you?
Another app?
The only app.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you all for staying with us here at Live Now from Fox on this Wednesday. It is May 27th. My name is Karel Lahara. Thank you to my colleagues Adam Lorenz and Bowen Kadrovich, guiding you throughout the day's top stories, also showcasing live looks and keeping you up to date with all of the breaking news headlines that we have been following closely. I will be doing the same for the next couple of hours. Let's start with some of the major events that we are expecting later on today as I bring us out to a very foggy and hazy look at the White House over in Washington, D.C. Time right now here on the East Coast, 5:55 in the morning. On the West Coast, just turned 2:56 in the morning. The Associated Press saying this: President Trump today will meet with his cabinet at a precarious moment for talks aimed at ending the war with Iran, just days after insisting that his administration in Tehran had, quote, largely negotiated a settlement, but with the negotiations still in a state of flux. As he prepares to huddle with his top aides, the president is projecting confidence that he's closing in on a deal that will reopen the Strait of Hormuz and provide him a credible argument that Iran's nuclear capability has been diminished enough to declare victory. But as things stand, President Trump also risks finding closure to his war of choice comes with an unsatisfactory ending, with the emergent deal putting off many critical issues to be resolved later. It's already been faced with fierce criticism as well. Now, talks were further complicated after U.S. forces carried out what the Pentagon had called defensive strikes on missile launch sites and also mine-laying boats in southern Iran on Monday. The U.S. said it acted with restraint in light of the weeks-long ceasefire, while Iran decried the action as a sign of bad faith and unreliability. I want to bring us out also to a live image that we have of the Strait of Hormuz, courtesy of Marine Traffic. It's one that we have been showcasing since this war first began several weeks ago. Just a reminder for all our viewers at home, what you're taking a look at here in terms of the red dots are tanker vessels and the green dots are cargo vessels there in the area. Obviously, disruptions at the strait is something that several global powers are monitoring closely, as it has brought a lot of uncertainty when it comes to economic relief coming up here, potentially also in Europe, more specifically, I should be saying. Staying with some more of the developments that are coming out of the Middle East, as we were following some of the latest headlines coming out of Beirut in Lebanon. At the moment, we don't have a live look out of Beirut, but we do know that Israel's military did clash with the Iran-backed militant group Hezbollah just yesterday along a strategic river in southern Lebanon as Israeli troops pushed farther north, days ahead of talks in Washington between Lebanese and the Israeli delegation. Now, U.S.-brokered ceasefire in the Israel-Hezbollah conflict appeared more nominal by the day, complicating efforts at a broader peace in the Iran war, as Tehran wants an agreement to include an end to the fighting in Lebanon. Those are just some of the latest stories and headlines coming out of the Middle East. But again, later on today, 11 a.m. Eastern time, is when we are expecting President Trump to hold a cabinet meeting. When we get that live look, make sure you stay with us here because we will take it in full without commercial breaks, as we always do. As we wait for some more of these live events to get underway, I do want to continue recapping, though, some more of the top stories that we were following throughout the last several days. Now, as many of you know, Secretary of State Marco Rubio paying a visit abroad, first starting in Sweden, where he met with some NATO member countries and some of those representatives. But then he also went to India, where he met with officials there. Now, the focus on that trip was to strengthen the partnership between the U.S. and India, both diplomatically and also economically. Now that Secretary Rubio has wrapped up that trip, I want to talk about really what came from it. Joining us next to do so is going to be Smita Prakash. She is the editor-in-chief at the Asian News International. It's a network there, ANI. Smita, good morning, and thanks for being with us today.
Good morning to you too.
All right, so let's just start with this. Some of the shared objectives here with the U.S. and India, because we know there's been a rift at times, specifically when it comes to trade and some of the tariffs that were imposed by the U.S. a bit earlier on.
You're absolutely right. There was a rift, and I think this visit of Marco Rubio, it's being viewed as some kind of a damage control exercise. So the visit wasn't really about new deals or about the tariff. It was more a kind of a strategic reassurance that Washington is trying to prevent distrust from creeping into Indo-US partnership. Now, this is something that has happened in the past. It's not new with this administration, with the current administration in the US or in India. There have been occasions in the past. So this was probably a visit to reassure India that, in this time of trade friction, Iran tensions, uncertainty about the China policy that's being pursued in the US. In spite of that, India matters to the US. And that's how India is also looking, because after the Trump era tariff shocks on Indian exports and the US pressure over Russian oil imports, Washington warming towards Pakistan, India's traditional rival, there is anxiety in New Delhi about which way this relationship is going forward. And I think this visit by Mr. Rubio will allay those fears to some extent.
There's a lot to unpack there, even with that first answer, and we're going to dive into all of that. But before we move on, I also want to talk about some of the biggest obstacles that both of these nations face when trying to achieve some of their shared goals. If we could just break down some of those obstacles, because I know that a common goal that they have here is the issue with China and some of the strategy happening there in the Indo-Pacific, but also how you detailed the situation with Iran, the disruptions at the Strait of Hormuz. What is it making it a little bit difficult or challenging to get both sides to agree and really strengthen that partnership?
So besides the points that I mentioned and what you also mentioned, there's also the tensions with regard to energy crisis. India imports almost all its energy requirements. So, that cheap Russian crude is something that India has benefited from for a long period of time. It's enormous. But now the pressure to buy US oil, it's strategically useful for the US, but it's costly for India. So New Delhi will have to hedge its bets. It can't pivot completely from Russia for various reasons, for military reasons, for strategic reasons, for energy requirements. But while India can't abandon Russian oil, and it because of its its policy of strategic autonomy, it cannot even break ties with Russia, nor can it form any formal alliance with Washington. There is the whole dragon in the room, which is China. It cannot see itself as subordinating India's Chinese policy to Washington. So that is a major Modi Jaishankar doctrine, Jaishankar being the External Affairs Minister of India. So, what we are seeing right now is this India first policy of Prime Minister Modi clashing somewhat with America first policy of President Trump.
I want to take us out to a social media post here, courtesy of Secretary Rubio, who did document a lot of his trip there in India. He said this: huge thanks to the U.S. Ambassador to India, Sergio Gore, and our American diplomats for their efforts. Because of their great work, India has committed to purchasing $500 billion in U.S. goods over the next 5 years, focusing on energy, technology, and agriculture. They're doing terrific work on behalf of President Trump and the American people. Going back to the last points that you were making, Smita, a couple of things. Of course, when it comes to the purchase of Russian crude oil from India, you mentioned there and explained to us why it is that it's a bit more difficult for India to completely become independent from that Russian crude oil, even though, as you also mentioned, there's also a push for India to buy more oil from the U.S. Let's focus a little bit more specifically on China, because that is one of the main points that they were focused on during a lot of these meetings. President Trump most recently went to China to visit with Chinese President Xi. How was that perceived in India?
With anxiety, because India is really not sure which way America is going to engage with Beijing. Is it tactical? Is America going to abandon its anti-China strategic architecture? If that happens, where does it see India in the Indo-Pacific region? The Quad meeting that Marco Rubio attended, there also the Quad participants were wondering which way the signals that is emanating from Washington, D.C. is a little bit confusing for the Quad partners as well as for India. So a section of the U.S. State Department still sees India as critical to balancing China in the Indo-Pacific region. But India is still watching and is kind of being, I think, fearful to some extent also, if I was to see it in its, in its extreme form, whether it is being sidelined with this US-China relationship warming up. So I think Mr. Rubio chose his words very carefully. There was no rhetoric, and he did try to calm that fear in India. I don't know whether fear is the right word, anxiety maybe on that. So, when he was speaking, when all his engagements, he was making it pretty clear that energy exports to India is crucial. Diversification from Russian oil is important. He did try and say that, he said assurances to keep Hormuz open is something that he is working on, or rather America is working on. So Delhi will hedge its bet. It will not pivot in any which way. And I think the warmth with which Mr. Rubio was received in India, there was hesitation initially, but Mr. Rubio, there was a cultural outreach that he did, the sightseeing, the pictures that he has uploaded, a couple of hours ago of the Kolkata stop, the Taj Mahal visit, the public warmth. It's quite clear that both sides want atmospheric to improve. Beijing is watching carefully too. So hard negotiations will happen in the back room, but the visit was, I would say, successful. Maybe no trade deal achieved, maybe nothing concrete on tariffs or technology, maybe nothing on defense manufacturing, at least visibly. There was no hard takeaways from Mr. Rubio's visit, but I think it was a stabilization of the relationship which has happened as a result of this visit.
I want to talk a little bit more about the Quad Alliance. I was showcasing some of the images from a press conference that was held there featuring Secretary Rubio, also representatives from Australia. We have India and we have Japan as well. Smita, talk to us about how important this particular group is to counterbalance Chinese influence in the area and what India's specific role is in this alliance.
So when the Quad was formed, India did not play a very major role, but significantly has been playing a more important role. And that's all thanks to America backing New Delhi's participation in the Quad and increasing it or improving the trajectory of India's involvement in the Quad. But of late, one had heard that, with the way China's role has increased in Southeast Asia and in the Indo-Pacific region, the Quad was fighting for survival. And America increasing its cooperation with Philippines. There were some policymakers or some commentators who were writing in periodicals that maybe America is looking to replace India with Philippines in the Quad. However, Mr. Rubio strongly backed the Quad security dialogue. And despite questions in the Quad countries and in these periodicals, whether Mr. Trump was, talking in terms of a transactional foreign policy between various countries and not really looking at these groupings. In spite of that, I think Mr. Rubio tried to signal to the Indian establishment that there is no need for the Quad to take a setback, a pushback or a step backwards. A section of the State Department still sees India as critical to the Quad, to balancing China. And despite Mr. Trump engaging very strongly with Beijing, the Quad will continue to play an important role. It seems as of now that's the signal that came out, and the Quad is crucial to the other participants also.
We've talked a lot about China specifically and what that conversation was like during some of these meetings. Also, Russia's crude oil, India's import of that. Let's focus a little bit on Iran. And I want to bring up the live look that we have of the Strait of Hormuz here. The Associated Press saying that the Iran war has added to India's energy concerns because of the disruptions here at the Strait. Smita, what kind of pressures has the Indian economy faced because of this war, and how has it progressed since this war first started?
Well, on the economy front, tremendous pressures on the Indian economy. The Prime Minister has called for austerity measures. The chief ministers of various Indian states have also called for austerity measures. They're cutting back on travel. Inflation has hit India. Oil purchases are increasing. And at the pump, at the gas station, Indians are increasingly paying more and more to fill up their tanks. It's causing a lot of stress. There's also talk about work from home to start. Schools and colleges have broken for summer breaks, so that won't happen in the sense that you're not going to be seeing, schools and colleges shutting down. That won't happen. But yes, tremendous pressure and a lot of answers being, questions being asked. Whether India is doing enough to mitigate the crisis which is facing. And the longer this the Strait of Hormuz is closed, the more pressure it is going to put on the Indian economy. And I think as far as Prime Minister Modi is concerned, this is going to be one of the biggest challenges he's facing post-COVID and in the third term. So this is actually a legacy building term for Prime Minister Modi. It's his third term in office. He's halfway through. In India, we don't have midterm elections. We have elections which keep happening in various states. His party has been winning state after state. But in the coming months, he will have to go back to the electorate in these states where he'll have to explain that while he has been talking in terms of India being the third largest economy, it has slipped now to becoming the sixth largest economy within a matter of couple of months. So did that mean that India's economy was so fragile that it could not take one big impact like the Gulf War, like the Middle East crisis? So this is something that he will have to take back to the electorate. So politically, it's going to impact. Economically, it is impacting too. And I think psychologically, the people are wondering whether this is yet another challenge that Mr. Modi is going to face, and how is he going to pull the country out of this current crisis?
Mita, my final question for you this morning would be that Secretary Rubio mentioned that President Trump is extending an invitation for Prime Minister Modi to visit Washington later on this year. Do we know if those travel plans are underway? And if the Prime Minister were to come to D.C., what would he most likely be focused on during that visit?
Well, off the record, what we've heard is that so far the Indian establishment, Indian Foreign Office has not confirmed the dates for Prime Minister Modi's visit to Washington, D.C., if it does happen this year. He is, at least till December, his schedule is pretty much packed. He will not be doing anything which is off that schedule. As of now, that's what we've heard. If he does go, it will signal a reworking of this relationship, because there has been a little bit of angst in India about the closeness that Mr. Trump has with the Pakistani establishment, especially Field Marshal Asim Munir. President Trump has time and again said about this warmth that he has for the Pakistani military. Now, just a year ago, India had a conflict situation with Pakistan, and the relationship with Pakistan is very frayed. So this warming of ties between America and Pakistan is viewed with a lot of suspicion by the people of India and by the government in New Delhi. So I think if Prime Minister Modi does go to Washington, D.C., that will be uppermost probably as to wonder where this relationship is vis-a-vis India and Pakistan. Of course, India never likes that hyphenation between India and Pakistan. Pakistan did not feature in the talks with Marco Rubio either. So India did not bring up that cause, that issue. But this fissure between India and the US in the past year, where President Trump has said, termed the Indian economy and said hellhole, called India as a hellhole economy, as a failed economy. These are terms which smart, especially for a developing country like India, being put down by the president of the most powerful country in the world. So Prime Minister Modi going to Washington, D.C. will mean that India will look for a repairing of ties. So if that does happen, that will probably be the priority for Prime Minister Modi.
Meeta Prakash, the editor-in-chief of Asian News International. We thank your time here at Live Now from Fox, joining us to recap really the highlights of this trip that Secretary of State Marco Rubio took to India. And of course, we're going to be checking in with you to follow along all of the developments from that front.
Thank you.
Of course. We are going to step away for a brief commercial break here at Live Now from Fox, but we continue with more of the day's top stories. Stay with us.
Ah, the sweet sound of selling and earning on Vinted. Don't wear it, sell it.
I found a place. It's massive in there. Pull me up, pull me up, pull me up!
Are you ready to step through?
Guys have given me 6 seconds to give you an elevator pitch about how powerful Pestler PRDG monitoring software is. It's vendor agnostic, OT.
Own your glow mint with Jergens Natural Glow Hydrogel Moisturizer. Our lightweight and fast-absorbing formula. Fragrance-free for sensitive skin with hyaluronic acid. Get gradual, natural-looking color in no time. Now for your big glowing entrance. That's the feel-good feeling of Jergens.
Scribe makes step-by-step guides for any process with AI. You know what's terrifying at work? When you start a new job and there's no training. None of the processes are documented and you're completely on your own. Let me show you one of the best kept work secrets. It's called Scribe. Go to scribehal.com. Click capture, do the task once, and Scribe makes a step-by-step guide you can share automatically. Warning, they're going to think you're a genius and ask how you did it. Just say Scribe. Scribe instantly turns any workflow into a step-by-step guide, so you never have to explain it again. Go to scribehal.com and try it for free. You don't even need a credit card.
Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. Let's continue on by showcasing some more of the events that we had earlier on this Tuesday. Staying with these international headlines, as we saw a press conference being held to talk about drone activity. It is the Drone Summit of 2026. We had several countries speaking at this panel.
Dear media representatives, welcome to the Drone Summit 2026 press briefing. We will start with the official statements, followed by questions and answers session. And as first, I welcome Prime Minister, Acting Minister of Defense of Republic of Latvia, Evika Siliņa.
Labdien! Visus man tiešām liels prieks sveikt dronu samitā. Es novēlu visiem produktīvu dienu. Šeit ir iespēja veidot kontaktus, satikt sandaredzētus kolēģus, bieži redzētus kolēģus. Un es tiešām novēlu, lai šodien arī demonstrētās jaunās ieceres un idejas, arī tātad jau pēc tam realizētos praktiskos risinājumos mūsu drona tehnoloģija attīstībai un mūsu aizsardzības spēju stiprināšanai gan Eiropā, gan arī ārpus Eiropas robežām. Un ņemot vērā, ka šodien darba valoda ir angļu, es turpināšu angļu valodā. Dear ministers, dear...
So we're showcasing some of this drone summit from earlier today, but it does seem that a lot of the remarks not entirely in English. So we're going to actually step away from this briefly now. I want to take us out to some more of these headlines that we have been following closely, bringing us out to a live look here at the Capitol building over in Washington, D.C. As, of course, later on today, President Trump will be hosting a cabinet meeting amid the Iran war, as something that we are looking forward to. It's happening at 11 a.m. Eastern time in D.C. And while we wait for some more of those live events to get underway here, I do want to remind everyone that we're also following some developments of breaking news headlines from just a few hours ago. And I want to take us out to a social media post here. This is from the New York Post on X. We are still waiting for some more details and information on this. 1 person killed, 9 missing, as a Washington chemical implosion proves worse than previously thought. This comes as we were also following a similar kind of story coming out of California. This one, of course, in Washington. Now, yesterday we had an update from some officials and investigators as they are working to find out the cause of this and figure out the next steps for residents in the area so that they can stay safe. I want to play out some of those comments next.
Alrighty, so good evening. I'm Scott Goldstein, SCOTT-GOLDSTEIN, Fire Chief with Calais 2 Fire Rescue. First and foremost, our thoughts remain with the victims, their families, co-workers, and everyone impacted by today's tragic events. I want to provide an incident overview. At approximately 7:15 this morning, emergency responders were dispatched to the Nippon Dynaway packaging following the rupture of a tank containing white liquor. That is a chemical utilized in the paper making process. Due to the scale of the incident, agencies throughout the region responded immediately and continued coordinated operations on site. This is a large, unified response involving the Longview Fire Department, Calais 2 Fire Rescue, law enforcement, hazardous materials, medics, ambulance personnel, state agencies, federal facility personnel, and many additional partners, many of which are behind me here, along with our political team. Incidents of this magnitude require extensive coordination, and that coordination remains ongoing. We stated this earlier this morning, and I want to reiterate it here now. At this time, we state there's no direct threat to the surrounding community. Again, there is no threat to the surrounding community. Operational challenges. The recovery and stabilization efforts remain extremely complex due to the ongoing hazards. Earlier this morning, I mentioned that there was a roughly 80,000 gallon tank. That information has been modified, and it is now approximately a 900,000 gallon tank of that white liquor process. After evaluations midday, we believe that there could be a potential of 90,000 gallons remaining in that tank. The tank remains unstable, creating a dangerous situation for our personnel, which has created our additional planning. Crews are actively assessing the structural integrity of that tank and working on plans to stabilize that tank before additional recovery operations can safely proceed. Those are the situations and limitations that impact our access to portions of the facility. Now I'm going to turn this over to Battalion Chief Matt Amos with the Longview Fire Department. Hello, everyone. Good evening. Thanks for being here. My name is Matt Amos, Mattamos. I'm the Battalion Chief of the Longview Fire Department. I have some updates on victim information. Today's incident resulted in multiple critical injuries and fatalities. Emergency responders have confirmed that 10 individuals were transported to area hospitals. 8 were employee injuries. 1 was a firefighter injury, and we have 1 fatality. Officials can also confirm that there's currently 9 employees who remain unaccounted for. The recovery operations, they remain focused on safely accessing all affected areas of the facility, recovering victims, and supporting impacted families while ensuring responder safety. Due to the instability of the site, some areas remain inaccessible at this time. All impacted families have been notified as of a couple hours ago. Responder safety, 1 firefighter sustained injuries during the response operations and has since been treated and released. Safety remains a top priority for everyone operating at this scene. The current operations, numerous local, regional, and state agencies continue coordinating response and recovery efforts alongside facility personnel. Due to ongoing safety concerns, recovery efforts will resume tomorrow once conditions allow crews to safely continue operations. In closing, this has been an incredibly difficult day for our community and for everyone involved. We appreciate the professionalism and dedication of the responders working this incident under very challenging conditions. We also appreciate the patience and support of the community as operations continue. We ask that the public continue to stay clear of the area, including the surrounding dikes and ditches from Prudential Boulevard to Washington Way. We will have updates tomorrow by 10 a.m., March 27th. At this time, I'd like to transition to Washington State Governor Bob Ferguson.
We are listening into an update that we had from just yesterday. Out of Longview in Washington, after 1 person was killed, 9 others still unaccounted for after a chemical implosion. We're going to step away for a brief commercial break, but we'll continue with more from this update when we come back.
The high-quality industrial products you need. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Sysadmin in love? It can only be PRTG.
Create your own sunshine with Jergens Natural Glow plus Firming Daily Moisturizer and smooth on your summer tan. Visibly firmer, natural looking, all over color that glows for days. That's the feel good feeling of Jergens.
Athletic! Athletic! This is Athletic. It's non-alcoholic beer. I already buy these. Right here. Perfect.
That's good.
Let me up a little bit here.
Close your eyes. Don't get it tight.
Athletic!
This company made an AI service platform that will make your IT team work so much better, it feels like cheating. It's called Monday Service. It's an AI-powered service platform that eliminates most of the manual work for your team. AI agents automatically handle repetitive questions and requests, resolving everything from onboarding to IT support and step-by-step guidance. They also help reps work faster and more accurately with smart suggestions based on our knowledge base and ticket history. Less manual work, fewer mistakes. Try it yourself. You'll thank me.
Time right now is 6:29 on the East Coast, 3:29 in the morning on the West Coast. And the West Coast is where we were just before the commercial break because we are following details from this story here. The Associated Press saying that a massive chemical tank holding nearly 1 million gallons of a highly corrosive liquid imploded and collapsed on Tuesday at a Washington paper mill. At least one worker was killed, 9 others are still unaccounted for. And investigators are working to see what caused this implosion, but also how they're going to be able to keep workers safe and get to those people that are still missing. We were listening into an update from police. Let's get back to more of those details.
Thank you very much, and thank you all for being here. It's difficult always to find the words at a time like this, and as you've heard already from previous speakers, our thoughts and our prayers are with everybody impacted by this tragedy. So on behalf of the people of the state of Washington, I want all those individuals to know that we stand with you. We'll be here to do everything we can to help with the situation, and we'll be here as long as it takes. We also deeply appreciate the first responders and their tremendous work that they're doing and have been doing to deal with an extremely, extremely challenging situation. The main thing I want to emphasize is how much I appreciate, and I want the public to know, the extensive coordination that's going on at all levels of government with many partners, local, state, federal, and many other partners. We just came from very lengthy briefing and conversation from those partners. We were in a room together having a conversation, which is deeply helpful for me. I want to share a few things that we're doing at the state level to assist with that cooperation. But again, I want the public to know everybody's working very hard together in full cooperation, which will help us get through this challenging time. So the state has mobilized to help. Our emergency management division has been in constant contact with local responders and offering support. We've mobilized the Washington National Guard Civil Support Team, which is now on site. They will assist, for example, the Department of Ecology with air monitoring. I've also directed the National Guard Homeland Response Force to be on site. This team can assist with search and recovery in a contaminated environment, as well as mass decontamination. The Department of Ecology and Labor and Industries are also on site. The Department of Ecology is monitoring water quality, and LNI is ready to begin investigating after the first responders finish their very, very important work. The Department of Health is assisting with emergency medical logistics. I have leadership from all those divisions who are here today, joined us in these conversations to make sure we're doing everything we can as a state to support the important work that's going on here and being here for folks as they go through this extremely challenging situation. We will, of course, continue to monitor the situation and offer resources and support. I deeply appreciate all the cooperation. The state stands ready to continue that level of support. One of those key partners is, of course, our federal government. I deeply appreciate Senator Patty Murray being here, and along with Congresswoman, making sure the federal government is a partner, as they've been all along. And so I want to turn over now to our U.S. Senator Patty Murray.
Governor, thank you very much. And first of all, I just want to express my thoughts, my prayers to all the victims, the survivors, the neighbors, the friends of everyone who's been impacted today. This is an amazing community of hardworking people, and a tragedy like this affects absolutely everybody. And I want you to know I am thinking of all of you and am here for you in any way that you need. Secondly, my gratitude to all of the first responders who have been on the scene since early this morning in a very dangerous situation, who are giving up their personal lives and commitment to make sure this community is safe. And thank you to each and every one of you who are doing that as well today. I want you all to know I'm in very close touch with the community leaders and the state leaders to make sure we are bringing forward any federal responders that we can to help in any way we can, including today EPA and Coast Guard that are here now, and more that stand ready to be helpful in any way that we can. I know there's a lot of questions about how all of this happened, and I want to assure you that we will all continue to pressure to get answers to those questions. This community deserves that. So again, on behalf of everyone here, I want to thank this community for being who you always have been, caretakers of each other. That's what this is going to require for many days to come, and we are your partners and at your side. With that, let me introduce to you your representative, Congresswoman Marie Gluesenkamp-Perez, who's been here, knows many of the people who have been impacted. Thank you for being my partner.
Thank you, Senator. Our first responders and our emergency room workers, our nurses, and many people here have seen truly unthinkable horrors today. And so as we pursue the dual imperative of getting answers, I'm profoundly encouraged by how many people are checking in on each other. These are tough people. These are a strong people. And underneath that requires the strength to ask how you're doing. Check in, bring a casserole by. The neighborliness is what is going to bear out the strength to get the answers that we need here and to rebuild and protect our lives and our land and our community. It is unthinkable tragedy here today. And I think at the heart of all that we know and all we don't know is the knowledge of the goodness of people here. And that would lean on that. That's where accountability, that's where answers come from, that's where the strength rebuild. And I'm encouraged by the people I've seen here today, the electeds, our first responders, our folks from the INE. I'm profoundly encouraged, and it's going to take all of us to rebuild and get these answers. And with that, I'll turn it over to Senator Wilson, who is a nearby resident, as well as our state senator here.
What occurred here today is going to show a test of our community. We're family. In fact, I have family that works here on this site. But because of my knowledge of the local community, I am confident that the team here, the operators on the site, are going to put together this necessary means for the recovery and the remediation aspect of this tragedy. And for those that live here in this community, we know each other, and it is time to reflect on that. But to also be patient if you can. The process is going to take some time. The answers will be directed. But again, I think we're going to get through this. Meantime, prayers, kind words, and let's get this figured out together. And with that, I'd like to introduce Representative Joel McIntyre.
What happened today is a tragedy. Longview is a strong and resilient community, and it will recover. I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge, though, that there are families today that have lost everything, and they never will be able to get back to normal. They will never recover. Such tragedies like this put things in perspective, that it could have happened to any of us or any of our families at any time. And I'm just going to hold my family a little tighter tonight in gratitude, because nobody thought that this morning their loved one wouldn't come back. In these times of this kind of uncertainty and tragedy, we sometimes need to zoom out and look at the bigger picture. A message was sent out from a local religious leader that I think puts it into better words than I can, and I'd like to close by reading his remarks. He said to his members of his church and the community in general, "It is with deep sorrow that we acknowledge the tragic chemical spill that occurred today at the Dynaway packaging facility in Longview. Our hearts are heavy as we consider the impact this incident has had on families, employees, emergency responders, and all those affected throughout our community. On behalf of our church, we extend our sincere condolences, love, and prayers to the individuals and families who are suffering during this difficult time. We especially pray for those who lost loved ones, those who were injured, those anxiously awaiting news about their loved ones, and all who are carrying the emotional weight of this tragedy. We're profoundly grateful for the courage and the service of first responders, medical personnel, plant employees, community leaders who acted swiftly under difficult and dangerous circumstances. Their efforts reflect the very best of compassion, sacrifice, and community service. In moments such as these, we're reminded that the strength of a community is found in the way we care for one another. We encourage our members and friends to continue offering prayers, kindness, patience, and support to those in need in the difficult days ahead. As disciples of Jesus Christ, we believe that even in times of uncertainty and grief, the Savior's love can bring comfort, peace, and hope. May we unite as a community in lifting and strengthening one another. With heartfelt sympathy, John Schmidt, Stake President of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to another representative, Jim Walsh.
What a terrible day. But bad days like this are the test of our ability to come together and to remedy trouble, to get to the bottom of why these things happen and how we can better prevent them from happening again. This is a place where real people make real things. This is not the virtual world. And real things and real industry always carries risk. But it's our job to make sure that risk like this is well managed and to the extent it can be controlled. And I am so impressed with how people at all levels of government, from all sides of the spectrum, have come together to solve these problems today and for the next few days so that we can go forward more safely, more constructively, and more productively. What I ask the people out in the community is be careful about letting gossip run here. We're in the early days of figuring out exactly what happened and how, and figuring out exactly what we can do to prevent this from happening again. So let the process work. Let the responders work. And in time, we will know more precisely what happened and why. But for now, I think all of us are with those families that are waiting to get the answer. And I feel you, I see you, I know what you're feeling. And no one can feel it for you. We can't make it go away, but Godspeed. And know we care for you. I'm so impressed that the pulp and paper workers immediately have put together a facility for the family members to have a place to go and talk to each other if no one else. This is a community, and it is coming together. And at times like this, through sorrow, we see what is best in people. And I'm encouraged by that. And now to close up our comments, the mayor of Longview, Eric Halverson.
Good afternoon. Thank you for being here. We're speaking to you today under incredibly grave circumstances. As our emergency teams continue their tireless work here, our community has entered a time of profound tragedy and deep mourning. On behalf of the entire city of Longview, our hearts are heavy. Our deepest prayers go out to the families, the loved ones, the coworkers who are experiencing unimaginable grief and pain today. To those families, we are with you. Know that your city stands with you. You're not alone. We will support you through the darkest days and weeks ahead. I want to extend my most profound gratitude to the first responders, the medical personnel, chaplains who have been on the ground since the first alarm sounded this morning.
We're listening in here to an update that we had from officials down in Washington yesterday as the investigation continues after a chemical implosion has killed one person, left 9 others missing. We're going to step away for a pre-commercial break, but we will continue with more of the day's top stories. Stay with us.
At Car and Driver, we tackle the hard-hitting questions. Can the car seat click in on the first try every time? Does the parking camera catch what you don't? Will the back seat survive soccer season and snack time? Because somebody's got to find out. Car and Driver, the key to every car.
Come on! Give us some salsa!
Ooh, get on down, you two.
Come on! Give us some salsa!
Ooh, get on down, you two.
Welcome to the new generation of web creation, where your vision and technology works as one, so you can create the way you think. Wix.
There's a lot of exciting events coming here to the U.S., specifically in our nation's capital. One of those being the 2026 FIFA World Cup Fan Zone. It's going to be in D.C. Joining us now to talk more about this, what you can expect if you are a fan, is Fox 5's Melanie Aldwick. Melanie, what's this going to be like?
Yeah, it's going to be just a summer of celebrations here in Washington, D.C. They do call the National Mall America's Front Lawn, and now at least temporarily they might be calling it America's Pitch, at least for the fans who can't make it to those 11 stadiums around the United States that are hosting those FIFA World Cup games. But this is a place where fans will be able to come and really join in the celebration. It's a partnership between FIFA and the Freedom to 50 Foundation, which kind of brings together World Soccer fans and people who want to celebrate America's birthday as well. We are just 2 weeks out from the World Cup, and the fan excitement is building. As I mentioned, 11 stadiums in the United States hosting matches, plus 3 in Mexico and 2 in Canada. The closest for football fans in the D.C., Maryland, Virginia area is actually a drive to Philadelphia, but now the National Mall will be another place for fans to come together and cheer on their favorite teams.
It sounds like fun. Anything to celebrate America, I think, is great.
Anytime you get a giant group of people that are in cohesiveness, being entertained by the sport they love, something good is going to happen.
So the fan zone will run for the entirety of the tournament from June 11th to July 19th. There'll be live match viewing, interactive exhibits, food, music, and more. It's between 3rd Street and 4th Street, free and open to the public. And the venue will generally be open 1 hour before the first match of the day. It will also stay open 1 hour after the last match of the night, for most circumstances. Now, in addition, guys, back out live here, this is just one of the big events, as I mentioned, going on. And this is going to span the time when we're also going to have the July 4th celebrations here on the National Mall, supposedly the biggest fireworks celebration that we have had in a very long time, as well as what you see behind me, the construction there on 4th Street. That is the big Great America State Fair with there's going to be venues for every single state in our union in the United States. And that's going to also run after and during this FIFA World Cup celebration as well. So many things for fans to do if they want to come here to Washington, D.C., not only to celebrate America's 250th birthday, but to take on the World Cup games too.
Melanie, so much to look forward to. You're right, America 250, FIFA, you got the fair behind you, also that UFC fight on the White House lawn. I mean, a lot to get to. Melanie, we'll be keeping in touch with you to bring us all of those festivities. It's going to be fun. Thanks, Melanie. Let's keep it moving here. I want to bring us out to a couple of social media posts. Let's focus a little bit more on FIFA and the World Cup because, of course, some cities across the U.S. hosting some of those matches here. The groups are now set who will be crowned the World 2026 champion. So this is going to be exciting. All of this happening later on this summer. Fox 9, our team in Minneapolis, saying the U.S. men's national roster for the 2026 FIFA World Cup is set with forward Alex Sendejas making the team. We also have this post from Fox Sports swinging into the FIFA World Cup this summer. So see a lot of excitement, a lot of buzz around this entire event. But at the same time, U.S. officials are focused on keeping attendees safe during all of these major moments here, specifically when it comes to sporting events. FBI Director Kash Patel issuing this statement over social media saying that fighting human trafficking during FIFA World Cup, this FBI is working 24/7 to break sex and human trafficking networks worldwide, and we will be highly focused on the threat during the upcoming FIFA tournament. Like recent major FBI operations, Operation Iron Pursuit, and 91 FBI-led exploitation and human trafficking task forces across the country that combine the capabilities of multiple agencies into powerful crime-fighting teams. Our collective work with our partners has led to record results over the past year, including 2,900 human traffickers and child predators arrested, up 70%, 7,000 child victims located and rescued, that's up 144%, and more. During the tournament, we encourage everyone to stay alert. Victims of sex and human trafficking sometimes may be seen out in the open, traveling through airports, eating at restaurants, even living in your neighborhoods. You see something that doesn't look right, just as signs of abuse or manipulation, reported immediately. Contact the FBI or any of your local law enforcement agencies in your city. We have seen similar measures being taken. For example, yesterday we heard from officers and some more city personnel in Atlanta, Georgia, as they were talking about efforts that they're putting forward to make sure that, again, attendees of the FIFA World Cup stay safe. A lot of people will be coming in from out of the country, so safety has and continues to be a top priority for a lot of these major cities. Time right now is 6:52 on the East Coast, 3:52 in the morning on the West Coast. We're stepping away for another quick commercial break, but we'll be back out with more of the day's top stories. Stay with us.
Guys have given me 6 seconds to give you an elevator pitch about how powerful Pestler PRDG monitoring software is. It's vendor agnostic OT.
You think this is how I got my tan? Think again. Create your own sunshine with Jergens Natural Glow.
This company made an AI service platform that will make your IT team work so much better, it feels like cheating. It's called Monday Service. It's an AI-powered service platform that eliminates most of the manual work for your team. AI agents automatically handle repetitive questions and requests, resolving everything from onboarding to IT support and step-by-step guidance. They also help reps work faster and more accurately with smart suggestions based on our knowledge base and ticket history. Less manual work, fewer mistakes. Try it yourself. You'll thank me.
Thank you all for staying with us here at Live Now from Fox on this Wednesday. My name is Corella Hara. Tracking some more of the developing stories and updates from breaking news headlines just last night, and it takes us out to Texas. We talked about it a lot yesterday, and really in the days leading up to this GOP primary runoff between John Corwin and also Ken Paxton. This is a live look that we have over in Austin, Texas. And as many of you may already know, Texas Attorney General Paxton won that Republican nomination for U.S. Senate, easily defeating four-term Senator John Cornyn in the latest contest where President Trump sought to oust an incumbent he saw as insufficiently loyal. We know that President Trump did back Paxton just a few days ago. I believe it was back on May 19th. The Associated Press saying this, that the president endorsed Paxton, calling him a, quote, true MAGA warrior. Paxton's victory in Tuesday's runoff makes Cornyn, who was first elected to Senate back in 2022, the first Republican senator from Texas to lose the party's nomination for re-election. Now, cheers did ring through the ballroom at Paxton's election night party when the race was called, and he took the stage to supporters chanting his name, quickly giving credit to President Trump. Now, we have several stations across the state of Texas that are covering this closely, and I want to head out to some of the coverage from our team at Fox 26 in Houston. Earlier today, they had a quick interview just recapping some of these impacts and just the ending of that runoff election from last night. Let's take a look.
Let's start with the Senate race. Ken Paxton shellacks John Cornyn, a four-term incumbent. How'd that happen?
Well, several things. One, Paxton was the favorite going into the early voting period. The nail that was, I guess, the final one in Cornyn's political coffin was Donald Trump's endorsement early last Tuesday of Ken Paxton. That simultaneously boosted support for Paxton, demoralized Cornyn supporters, and took away the Cornyn campaign's best argument against Paxton, that he was a liability in November against James Talrico, because clearly the president doesn't share that opinion.
The Republican battle for Texas Attorney General, Mays Middleton versus Chip Roy, a battle of two guys trying to outright wing each other. What's going on there?
Well, I think MAGA Mays Middleton won that battle against Chip Roy, one with the catchy moniker of MAGA Mays, but also with the ability to present himself as the purest supporter of Donald Trump, compared to Chip Roy, who has had some run-ins with the president over the course of his political career. Middleton's winning there in the low double digits, I think about 12 points right now, but clearly will be the Attorney General candidate in November. And unless something really unexpected happens, will be the next Attorney General of the state of Texas and one of the most important elected officials as well as chief judicial officers in the entire country.
On the Democratic side of the ledger, Texas 18, congressman versus congressman, Christian Menifee and Al Green, a generational battle. Menifee prevailed easily.
Right, by a very large margin. Menifee was clearly able to convince Congressional District 18 voters that he was the best bet to represent the district in its future. We know that voters in the district liked Middleton, liked Menifee and liked Green, and wanted to send them both back to D.C. They couldn't do that because of the redrawn districts, and as a result, overwhelmingly supported Menifee. The numbers may narrow a little bit as some Fort Bend County results come in, but it's a clear trouncing by Menifee of Green.
Also, on the Democratic side of the ledger, in the race for Harris County Judge, former Houston Mayor Anise Parker versus former council member Letitia Plummer. Parker was seen to have the advantage, but that's not what's happening as the returns come in.
No, we're seeing an incredibly low turnout on the Democratic side, except in this Congressional District 18 runoff. More than 1 out of 3 voters in the Democratic primary in the early vote voted in 18. And since that's an overwhelmingly African-American majority district, those votes went predominantly for Plummer. Parker's supporters throughout the rest of the county simply did not turn out early in large numbers. And we're going to have to wait for the Election Day vote to see if Parker's campaign was able to mobilize them, or if Letitia Plummer will be the Democratic nominee for county judge.
Okay, in the Republican runoff for Texas 9, Alex Mueller prevailing over Briscoe Cain. That was expected?
That was expected. Mueller ran a better campaign. She had the endorsement of Donald Trump. It was always going to be a bridge too far for Briscoe Cain, and he didn't even come close. That should provide some breathing space for Republicans, though, in November, because Mueller's a much stronger candidate in a November election than Kaine would have been. So it's going to be much tougher for Democrat Leticia Gutierrez to beat her in what is Houston's only even remotely competitive U.S. congressional district.
Okay, Mark Jones, another wicked lightning round in the books.
All right, listening in there to some of the coverage from our team at Fox 26 in Houston, and we're actually going to head out to them in just a little bit because, of course, their coverage does continue this Tuesday morning as we're following all of the results from these primaries that have really been shaking up what we could be seeing coming up in the general midterm election this November. Now, before we head out to our team at Fox 26, this is a live look we have once again there in Austin, Texas. The Associated Press also saying this, that Cornyn's loss followed primaries this month where President Trump successfully backed challengers to Republican lawmakers who has displeased him. That happened in Louisiana, Kentucky, and Indiana. Now, the candidates that President Trump endorsed in those states are expected to easily win against Democratic opponents. However, the AP says the president's decision to boost Paxton, who won Tuesday with a sliver of the Republican base, who shrugged off his past scandals, may be a bigger gamble in the general election. Democrats are hopeful that their nominee, State Representative James Tallarico, has a rare opportunity to win a statewide race in Texas and help the party retake control of the Senate with Paxton as his opponent. Tuesday's runoff also decided Democratic U.S. House nominees for districts in Dallas and Houston that overwhelmingly support Democrats. Also, a San Antonio area seat the party wants to flip. Now, in Austin on Tuesday night, which is, again, where you are seeing this live image coming to us here this morning, Cornyn also gave a short concession speech, tinged with emotion, to a room of only reporters. Now, we had that coverage live last night, and we do have those remarks. Hopefully, we'll get a chance to play out some of the reaction a little later on this morning in case you did miss it. But I do believe that those videos are also on our YouTube page. So if you just look up Live Now from Fox on YouTube, you can catch some of those speeches that were given by John Cornyn and also by Ken Paxton. Now, Cornyn had said back in 2023, as President Trump was running to return to the White House, that his time had, quote, passed him by, in a statement that came back to bite him. He was also an early critic of the president's plan for a border wall between the U.S. and Mexico. It's a project that he now does support. Cornyn did also have the backing of Senate GOP leaders who said he would be the stronger general election candidate against Tallarico, which was also the senator's argument to voters before Tuesday. Those are just some of the recaps here. Now, Tallarico's campaign, before we head to Fox 26, hit back Tuesday night on the social media platform X, highlighting what they and some Republicans see as Paxton's weakness, including an FBI investigation and impeachment for corruption, in which he was later acquitted. Cornyn led Paxton in the March 3rd primary, but failed to win the majority. That was after Cornyn and his supporters waged a months-long advertising campaign, and that was before Paxton was endorsed by President Trump. We are going to have some more reaction from several lawmakers coming out of Texas, also from President Trump, as we are following this developing story. This first one coming out from Senator Ted Cruz out of Texas as well, saying here, congratulations to Attorney General Ken Paxton on tonight's victory. He has my full support and endorsement as the Republican nominee. Ken is a fearless conservative who spent years taking on Texas's tough battles as Attorney General and has proven that he will always fight for and defend the Lone Star State. Let's head out to our team at Fox 26 in Houston for the latest.
Races on the ballot. Let's check in with Jade Flory right now. She's here in our studio with the takeaways from Tuesday's primary runoffs. Good morning to you, Jade.
Yeah, good morning, Denise, Melissa. There were some major shakeups following Tuesday's election day at both the state and local levels. So let's just get right on into them, beginning with the close race for Harris County Judge. On the Democrat side, Leticia Plummer leads former Houston Mayor Anise Parker, a race where both candidates remain neck and neck pretty much all throughout Tuesday. The winner will take on Republican candidate Orlando Sanchez later this year. And Christian Menifee defeated Al Green in the 18th Congressional District primary runoff. This comes after a closely watched primary back in March and redistricting changes that placed both Democrats in the same district. Menifee will face Republican nominee Ronald Whitfield in the November general election. And the biggest shakeup of them all, the heavyweight Republican showdown for U.S. Senate. Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton winning the GOP runoff for U.S. Senate, defeating longtime Senator John Cornyn. President Trump giving Paxton a late endorsement last week. Now Paxton will face Democratic candidate James Tallarico later this year. And this is what Paxton had to say following Tuesday's win.
I've won 3 statewide elections because I know how critical it is for our party to come together, and that's what we must do now. Without a shadow of a doubt, I will be the Democrats' #1 target in November. Texas will be the radical left's #1 priority. But if there's one thing I know about Texans, is that we're not going to let them take it.
And we have a more detailed breakdown of all of these election results at fox26houston.com and on the Fox Local app.
All right, Jay, so how are Tallarico and Abbott responding to Paxton's win?
Well, Denise, Democratic candidate James Tallarico responded to Paxton's win on social media, calling Paxton the most corrupt politician in America, also saying that it's time to come together, the people versus Ken Paxton. Meanwhile, Governor Greg Abbott congratulated Paxton on his win, saying that he will destroy Tallarico and become the next U.S. Senator from the state of Texas.
All right. Ooh, a lot going on with those races overnight. Thank you for that, Jay. And now we have just a heartbreaking
And that was our team at Fox 26 in Houston, as again, they are following the developments from the elections and the primary runoff that happened last night for the Republican Party. Now, before I went out to some of their live coverage, I did take this social media post courtesy of Senator Ted Cruz, in which he congratulates Ken Paxton. And he also goes on to say this, that he wants to congratulate and thank my friend, Senator John Cornyn, for his many years of dedicated service to Texas and our country. It has been an honor to serve alongside him for over a decade. He spent decades fighting for the Lone Star State, and his service in the Senate has left a significant mark on Texas and the nation. Heidi and I are grateful for his friendship, and we wish John and his family the very best. Now it's time to unite and make sure that Texas stays Texas. James Tallarico is radical, dangerous, and does not represent the values, ideas, or principles of the Lone Star State. Defeating him is critical. Now, we know James Tallarico, who is the Democrat set to run against Ken Paxton come the midterms, also posting this to social media. He says Ken Paxton is the most corrupt politician in America. He embodies the broken system we're running against. It's time to come together, the people versus Ken Paxton. Now, as we just showcased that live report from Fox 26 in Houston, of course, they were at several of these watch parties last night for a lot of the candidates. One of them was for Menifee, who actually defeated Al Green. He spoke to the team. Let's take a look.
Moving ahead, knowing that there's still a big battle for the Democratic Party.
Yeah, you know, 4 elections in 7 months, 15 months of campaigning. It's been an absolute whirlwind. But what's been so beautiful to me was to see our community coming together, saying this is what we want moving forward, and saying, hey, we want you to go out there and fight Donald Trump. We want you to go out there and stand up for our rights. We want you to go out there and make America less expensive. So to me, it's been invigorating to see how much energy we've had in our communities. And although I'm about to sleep a little bit because it's been so many campaigns, as soon as I wake up, we get back to work.
You took out the time to acknowledge a lot of different people before you even went into what you were focused on doing. You also acknowledged the work of Congressman Al Green. You felt like that was important to point out all of the work that he had done and what you continue to do.
It was genuine. Look, I've said since the beginning, I have nothing but the utmost respect for Congressman Al Green. We had a fierce, competitive primary, but when you got 2 fighters, that's what it looks like. And Congressman Green has been a fighter his entire career. This is a man who's been courageous, who's been fearless, and I believe it's important to honor our elders. The work he has done, the legacy he has, it doesn't stop because of one election. So I have the utmost love and respect for Congressman Al Green, and I look forward to helping carry his legacy forward.
What's your message to 18, to the Democratic Party, not just here in Harris County, but across the country? Because we're dealing with some totally different times right now that may look familiar depending on what generation.
Yeah, my message is these are not normal times. Folks want the Democratic Party to step up, to elect strategic fighters, folks who are going to step in and do the work to move the needle. If you look at Kristi Noem, Pam Bondi, these are cabinet secretaries who were fired because they came before committees where Democrats were prepared, they held them accountable, they did the work, and that led to major changes in administration. So people want Donald Trump to be fought with new strategies. You can't bring in the old and approach it like we did 40 years ago. So my message to folks across our communities, it's time for Democrats to fight. My message to Democrats is for so long, black folks have been put on the back burner in this party. We had a trifecta. We had the House, the Senate, and the presidency, and we didn't pass comprehensive voting rights legislation. Black people have been the core base for the Democratic Party for decades. It's time for the Democratic Party to do right by black folks. And as long as I'm in Congress, I will be calling people out who do not do what they can to protect our communities. That means black communities across America need to be stood up for. Immigrant communities across America need to be stood up for. It's time to stop the strongly led worders and to get to work in a real way to protect our communities.
Congratulations.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it, brother. I appreciate it.
And this was at the Menifee wrap-up party last night as Christian Menifee defeated Al Green. He was there speaking with some of the reporters over at Fox 26 in Houston. I want to take us back out to the live image that we have over in Austin. Now, Fox 26 is saying that Menifee defeated Congressman Al Green in the Democratic primary runoff for U.S. Representative in Texas's 18th congressional district. He will be facing Republican Ronald Whitfield in the November election. Now, Christian Menifee currently serves as a U.S. representative in District 18 after winning a special election in January. He worked as a commercial litigator in Houston before becoming the youngest and first Black Harris County attorney in 2020. Al Green, meantime, is currently representing Texas's 9th congressional district in Houston. He is serving his 11th term in the U.S. House of Representatives. He decided to run in District 18 instead this year due to a mid-decade redistricting. And Green also serves on the House Committee on Financial Services. So there was a lot happening last night all across the state of Texas. A lot of major wins when it came to these primary runoff elections. And we're going to keep you up to date with many more of these primaries that are going to continue heading into the general election come this November for those midterms. We're going to step away for a quick commercial break, but we continue with more of our live coverage when we come back.
Come on! Give us some salsa!
Ooh, get on down, you two.
We good, boys?
Hey, Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. Now, I don't know if you've heard, but Mint's premium wireless is $15 a month. But I'd like to offer one other perk. We have no stores. That means no small talk. Crazy weather we're having. No, it's not. It's just weather. Did you watch the big game? I haven't watched anything in 7 years because I have 4 children. Just sign up online at mintmobile.com. It is an introvert's dream.
Staying with more of the top stories from across the country and checking in with several of our partners stationed. This next story takes us out to Michigan, where a team at Fox 2 in Detroit, they're following teen takeovers happening, something similar to what has been reported in cities all across the U.S. Robin Murdoch is live there again with our team at Fox 2 in Detroit. Robin, what is going on?
Well, we have seen a number of these teen takeovers in recent weeks in the Detroit area, Carell, and that is exactly why Detroit police, they've actually increased patrols, and that is why the mayor of Detroit, she came up with a 6-point plan to really focus on keeping the peace, and that plan includes intervention, prevention, and enforcement. Still, though, these types of activities, they are still happening. One of the latest ones took place on Memorial Day on Detroit's west side. This is at Peterson Park near Greenfield and Pickford, and that is where police broke up large crowds of kids. No major issues there, but that certainly is not always the case. Early in the month, there was a 14-year-old who was shot in downtown Detroit at a different teen takeover. This kind of activity also happening in other communities. Investigators with the Oakland County Sheriff's Office learned about plans for a teen takeover in Pontiac, but were able to stop it beforehand. I want you to take a listen now to the mayor of Pontiac.
We've been growing our recreation plans. We're actually opening and building community centers when through the decades they had been closed in our city before. But also city council is also working to make there be healthy teen kickback events where they can safely gather, safely have fun. A lot of the intent is good, but we've all been teenagers, and we know that if you get a big enough crowd, enough energy and hormones going, things can get out of hand.
Now, as you just heard, in Pontiac, as well as many other communities in our area, community leaders are now looking at different ways and different activities to try and keep kids out of trouble and off of the streets. Concerning that 14-year-old who was shot in that teen takeover in downtown Detroit, we are told his condition is improving. 2 teens have been arrested in connection with that case. We are live outside Detroit Police Headquarters. I'm Robin Murdoch. I'll send it right back to you.
Now, Robin, before I let you go, I know that you're talking a lot about how city leaders are working to, handle this situation. Have you heard from anybody living in these neighborhoods, community members that are also, surprised and concerned about the type of stuff that's going on here with teenagers?
Yeah, some of that video that we just showed you, Carell, actually came from a woman who lives in one of these neighbors. She was obviously very concerned about what is happening, and people like that are asking, where are the parents in these situations? Why are they not doing more to keep their kids under control, to keep them at home and out of harm's way and out of danger? So this certainly is a big concern, especially since we have had issues in which teens have been shot at these teen takeovers. Hopefully, though, things will get better as the summer progresses and things will get a lot safer in the Detroit area.
All right, Robin. And that's a good point that you made, because the summer is progressing, so a lot more teens going to be out of school. So hopefully the situation does improve. But Robin Murdoch there with our team at Fox 2 in Detroit. Robin, always good to speak with you. We'll check in soon. Let's continue on with more of these top stories, but I want to bring you out to a live image that we have in New York City. Now, Robin there, of course, with the team in Michigan, where those teen takeovers are happening. But as I mentioned before, we saw similar scenes coming out of cities like New York City, where some takeovers of the street. It's a story that our team at Fox 5 in New York was covering frequently there, and also in Washington, D.C., our nation's capital, where we know that the police department is trying to crack down on some of the same issues that Robin just reported on. Any new details or developments on how all of this progresses, we will bring you those updates here at Live Now from Fox. Time right now, 7:19 on the East Coast, 4:19 on the West Coast. We'll be right back.
Over 50 conservative leaders agree Congress should reject MFN legislation.
Come on! Give us some salsa!
Ooh, get on down, you two.
This company made an AI service platform that will make your IT team work so much better, it feels like cheating. It's called Monday Service. It's an AI-powered service platform that eliminates most of the manual work for your team. AI agents automatically handle repetitive questions and requests, resolving everything from onboarding to IT support and step-by-step guidance. They also help reps work faster and more accurately with smart suggestions based on our knowledge base and ticket history. Less manual work, fewer mistakes. Try it yourself. You'll thank me.
Thanks for staying with us here at Live Now from Fox. My name is Carol Lahada. At the top of the hour, we were focused on the Republican primary runoff, that election that happened just last night. Attorney General Ken Paxton defeating Senator John Cornyn. Paxton getting that endorsement from President Trump just a few days ago. And I also said that we had some of the reaction from both of those candidates. I want to start, though, with what Paxton had to say as that election and those results were first called.
The people of the great state of Texas, tonight, we just made history. I want to thank my family, my kids, my grandchildren, the Paxton Patriots, and every single person here today. Without your love, your support, and your prayers, we would not be here tonight celebrating this incredible victory. I'd also like to thank all of the grassroots, local, state, and national leaders who supported this campaign, including Congressman Brandon Gill, who just spoke, Lance Gooden, Congressman Nels, Congressman Wesley Hunt, and Congressman Ronnie Jackson. I'd also like to thank Scott Pressler and Turning Point Action for their endorsements. And then there's one person who I think you might know, President Donald J. Trump. When everyone in Washington told him to abandon me and abandon the people of Texas, he didn't listen. Instead, he gave his complete and total endorsement. President Trump is the leader of our party, and his endorsement in this is the most powerful force in politics. And I'm honored to have his support, and I look forward to working with him in the Senate to deliver for Texas. Tonight, we just sent a Texas-sized message to Washington. I said it in March, and I'll say it again now. Today, change was on the ballot, and change won. Let me be clear, this is not just my win, this is your win. We just proved that this Senate seat doesn't belong to Washington. It belongs to you, the hardworking men and women of this state. We went up against $150 million in all the attacks in the world, and you know what happened? the voters declared loud and clear a simple truth that we know in our hearts and in our souls: Texas is not for sale. Now, I want to take a minute to say something about Senator Cornyn. I want to thank Senator Cornyn for his service to this state. John has dedicated much of his life to serving Texas. He's worked diligently for years to help Texas. And for that spirit of service to the Lone Star State and our nation, I'm very grateful. Thank you, John. So no matter who you supported in this race, whether it was me, Senator Cornyn, or you voted for someone different in March, I want to thank every single Texan, and I want to let them know that I want to earn your support. Tonight is not the end of a campaign. Tonight is the beginning of the fight to preserve every value we hold dear. The future of Texas and the future of America is on the line, and I intend to do everything I can to expand our movement. I've won 3 statewide elections because I know how critical it is for our party to come together, and that's what we must do now. Without a shadow of a doubt, I will be the Democrats' #1 target in November. Texas will be the radical left's #1 priority. But if there's one thing I know about Texans, it's that we're not going to let them take it. This campaign is not about red versus blue. It's about so much more. My opponent is the most extreme radical the Democrats have ever nominated. He's even running a vegan campaign, whatever that is. He goes by a few names that you may all have heard of. Some people know him as Tofu Tallarico. Some people call him Six-Gender Jimmy. I've even heard some people call him James Tallarico. And others refer to him simply as Low T Tallarico. But no matter what you call him, let me tell you this: James Tallarico is a threat to everything we hold dear in this state and in this country. He's a threat to our security and our safety. He wants open borders and even said a welcome mat should be at our southern border. He's a threat to our children. He wants boys and girls sports, gender mutilation surgery performed on kids. And when asked what he loved outside of his family and friends, you heard what Brandon Gill said. His first answer was trans kids. That's weird, and that's a radical guy. He's a threat to our prosperity and Texas economy. He said you can't be a Christian if you support the oil and gas industries. He wants to raise your taxes, and he won't do a single thing to lower costs for you and your family. And finally, he's a threat to our very way of life and our values. I mean, he's a vegan who thinks God is non-binary and that there's actually 6 biological sexes. It's hard to imagine someone more radical than that. No matter what he says or how much he raises, the reality is that James Tallarico is going to be nothing more than a Texas-based puppet for Chuck Schumer and the National Democrats. Yes. He wants the open borders policies of Biden, the woke agenda of AOC. He's going to push trillions more in spending. It's going to continue to drive up prices for all of us. He can never become our senator, but I need your help. We know James Tallarico is going to raise more money than any Democrat in America. So I need everyone watching to go to kenpaxton.com and donate right now and support this campaign. Every Democrat, and I would say every Republican, knows that if we lose this state, if Republicans lose this state, we lose the country. Amen. But I truly believe that together, not only will we win this race, but we can ensure that America's best days are ahead of us. Yes. You see, I'm not just running against the Democrats. I'm running to deliver for you, just as I have as Attorney General. I'm running to lower your cost of living because you deserve to be able to buy a home, afford groceries, and have a high quality of health care without being forced to stay up at night worrying about how you're going to pay your monthly premium or pay off your debt. In the Senate, I'll support President Trump's America First agenda and finally secure our nation's elections by passing the Save America Act. I've taken on big food and big pharma as Attorney General. And I'm going to continue doing that in the Senate because making America healthy again is critical for our nation's future. As Attorney General, I've sued some of the largest companies in the world like Netflix, Snapchat, and Roblox for taking advantage of our kids by exposing them to dangerous, addictive material. In Washington, I will not stop fighting to protect Texas children from big tech hurting our kids. We live in dangerous times, and that's exactly why I'll support our military and be ready to confront the threat from Communist China, which is our #1 geopolitical enemy. Just a few weeks ago, I helped establish the first ever detransition clinic in the country at Texas Children's Hospital. This will help kids reverse the damage caused by radical doctors who tried to transition them. And in the Senate, I will never back down from taking on the woke mob. I've also seen firsthand how bad judges can destroy our freedom and force a liberal agenda on Texas. That's why I will be dedicated to confirming judges who will uphold and defend the Constitution. So now it's time to finish this, Texas. We have until November to come together and bring as many people into this campaign as possible, defeat James Tallarico, and deliver for our state. I can't thank you enough for your support and your hard work and your vote. Thank you for making history. God bless you, God bless Texas, and God bless the United States of America. Thank you. Thank you.
You just heard there the comments from Attorney General Ken Paxton speaking to a lot of his supporters at a watch party there after he defeated Senator John Cornyn in that Republican primary runoff election in the Lone Star State. We're going to step away for a brief commercial break. When we come back, though, I do want to play out some of the comments from Senator Cornyn after he lost in that race. Stay with us.
At Car and Driver, we tackle the hard-hitting questions. Can a car seat click in on the first try? Every time? Does the parking camera catch what you don't? Will the back seat survive soccer season and snack time? Because somebody's got to find out. Car and Driver, the key to every car.
Come on! Give us some salsa!
Ooh, get on down, you two.
Come on! Give us some salsa!
Ooh, get on down, you two.
Hey, Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. Now, I don't know if you've heard, but Mint's premium wireless is $15 a month. But I'd like to offer one other perk. We have no stores. That means no small talk. Crazy weather we're having. No, it's not. It's just weather. Did you watch the big game? I haven't watched anything in 7 years because I have 4 children. Just sign up online at mintmobile.com. It is an introvert's dream.
Just before the commercial break, I was playing out some of the comments from Attorney General Ken Paxton as he spoke to his supporters after winning in that Republican primary runoff over in Texas. He defeated Senator John Cornyn, who also spoke to some of his supporters at a watch party. Let's take a look.
I've said throughout this race that I trust the voters of Texas, and they've made their decision, and I must respect it. Tonight, I'm joined up here by three women who mean everything to me, and without whom I never would have enjoyed the incredible ride and public service career that I've had for many, many years. Of course, my wife, Sandy, of 46 years and counting. And then our daughters, Danley and Haley, of whom I'm enormously proud, and they mean everything to me. Politics is hard on families, especially. But I believe, and I know my family believes, that public service is an honorable calling. Serving others is a high purpose. And while much about politics is ugly, we choose to serve through the good, the bad, and the ugly. Of course, we could not have run this race without an outstanding campaign team that has served me so well through so many campaigns. Truly the finest I've ever worked with. To Rob, Mayanne, and Andy, and the entire campaign team who worked tirelessly and gave everything they had, and who believed in me, I want to express my gratitude. Of course, I want to thank my U.S. Senate staff, ably led in Washington, D.C. by Drew, and in Texas by David. You work hard for 32 million Texans every day that I'm honored to represent, with long hours, high stress, and job uncertainty. I want to express my gratitude to my staff for their incredible professionalism and dedication to the 32 million people of Texas that I'm honored to represent. To everyone who's worked with me, alongside of me for all these many years, I just want to say thank you. And then to my supporters in this campaign, more than 1,000 current and former elected official endorsements, more than 30 statewide organizations, to every financial supporter, every volunteer, everyone who voted for me in this election, I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. Tonight, I'm reminded of something Teddy Roosevelt said in 1910. He said, "It's not the critic that counts, not the man who points out how the strong man stumbles, or where the doer of deeds could have done better. The credit belongs to the man who's actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and blood and sweat, who strives valiantly, who errs and comes up short again and again, because there is no effort without error or shortcoming. But who knows the great enthusiasms, the great devotions, who spends himself in a worthy cause, who at the best knows in the end, the triumph of high achievement, and who at the worst, if he fails, at least he fails while daring greatly, so that his place shall never be among those cold and timid souls who know neither victory nor defeat." A number of years ago, up in West Texas, that's not the region, that's the city, where there was a terrible catastrophe, the county commissioner up there said something that stuck with me all these years. He said, "Being a Texan doesn't describe where you're from. It describes who your family is." And for the past 2.5 decades, I have represented this family in the United States Senate. During that time, I helped write and pass a number of historic tax reform bills, focus on building our military for tomorrow, helping put hundreds of conservative judges on the federal bench, work to take Washington's boot off the necks of Texas job creators, and helped tackle some of our nation's most challenging problems. In this runoff election, approximately 8% of registered voters made their voices heard. And of that 8% who voted, roughly 60% said they were ready for a different direction. Another reminder that those who show up decide for those who do not. There's a simple rule in elections, you've heard me say it before, and that is the candidate who gets the most votes wins. The party in the majority gets to govern, and my hope is to keep my party in power for generations. I am an optimist by nature, which is just another way of saying I am a Texan. Yesterday, when I was in San Antonio, where I stood alongside of 109 students who had been admitted to service academies for this upcoming year, this was the 20th time that we've had this academy send-off, and it remains my favorite event of the year, because these young men and women, the leaders of our military and our communities in our nation tomorrow, give me great hope and optimism for our future. Well, a scripture verse comes to mind as well, where the Apostle Paul said, I've fought the good fight, I've finished the race, and I've kept the faith. Over the next 7 months, my service in the United States Senate, I intend to continue my work to help make this nation a better place for all Texans and all Americans. Thank you very much, and may God bless Texas, and may he continue to bless the United States of America.
Senator Cornyn.
I'll have more to say later.
All right, guys, make a hold, please. Make a
Still
hold.
have concerns about Ken Paxton?
Make a hold.
And we were listening in there to the comments from Senator Cornyn. He was speaking in a room actually with a lot of reporters, making those remarks after he lost to Attorney General Ken Paxton in the Republican primary runoff in Texas. President Trump actually posting this to Truth Social just a few moments ago, actually reacting to Paxton's primary win, saying this, quote, "Congratulations to Ken Paxton on such a tremendous win, and to John Cornyn for having run a strong and powerful race, but more importantly, having had a truly great career. John will remain my friend for a long time to come, as we both watch Ken become a fantastic, common sense senator, one who is respected by all. His opponent, Alfred E. Newman, may be the worst Texas candidate I have ever seen. A strong open borders advocate, he is weak on crime, believes there are 6 genders, is insulting to Jesus Christ, will never support the military, was a big mask wearer until recently, and is vegan, who dislikes meat. Not exactly a good way to be in your wanting to win a election in Texas. Desmond Crockett, a very low IQ individual who is no relation to the legendary frontiersman Davy Crockett, would have been a far better choice for the Democrats. It will do some nice, big, beautiful rallies for Ken. Texas, this will be fun. God bless America." Just a reminder that Ken Paxton will be running against the Democratic nominee, which is Tallarico. And we will continue to follow more of these developments here, so stay with us at Live Now from Fox.
Welcome to the new generation of web creation, where words can launch a business, while you control every detail. The generation always adapting, without missing a beat. It's your generation, where vision and technology work as one. This is the new way to create. Wix.
Time right now is 7:45 on the East Coast and 4:45 over on the West Coast. I want to bring us out to a live image that we have at the White House over in Washington, D.C. Coming up later on today, one of the main events that we are expecting is going to be President Trump hosting a cabinet meeting with several members of his administration. That is set to get started at around 11 a.m. Eastern time. Sometimes they run or they get started a little later, but no worries, because as soon as we get that live image, we'll bring it to you live and in full, as always. Now, Fox News reporting this, that President Trump saying he had that planned cabinet meeting to be for Camp David, but it's instead going to be held at the White House because of the unexpected bad weather. From this vantage point, the weather is pretty hazy there in Washington, D.C. And just behind the White House, you can see some of that construction for the Freedom 250 UFC fighting event that's going to be hosted on the South Lawn. Now, for today, all cabinet members are expected to attend. It was first reported by the New York Post and then confirmed by Fox News that also outgoing Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard will be in attendance. The gathering comes as the administration weighs next steps in high-stakes negotiations with Iran following recent U.S. defensive strikes near the Strait of Hormuz and amid continued tensions despite an ongoing ceasefire effort. The president in recent days has suggested the sides are nearing a potential breakthrough, while Iranian officials have publicly pushed back on claims that a deal is imminent. That's just a little bit of a recap. Again, expecting for this cabinet meeting to get underway at 11 a.m. Eastern time, so in a little over 3 hours from now. Let's head out to some comments, though, that were just given yesterday by Vice President J.D. Vance. He hosted a discussion with attorneys generals talking about some anti-fraud efforts and a task force that's being formed.
Good. Thank you all for being here. Please take a seat. Okay, so what we're going to do is make some introductory remarks from me, from Andrew Ferguson, then from Stephen Miller, and then we'll kick out the press and have the real conversation. But first, let me say thanks to all of you for being here. Very gratified and proud of the fact that we have 15 different state AG offices represented here today who are focused on helping us in combating fraud all over our government. And let me be very brief here about what we're trying to do here. So one of the things we've realized in combating fraud is that the resources of the federal government, while vast, can be supplemented and aided by a lot of the people who know best what's happening in their states, which is the attorneys general represented here today. And they have a lot of legal resources. They have a lot of prosecutorial resources. And of course, they have the desire to prevent fraud as much as we do. And so I appreciate these leaders for being here, because we're going to work together, state and federal government, to try to combat fraud. I'm particularly gratified here that this is not a partisan effort. I believe we have a couple of representatives from the attorney generals in Connecticut and Oregon. And as I've said repeatedly, this should not be a partisan effort. Everybody should care about fraud. Everybody should care about rooting out fraud. Everybody should care about saving the American taxpayers' money. And importantly, everybody should care about actually protecting the programs that only work and are only properly funded if the money funding those programs isn't being stolen by fraudsters. So let me just recap for the benefit of our friends of the media. In just 2 months, we've exposed billions of dollars in benefits that have been stolen from the American people. We've referred over $22 billion in fraudulent small business loans back to the Treasury for collection. We've deferred more than $1.3 billion in fraudulent Medicaid reimbursements that were coming from various states, particularly California. We put a 6-month hold on enrollments for new hospice and home health care providers because so many of the newer hospice providers were not actually providing hospice services, but were just focused on fraud. So we're going to cut that out for a little bit and try to get to a place where we can actually certify that the people providing hospice services are actually providing those very necessary and important services. We've recovered taxpayer funds from the $135 billion stolen after the floodgates were open in the immediate aftermath of COVID. We have found $6.3 billion in suspected fraudulent government contracts, which were mostly awarded during the last administration, and that has stopped. And finally, we've blocked $60 million in student aid fraud that should have gone to young people trying to get an education, but instead we're going to fraudsters. And I think the theme here of the Anti-Fraud Task Force up to this point has really been that we're protecting two classes of victims here. We're protecting the American taxpayers who shouldn't have their money stolen by fraudsters. And of course, we're protecting the people who need these services. Fraud is not a victimless crime. This is not somebody gets to make some money for violating the law, and otherwise it's not a big deal. This is people who rely on critical services, students who rely on student loan services, sick people who rely on hospice care, a number of small businesses who rely on the availability of these loans so that they can grow their business and hire people. All of these people, all of our fellow Americans have been taken advantage by fraudsters, and the task force is here to stop it. So without further ado, let me kick it over to Andrew Ferguson, who's going to talk a little bit about how we're going to work with these state attorneys general. And it's attorneys general, right? Not attorney generals. It's very counterintuitive. We got to change this. Maybe the group here together, we got enough of a critical mass of attorneys generals to change it. But Andrew, attorneys general, I'm never going to be able to get that right. And the media, of course, is going to make fun of me for it. Andrew, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President, and welcome to all the state attorneys general. I'm very grateful you traveled all this way to discuss one of the most pressing problems this nation confronts. When I was Solicitor General of Virginia, I served alongside many of you and fought against the Biden administration to protect our border, our religious liberty, and our right to keep and bear arms. And today we're here to talk about another problem that we need to partner with you to fight, that the Obama administration and Biden administration made much worse, which is widespread fraud against our benefits programs. Our benefits programs and our whole society was designed for a high trust people. The American people rightly expect that their fellow citizens will deal with them and with the government honestly and fairly. That's why for up until the last decade or so, shelves in our grocery stores and our pharmacies were open and readily accessible. We weren't accustomed to seeing security guards outside of banks or jewelry stores. We didn't have to worry about organized retail theft or industrial scale scammers of the type you all protect your citizens from every day. Nor did we have to worry about piratical fraudsters raiding our benefits program. But sadly, that is no longer true. It's become clear that huge groups of people in this country are taking advantage of our longstanding culture of trust to enrich themselves at the expense of the American people. I think a brief example would be illustrative. Just this weekend, I was shopping at a big home improvement store to buy a drill to do some home improvement. And I had to hit a call button and wait 15 minutes for a sales associate to come unlock a steel cage and a steel padlock to get access to a drill. It's why deodorant is now locked behind plastic windows at pharmacies. It's why security guards are seen at every store in America. The social trust has evaporated and people are taking advantage of it, and the same is true with our federal benefits programs. Huge segments of the population have decided to take advantage of this generosity of citizens through deception and fraud, and billions of dollars each year leave our programs into the hands of pirates, fraudsters, scammers, and gangs who treat American generosity as little more than a get-quick-rich scheme. We shouldn't have to live this way. American people are right to long for a period where we could trust each other. But while we are living this way, the government must act now to protect American citizens and their social programs. That is why President Trump has focused on this issue, and that is why the president selected the Vice President of the United States, a man who sits atop the rest of the government to coordinate the entire federal government's efforts to stop fraud in all of our benefits programs. And that requires us to do two things. First, we have to build protections within the programs to make sure taxpayer dollars don't enter the hands of fraudsters. That's what the task force under the vice president's leadership has been doing for months. With our agency partners, we've uncovered tens of billions of dollars in fraud and prevented billions from going out the door into the pockets of fraudsters. For agencies that had robust anti-fraud systems that the Biden administration turned off, the task force and the agencies have turned them back on and prevented billions of dollars from leaving the agencies. And for the agencies that didn't have those systems, the task force has come alongside them and harnessed the power of American AI innovation to build automated systems to keep that money in the agency. It saves thousands of man hours every year and billions of dollars that otherwise would exit the agencies and enter the hands of fraudsters. But the second thing we must do, and the reason we've brought you all here, is that we must restore deterrence by finding, prosecuting, and punishing fraudsters. Unless fraudsters believe that there will be consequences attached with attacking America's benefits programs, they will keep doing it. Our fraud detection systems will stop much of it, but cannot stop it all. The only way to defeat the fraudsters is by making sure that they know, every single one of them, that if they try to commit fraud, they will be pursued, arrested, prosecuted, and jailed. And that is why the Department of Justice has created the brand new National Fraud Enforcement Division to coordinate the federal government's anti-fraud law enforcement efforts, along with the task force and the Homeland Security Council. And this is where you come in. The federal government wants to partner with all of you to combat this fraud. All of you controlled your state Medicaid fraud control units. All of your Medicaid fraud control unit lawyers are on the front line of the war against fraud. It is extremely important that they be effective, ready to fight as much fraud as they can. And that's why HHS will be conducting a thorough review of all of your Medicaid fraud control units to ensure that the nearly $500 million that the American taxpayers give you every year to fight fraud will be used to fight as much fraud as possible. Now, in a moment, the head of the Fraud Division, Assistant Attorney General Colin McDonald, will explain all of the ways that state AGs and DOJ can partner to coordinate and cooperate and put as many fraudsters in jail as possible. But before I close, I just want to remind all of us why this really matters. This isn't just about restoring social trust in America. This is about saving these programs so that your constituents who have paid for them can actually use them when they need them. Fraud is bleeding these programs dry. We've seen countless of examples in this task force of Americans trying to use their benefits they've been paying for decades, only to find out that some fraudster has stolen those benefits and they're not available to them anymore. Just last week, the Department of Justice, under Assistant Attorney General McDonald's leadership, indicted 15 fraudsters in Minnesota. There, the fraud had gotten so bad that a major program designed to protect Americans from homelessness, including veterans, had to be shut down. It was so riddled with fraud, it could not be maintained. Your constituents are American citizens paying for these programs. They expect these programs to be there when they need them. And unless we stop the fraud, these programs will not be around in their current form for your constituents to use when they hit hard times, just as they've wanted to make them available for their neighbors in the same circumstances. So I encourage all of you, partner with us, partner with the department, partner with the task force, make your Medicaid fraud control units the elite fraud fighting forces that they are intended to be. And with that, I'll turn it over to the Deputy Chief of Staff and Homeland Security Advisor, Stephen Miller.
All right, and those were some comments there from Vice President J.D. Vance as he was hosting this task force meeting with state attorneys general yesterday at the White House, bringing you some of those comments in case you missed them. Thank you so much for joining us. My name is Christy Matino. I'll be here with you for the next several hours. And of course, the big topic that we keep discussing here today is this cabinet meeting being hosted by President Trump, and that's going to take place around 11 a.m. Eastern time here. And of course, we're going to be bringing you those comments as soon as we get them uninterrupted. A little more background here. President Trump is meeting with his cabinet today for discussions focused on the ongoing conflict with Iran as negotiations between the two sides continue to develop. This meeting comes days after President Trump said the U.S. and Iran had largely negotiated a possible agreement, though key details remain unresolved at this time. Now, the president has expressed optimism about reaching a deal that could help reopen the Strait of Hormuz and address concerns over Iran's nuclear program. However, several major issues are still being negotiated, and some lawmakers and political observers have raised questions about what a final agreement could mean for regional stability, as well as U.S. policy moving forward. Now, these talks also come as rising fuel prices and broader economic concerns remain in focus ahead of the upcoming midterm elections. We heard from Secretary of State Marco Rubio yesterday, and he said that negotiations over reopening the strait and extending the current ceasefire are expected to continue for several more days. Rubio told reporters the president is seeking what he described as a good deal or no deal. Now, this meeting was initially supposed to be held at Camp David, but the talks were moved to the White House, with President Trump citing weather as the reason for change. Once again, all beginning at 11 a.m. Eastern time today. I want to bring in Mona Yakubian. She's the director and senior advisor of the Middle East program at the Center for Strategic and International Studies, joining us here this morning on Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for taking the time. We appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
So I want to start with this. We do know this was scheduled to be at Camp David. President Trump announcing on Truth Social just yesterday that he is moving it to the White House here for these talks. Now, Mona, this is a rare cabinet meeting that was announced very suddenly. So what do you make of this, and really how serious is this moment, this announcement?
I'm not sure I would read too much more into moving the meeting from Camp David to the White House. It actually genuinely is pretty overcast and foggy, and it may be difficult for Marine One to make that flight. But I do think the fact that it is the entire cabinet that's meeting is notable. And clearly it is connected to these negotiations ongoing with Iran. I think the president is likely looking to bring the entirety of his cabinet around him as a measure of support for whatever deal might emerge. And of course, we're not there yet. But as you noted from the outset, there has been some criticism of the details that are emerging about this deal, including from Republicans. And so this may be an attempt by the president to sort of shore up support around whatever might emerge in the coming days.
And I wanted to share this post here from Fox and Friends saying the U.S. and Iran are still locked in tense talks. Again, citing Secretary Rubio, as I just did there, doubling down on the high stakes diplomacy, warning that it's either going to be a good deal or there isn't going to be one. So let's talk about that, Mona. We know these talks have been going back and forth here. What are really still the sticking points? What is President Trump really looking for in this deal?
Yeah, I think Secretary Rubio's quote about good deal or there won't be one is instructive, because there are questions around, first of all, the Strait of Hormuz. And under what conditions will Iran cooperate with the United States and allow for the free flow of traffic through the strait? The Iranians, number one, were caught attempting to lay mines as recently as a couple of days ago. That prompted U.S. strikes in response to that. So real questions about really how genuine Iran is in these negotiations, but also sort of playing around with this question of, no, they won't charge tolls, but perhaps some kind of fee. And both the Secretary of State and the president have underscored that there has to be free navigation through the strait, no such tolls or fees being charged. So that's one key issue. The other is, I think, Iran demanding upfront the unfreezing of assets. And here again, I think the administration will come under some criticism that they're providing some monetary relief to Iran without any movement on the nuclear file, which of course is the key issue that prompted this conflict in the first place.
So let's talk about what we can expect today for those who may be waiting and watching at home. We are going to be bringing some comments there from inside that room, but typically sometimes reporters can only see a certain amount of those talks and then it goes behind closed doors. What can we really expect to go on here today, and why would President Trump call this kind of last minute to have everyone meet together to discuss this?
Well, Christy, it's almost impossible to anticipate exactly what's going to happen or what will be said. But I think understanding that Iran is a key focus of the administration at this time, we may well hear from the president in particular, and perhaps Secretary of State Rubio, perhaps Secretary of War Hegseth, some updates on where things stand with respect to the negotiations, what can be expected in the coming days. And again, I think a reassurance by the president and those around him that they will not accept a bad deal. But of course, the devil is always in the details, and it'll remain to be seen what actually emerges from Iran and the U.S. in the coming days.
Now, the administration is describing these talks as high stakes negotiations amid this really shaky ceasefire at this point. How fragile is this situation right now in the Middle East, Mona?
It is an incredibly volatile time in the Middle East. As I noted earlier, we've already seen CENTCOM, the U.S. military, resume some limited, and they call them defensive strikes on southern Iran. This is in response to Iran laying mines in the strait. We've had Iran respond by claiming that they've been targeting U.S. drones. But there's also the second front in this war, which is in Lebanon. And that war is escalating. We've seen the Israelis intensify their airstrikes and also broaden their ground incursion in Lebanon. So that war, that front of the war is also ongoing and escalating as we speak.
Now, we touched on this a little bit earlier on in the interview, but I do want to circle back to it once again. This meeting was originally supposed to be held at Camp David, President Trump moving it to the White House. But if we look at history, we know President Trump met with top officials at Camp David in June 2025 before ordering strikes on Iranian nuclear facilities just weeks later. Does that history raise concerns that military action could still be on the table?
You know, I think regardless of whether the president convenes his entire cabinet or not, military strikes remain on the table. And that has been put forth repeatedly by the president in his Truth Social posts and in his public statements. The fact that it is the entire cabinet meeting, again, I'm not sure that that signals that military strikes are imminent. I do think it signals the enormous priority that the president is placing on this war with Iran, and more importantly, his efforts to bring about some kind of a settlement. And so again, it could be as likely that we hear the president announce more progress on the talks rather than the resumption of military strikes.
I also just want to talk about this a bit more broadly. How are America's allies in the region, including Israel and Gulf nations, reacting to these negotiations, and what are they watching for?
So, Christy, I was just in the Gulf last week, and I think on the part of the Gulf states, they are very worried about what the prolongation of this war means, not only for their economies, but really for the global economy as well. So I think they are the ones that have been pressing and pushing the president to try to find some kind of deal with Iran. At the same time, they also have not a little bit of trepidation about what a deal would leave behind, namely perhaps a more hardline regime in Iran that they're going to have to contend with. On the part of the Israelis, I think there's a lot of concern that it's simply premature to reach an agreement with Iran. As I noted, the Israelis are still undertaking strikes in Lebanon, and it's not clear whether or not Lebanon would be included in such a deal. The Iranians are insisting that it will. The Israelis are also concerned that there are still a lot of targets in Iran left to be hit. So I think the Israelis are more worried about what an imminent deal might look like.
And going back to what we spoke about earlier, just diving a bit deeper into this, we talked about what both sides are really looking for. But in order to really get a deal done, what are each side going to have to give up? What can we actually see that would lead to an agreement from both sides that would stick?
Well, that's the question. What is a deal that would stick? And again, what we're looking at right now is simply a negotiation to begin negotiations. So the first step is getting the Strait of Hormuz open, and that would lead to a 60-day period in which U.S. and Iran would negotiate on the nuclear file. And here I think the key issues are what happens to that highly enriched uranium that Iran still possesses, and will Iran agree to freeze its enrichment of uranium, and for how long? Those are really the two key questions. Another issue that hasn't been talked about, but that is also going to be important, is what kind of verification measures would be put in place? What kinds of inspections will Iran allow going forward to verify that they are indeed abiding by any deal that is negotiated?
Now, going off of that as well, just really trying to come full circle here before we wrap up, what leverage does the United States currently have in these negotiations? And what leverage does Iran have as well? I know we've touched on this a little bit, but just diving a little bit deeper, as I'm sure a lot of people are going to be waiting to see what's going to come out of this meeting here today.
So the U.S. has leverage both with respect to its significant military power, right? So the threat looming over Iran, that if there isn't a deal, the U.S. would respond by hitting energy and civilian infrastructure across Iran. The U.S. also has leverage in the sense that it has control over these sanctions. And so sanctions relief and the unfreezing of assets, those are carrots that the U.S. can offer Iran. For its part, Iran has, of course, this de facto control over the Strait of Hormuz, enormous leverage. It is essentially holding not only the region, but the global economy hostage. And Iran has also threatened that if it is hit by the U.S. and Israel again, it will lash out and hit energy infrastructure targets across the Gulf. That will only deepen and prolong the conflict.
Mona, is there anything else you'd like to add to this conversation that you think I might have missed?
Well, Christy, I think this is a consequential moment in President Trump's administration, his presidency. I think the outcome of this war with Iran is going to shape the president's legacy going forward. Whether he's able to negotiate a good deal with Iran that brings this longstanding conflict to a close, that would be in the plus side, or whether, in fact, this conflict really continues and, in a sense, unravels the president's foreign policy gains.
All right, so a lot to watch here today, and we'll be bringing our viewers all those updates. Mona Yakubian, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox this morning. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Christy.
And stay with us. It is 8:11 on the East Coast, 5:11 on the West Coast. We're stepping away for that first commercial break of the hour here on Live Now from Fox. More after this.
Welcome to the new generation of web creation, where your vision and technology works as one, so you can create the way you think. Wix.
All right, welcome in here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christy Matino, if you are just joining us. We want to bring you this press conference from just yesterday as you're taking a live look there out of Minneapolis this morning. As we learned, Minneapolis Police Chief Brian O'Hara resigned from his position after it was discovered that he interfered with an investigation into his conduct, and that's according to the city's mayor, Jacob Fry. So Fry said yesterday that O'Hara, who led the department since November of 2022, came under scrutiny after an anonymous complaint was received last year, quote, alleging the chief had engaged in sexually intimate relationships with city employees. We heard from Mayor Fry just yesterday. Let's listen in to this press conference.
Today, I have an extremely difficult announcement to make regarding Police Chief Brian O'Hara. Last year, we received an anonymous complaint alleging the chief had engaged in sexually intimate relationships with city employees. When complaints or allegations come forward involving any employee, especially someone in a position of leadership, they are reviewed thoroughly and independently. That was the case here. An outside investigation was conducted, extensive interviews were completed, and numerous staff participated. Several months ago, that investigation concluded, and we received a report stating that the allegations were not substantiated. Those allegations remain not substantiated. However, today, I received a report of findings from an additional investigation that showed Chief O'Hara interfered with the investigation process. Specifically, investigators found that he intentionally deleted a contact card for an individual from his city-issued cell phone during the original investigation in an attempt to shield that evidence of his connection to the person from investigators. And even though he was instructed not to discuss the investigation itself with anyone, he told another city employee that his city cell phone had been taken from him for the investigation. Although the investigators have concluded that this interference does not change their ultimate conclusion contained in the original report, in other words, the allegations of relationships with city employees, the interference itself is a breach of trust. Because of that, I informed the chief that I would be disciplining him up to and including discharge, and he resigned. I have accepted his resignation. This is not about being intolerant of mistakes. Everyone makes mistakes, including me. But what I can't allow is a breach of trust. When you serve as chief of the Minneapolis Police Department, trust is not secondary to the job, it is the job. And when trust is broken, it becomes extremely difficult to continue leading effectively. The MPD has worked hard to rebuild credibility and trust with the community and within its own ranks. Our staff and our residents need to know that they can trust not just the department, but also the person leading it. While the right decision was clear, it was not made lightly. Chief O'Hara has served this city through extraordinarily difficult moments in Minneapolis history, including the shooting at Annunciation and Operation Metro Surge. Under his leadership, we made real progress, from reform efforts to rebuilding the department, to bringing in new officers and strengthening public safety across the city. In many respects, he's been successful in his responsibilities as chief, and I'm grateful for his work. But my responsibility is first and foremost to the people of Minneapolis and to maintaining confidence in the institutions that serve them. That responsibility must come first. I know many people will have questions. And so in the interest of transparency, public data related to this matter will be released upon submission of a data request consistent with state law. As for next steps, Assistant Chief Katie Blackwell will serve as the acting chief effective immediately. I have full confidence that she will provide stability, continuity, and strong leadership for the department during this transition. I work to build a police department that is effective, that is accountable, and worthy of the public's trust continues, and it will continue moving forward from here. With that, I'll open it to questions.
Right, you have an idea of what at least some or one of these complaints were about. Given that it happened last year, why just 2 weeks ago throw your support behind Chief O'Hara?
Yeah. We did not know then what we do know now. As I said, as recently as the chief's announcement and his renomination, these complaints are going to get vetted thoroughly. If there's something that comes up that requires additional attention, there will be discipline. That discipline is taking place here today. If I had known earlier, I would not have renominated him. If I found out later after this confirmation, I would have reached the same conclusion. Please. But I'm also not going to hold this department in limbo. I'm not going to hold the people of Minneapolis in limbo. It's not as if one complaint comes in, that complaint is investigated, and then there are no more complaints. These are independently investigated. We do not know how long they last. We do not know their legitimacy upon entry into the system, and so we look into them. The report itself was issued today. Liz.
The report was issued today, so the allegations are not new. This started with a complaint last spring.
Correct.
It was closed, and
Correct.
then new evidence came forward just before Christmas.
Correct.
Why was he not removed from duty during that time, or his driver?
Yeah.
And there was a credible new evidence, and the investigation was reopened.
Well, Liz, it's the right question. We've been investigating this for quite some time, about a year, as you have been as well. The allegations, as I mentioned, contained in the original complaint were not substantiated. I can't, as mayor, operate off of rumor or anonymous complaints. I have to operate off of evidence that has been substantiated by, in this case, an independent investigator. So the original complaint was not substantiated. New evidence came in through a complaint. New allegations came in through a complaint. We investigated that as well immediately. And you're seeing me here today telling you exactly what we are disciplining on and why.
Mayor, you said that trust is important. Why give the chief the option to resign at all? If this is such a big deal, important deal, why not just fire him on the spot?
Yeah. So first, it's important to know what we are disciplining him on. What I did was I went to the chief. I informed him not just of the allegations, but of the substantiated claims within the report itself. I told him that I would be disciplining him up to termination. When allegations and a report is used for discipline, the report becomes public, which is the case today. I informed the chief that I would be disciplining him, and that's up to and including discharge, and he resigned, and I accepted the resignation. It was extremely painful decision, obviously, but I concluded that that was necessary to maintain public trust, and this was the right way to move forward as a city. So he was ultimately disciplined, did receive a letter. It did not make sense to offer further discipline when he was resigning himself.
Mayor, the report pretty much says that the chief lied about his behavior throughout this investigation. We apologize to you. We apologize to
I won't speak for the chief here today. The nature of the conversation was outlining the present status of the investigation, the report that itself had been issued, that there were substantiated claims within the report itself, and that I was going to be disciplining on both of them. In any allegation, in any complaint, there may be things that are substantiated, and there may be things that fall short of that. We did things by the book. We made sure that they were immediately investigated the moment we learned about them. We are disciplining on the substantiated investigations. We are not disciplining on those that were not substantiated. Ernesto.
Are you satisfied that the allegations of sexual propriety that were not substantiated by investigators are not true? Or does the conduct that got him ousted raise questions in your mind about whether, in fact, some of that behavior may have transpired and was not condemned?
Yeah. So the original complaint was that there was inappropriate relationships with a subordinate of a sexual nature. I can't speculate as to what took place. What I can say is that those allegations were investigated substantially. Numerous interviews were conducted. Tons of witnesses were interviewed. And we could not get and did not get an investigation report that stated that it was more likely than not that it took place. The first determination, obviously, that you need to make is that it happened. I am not the person best equipped to make that determination. That is why we sent it to the independent investigators. Is it possible? Yes. Is it more likely than not, according to the report? No, they did not make that determination.
Fair to say no city official came through the front door and alleged that the chief had acted inappropriately towards them?
I am not aware of an individual alleging sexual relations with themselves. I am not aware of a person that has come forward to state that there have been sexual relationships with them.
Well, there's my questions. Mayor, I have a question. If I may.
You may.
This further taints that police department that continues to kind of fall out of the dark hole. And you guys have several reform efforts for an officer shortage. What does this do when an officer that really gradually wants to join a department that now has this to
We've made tremendous strides in this city over the last several years. Recruitment is dramatically up. We bottomed out at around 550 officers. We're now hovering around 640. I believe so. That number continues to trend up from there. We just swore in a class of 28 recruits and I believe 4 laterals. Probably want to check my numbers on that though. We're undergoing reforms. The work that we're doing to hire police is not up to one single chief or one single mayor. We're on board to get the job done. The work to do substantial reform is not up to one single chief or any single mayor. I've issued an executive order and we've got a settlement agreement that is signed. Our department is committed to it. And so, look, the work is going to continue. Am I deeply saddened by the events that have taken place today, what we have had to do? I am. It's also the right thing for the city. And so, no, the work will continue. I'm proud of the officers that have stayed and the officers that have come on that want to be part of this change. And there's no doubt in my mind that it'll continue. Kyle.
With respect to Commissioner Barnett being here, the work will continue, but it is possible, given we've just been going through the city council, that the city could soon be without its top 2 public safety officials, or at least the 2 most visible. That has to be disruptive to the work getting done.
Yeah, of course, that's a concern. Thank you, Kyle. Commissioner Barnett continues to have my full support. The acting chief, Blackwell, is up for the job. The interim chief will be a decision that is made in the very near future. And we're going to make sure that we're going to conduct a search for the next chief of the Minneapolis Police. I'm confident, given that we are in a substantially different place than we were 3 and 5 years ago, that we're on the right track, that we'll recruit a top-notch talent, and that we'll able to progress around both the safety metrics that we're looking for as well as the reform.
The cell phone was taken during the original investigation. Why are you just hearing about it now in this reopened investigation?
Yeah, thank you, Liz. So the report goes into this in actually very deep fashion. There was not a finding on this particular matter in the original report. The secondary investigation dug much deeper, and all that information is contained within the report, and that part is not redacted. It's included. Thanks, everybody.
Is nationwide search for the chief or local?
And that was a press conference with Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey as he shared this announcement. Minneapolis Police Chief Brian O'Hara, there on your screen, resigned from his position after it was discovered that he interfered with an investigation into his conduct, as we just heard there from Mayor Jacob Frey. Frey also saying that O'Hara, who led that department since November of 2022, came under some scrutiny after an anonymous complaint was received last year, quote, alleging the chief had engaged in sexually intimate relationships with city employees. We'll continue to follow this story here for you on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, we are going to step away for another commercial break. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Jergens Natural Glow Sun Drops. Just drop, mix with my lotion, and glow. The feel-good feeling of Jergens.
Welcome to the new generation of web creation, where your vision and technology works as one, so you can create the way you think. Wix.
And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. If you are just joining us, one of the top stories we're following here today. At 11 a.m. Eastern Time, President Trump will be holding a cabinet meeting amid the Iran war. For some context for you, he's meeting with his cabinet today for discussions focused on this ongoing conflict with Iran as negotiations between the two sides continue to develop. This meeting coming just days after President Trump said the U.S. and Iran had largely negotiated a possible agreement, though key details remain unresolved. Now, the president has shown some optimism about reaching a deal that could help reopen the Strait of Hormuz and address concerns over Iran's nuclear program. However, several major issues are still being negotiated, and some lawmakers have raised questions about what a final agreement could mean for regional stability and U.S. policy going forward. Now, the talks also come as rising fuel prices and broader economic concerns remain in focus ahead of upcoming midterm elections. We also heard from Secretary of State Marco Rubio just yesterday, and he said that negotiations over reopening the strait and extending the current ceasefire are expected to continue for several more days. Now, Rubio also told reporters that the president is seeking what he described, quote, as a good deal or no deal. Now, I also wanted to share this on your screen here from President Trump as he posted this to Truth Social just yesterday. This meeting was initially supposed to be held at Camp David, but the talks moved now to the White House with President Trump there, citing weather as the reason for the change. Either way, we're going to bring you the comments here from inside that meeting at 11 a.m. Eastern Time, uninterrupted here on Live Now from Fox. Now, sometimes the press can only stay in there for a certain amount of time before they kick the press out and have discussions behind closed doors, but we will bring you what we can once it does get underway. In the meantime, I do want to transition to some other news that we also brought you here just yesterday. There was a press conference with NASA, and during this moon base event at NASA's headquarters in Washington, the agency announced new contracts for lunar rovers for crew to drive and uncrewed cargo landers bound for the moon. We also learned a bit more about the moon base and missions that are planned. I want to share some of those comments here with you now.
Good afternoon, and welcome to NASA headquarters in Washington, D.C. Today, we're joined by agency leadership to share updates on the moon base and discuss NASA's progress towards establishing a sustained presence on the lunar surface. I'm George Alderman, NASA Deputy Press Secretary, and I'll be moderating today's news conference. I'm joined by NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman, the head of Artemis, Dr. Lori Glaze, and the Moon Base Program Manager, Carlos Garcia Galan. We'll be taking questions both in person and through our phone bridge, so media interested in asking a question, please press *1 to enter the queue. Today's briefing is focused specifically on the moon base, so we ask that questions remain within that scope. And now we'll begin with opening remarks from our speakers, beginning with Administrator Isaacman.
Great, thanks, George. Thank you, everyone who's here today, those from industry leadership, our new Deputy Administrator, Matt Anderson. Thanks for everyone who's tuning in online, also from industry, from our NASA centers, from classrooms, and really those all across the country. Many that are watching are from the interested public. They're excited about the moon base, the latest status, what comes next, and how this grand return to the lunar surface will begin. Now, that curiosity is exactly what NASA is supposed to inspire. It means people are looking up again, believing in big things again, and paying attention as America returns to the moon again, and this time to stay. Now, you can't undertake and achieve the near impossible, like establishing an enduring presence on another celestial body, without many contributing to this mission. It starts with leadership at the top, and I would like to thank President Donald Trump, the bipartisan commitment from Congress, industry for adapting to and meeting the moment, our international partners for standing alongside us, and the tens of thousands of the best and brightest across the NASA workforce whose contributions make all this possible. I'd also like to begin by walking through the timeline that has brought us to this moment, because there's been a lot of progress in a very short period of time, and it's important to understand how deliberately your space agency is progressing. On December 18th, President Trump signed a national space policy that reaffirmed America's commitment to leadership in space, to return to the moon, establish an enduring presence, to build the moon base, to invest in the next giant leap capabilities, to ignite an orbital economy, maybe even the foundations of a lunar economy, and launch extraordinary missions of science and discovery. On March 23rd, we shared with the world exactly how we intend to achieve the vision called for in the American Space Superiority Executive Order. We hosted an event we called Ignition in this very room with nearly 40 Artemis Accord signatories and industry partners in attendance. Then on April 1st, we took an incredible step in the right direction when the clock hit zero and Artemis 2 got underway on an epic test mission of science, discovery, and integrity, bringing the amazing crew home safely to Earth just 10 days later. Now, as I said before, NASA is not a procurement organization. We will not sit on our hands and wait for industry to deliver. Just in decades past, the expertise and determination of NASA will help drive the intended outcomes. On that note, in the time since Artemis 2, we have been extremely active. We've been reviewing feedback from the Ignition event, speaking to industry, addressing supply chain challenges, having the tough conversations with those failing to meet expectations, and offering NASA's assistance to solve problems and doing the other hard things that should be expected of the world's most accomplished space agency. We are working alongside our lunar lander providers, preparing for Artemis 3 crew announcement and getting ready to begin stacking Artemis 3 this summer with a target launch in mid-2027. Across the agency, our astronauts, controllers, and principal investigators have been completing great science on the International Space Station. We've been flying more X-planes. We've been formulating the next X-planes. We've been getting ready for the Nancy Grace Roman telescope, ready to launch this summer, and welcoming again a new deputy administrator with Matt Anderson. On May 22nd, in a workforce note, alongside a series of directives, I announced investments in the NASA organization into our centers to meet the urgent priorities outlined in the National Space Policy, focus resources on the most pressing objectives, strengthen and empower the workforce and agency leadership. And today, May 26th, we're very pleased to update you on some of our progress. America is returning to the moon. We are working alongside our many international and commercial partners to leverage the incredible capabilities from commercial industry to build a moon base. For all we hope to accomplish in this endeavor, what we are embarking upon is extremely challenging. And we know so little from what is a combined 80 hours of lunar astronaut EVA time across the Apollo missions, and that was more than a half century ago. So we are not jumping right into the glass dome moon base as a service. As we announced during the Ignition event, we intend to take an iterative approach, sending a demand signal to industry for a lot of landers and rovers and tech demonstrations and all the scientific payloads these missions can accommodate. We are leveraging the NASA playbook from the 1960s, figuring out what works and what doesn't in this epic science of survival, because the moon base is as beautiful as it is hostile. In sunlight, the surface can heat to over 250 degrees. In darkness, it can drop well below -200. In the permanently shaded craters, areas of great interest that have been untouched by sunlight for millions, even billions of years, temperatures can fall well below -400 degrees. There is no atmosphere to moderate these extremes, no protection from radiation and solar particle events, and the surface is exposed to meteorite impacts, including the kind of light flashes the Artemis 2 crew observed from orbit. Recognizing this reality, I'm often asked why we send our astronauts into such harsh and dangerous and unforgiving environment of space or the lunar surface, and at such great cost. And we go for the technology we will pioneer to get there, the science and all that we will learn that will make life better here on Earth, to advance humankind on this great adventure, to inspire the next generation to do it better than we can, and to be very clear, to master the skills for where we will inevitably go next. I want to acknowledge the speed of the NASA Moonbase team and all those that are supporting this effort alongside industry to bring us to these announcements. So we are discussing 3 Moonbase missions and a series of additional awards with more missions to be announced in the months ahead. Now, Moonbase 1 will be the first privately funded lunar lander mission in history. The Blue Origin Mark 1 Endurance lander will deliver multiple payloads to the Shackleton Connecting Ridge, a strategic area of the lunar South Pole. In addition to flying 2 NASA science payloads, SCALPs, a lunar retro-reflector array, the mission objective is to demonstrate critical capabilities that reduce risk for the human landing system missions. On that note, Every mission in support of the lunar base helps us learn and de-risk crewed missions, but this one is especially important because of the role Blue Origin plays in the Artemis program. The target no earlier than launch date is the fall of 2026. Moonbase 2 will be the largest commercial payload delivered to the lunar surface ever, though in this Moonbase endeavor, we certainly hope to be breaking records on nearly every mission. The Astrobotic Griffin lander will carry more than 500 kilograms of cargo, including Astrolab's FLIP rover, to the lunar surface. This mission will help mature the capabilities necessary to support future lunar terrain vehicles, autonomous operations, logistics, and especially the LTV astronaut mobility. Moonbase 3 will expand our scientific understanding of the lunar surface. This mission will deliver the first payload selected through NASA's PRISM initiative, a program that brings together universities, researchers, and industry through open competition to solve scientific questions. The anchor scientific mission is Lunar Vertex, which will study lunar swirls, one of the moon's most intriguing mysteries. Now, these unusual formations appear brighter than their surroundings, as portions of the lunar surface are somehow shielded from the effects of the solar wind. Understanding why they exist could improve our understanding of how the lunar environment evolves, how surface materials change over time, and how future infrastructure may perform in these extreme conditions. The Moonbase 3 landings will also deliver payloads from ESA and the Korean Space Agency, demonstrating that the future of lunar exploration is an international effort. Moonbase 2 and 3 are targeted to launch before the end of 2026. Now, these represent the first of more than a dozen missions we expect to announce through the balance of this year as we return, build the base, and never give up the moon again. And as mentioned, just like in decades past, we are taking the world along with us, though this time, and eventually through the power of orbital observation and communication satellites, we will do so with impressive detail on the Moonbase website, which launched, I believe, in the last hour. The website will be a central hub for announcements, for mission updates, for imagery, video, solicitations, and procurement awards, and all the latest breakthroughs from NASA industry and academia. Now, just as the world paused to take notice of Artemis II and its historic mission, this website and all the associated moon-based missions will inspire students, instill curiosity, promote internships, and encourage them to work in industry as scientists, engineers, pilots, and astronauts to build hardware that will go to the moon and to control it from Houston. Perhaps even themselves to walk on the lunar surface as they grow up and carry the fire during the golden age of exploration. So for those waiting patiently, the grand return is close at hand, and we will not slow down. We are moving with the confidence and the purpose to accomplish the missions that only NASA is capable of achieving, and we are really just getting started. And now I'll hand it over to Dr. Lori Glaze.
So we're listening into this update from NASA that they shared just yesterday, providing an update on moon-based rovers as well as missions, hearing from several officials there at NASA. And we brought this to you on Live Now from Fox just yesterday, sharing a portion of it in case you missed it here. But NASA leaders are sharing the target launch timeframes and upcoming milestones for the first moon-based infrastructure and exploration missions to the lunar South Pole region ahead of Artemis astronaut landings. Stay with us here on Live Now from Fox. We're back after this.
I'm Premium Wireless for $15 a month at Mint Mobile. When I Premium Wireless for $15 a month, I think, why not Premium Wireless for $15 a month? Let's be honest, Premium Wireless for $15 a month, am I right? Let's just stop having AI write these, okay, guys?
All right, welcome back in here too, live now from Fox, taking you out to Texas as we continue to follow this major story. Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton won the Republican nomination for U.S. Senate yesterday, defeating four-term Senator John Cornyn in the latest contest where President Trump sought to oust an incumbent. And President Trump endorsed Paxton last week, calling him a true MAGA warrior. Paxton's victory in Tuesday's runoff makes Cornyn, who was first elected to the Senate in 2002, the first Republican senator from Texas to lose the party's nomination for re-election. President Trump also sharing this to social media just yesterday on Truth Social, as he says, congratulations to Ken Paxton on such a tremendous win, and to John Cornyn for having run a strong and powerful race, but more importantly, having had a truly great career. John will remain my friend for a long time to come, as we both watch Ken become a fantastic common sense senator, one who is respected by all. Now, our Fox 26 Houston team, they have been covering this extensively, recapping for us now what we saw just yesterday.
All right, we begin with the results of the high-stakes primary runoff elections.
All right, starting with the heavyweight Republican showdown for U.S. Senate. And the latest sign of President Donald Trump's influence on the Republican Party, Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton defeated four-term incumbent Senator John Cornyn. Paxton will now run against Democratic nominee James Tallarico in November. Isaiah Carey has more from Paxton's campaign.
Well, the victory celebration is over here at the Marriott in Plano, Texas, where AG Ken Paxton held his watch party. And of course, his people walked away very excited that he is headed to the primary in November against James Tallarico. Here's some of what he had to say last night.
I've won 3 statewide elections because I know how critical it is for our party to come together, and that's what we must do now. Without a shadow of a doubt, I will be the Democrats' #1 target in November. Texas will be the radical left's #1 priority. But if there's one thing I know about Texans, is that we're not going to let them take it.
We also asked Paxton's supporters about the elder statesman in this race who's held the office for 4 terms, John Cornyn. Here's what they had to say about the U.S. Senator.
I respect the fact that he has served the people of Texas for many years as AG, as the senator, but I think maybe it's time for some fresh blood. I think that the people of Texas expect to send their senators to D.C. for a certain amount of time. It's not a retirement home, though, so I would love for him to come home and be with his family, and we can send Ken Paxton to D.C. to be with Cruz and be as constitutional focused and focused on serving the people.
Now it's on to the big election in November, where Paxton will take on James Tallarico, the Democrat in this race. In Plano, Texas, at the Marriott, Isaiah Carey, Fox 26 News.
Paxton's victory brings a sudden end to Cornyn's more than 2 decades in the U.S. Senate.
Well, here's what Cornyn had to say last night in Austin.
And for the past 2.5 decades, I have represented this family in the United States Senate. During that time, I helped write and pass a number of historic tax reform bills focused on building our military for tomorrow, helping put hundreds of conservative judges on the federal bench, worked to take Washington's boot off the necks of Texas job creators, and helped tackle some of our nation's most challenging problems. In this runoff election, approximately 8% of registered voters made their voices heard. And of that 8% who voted, roughly 60% said they were ready for a different direction.
Well, here locally, one of Houston's longest-serving congressmen has been defeated. Christian Menifee defeated longtime U.S. Representative Al Green in the Democratic primary runoff for the newly redrawn 18th Congressional District. Last night, Menifee said voters were ready for a new generation of leadership.
My message is these are not normal times. Folks want the Democratic Party to step up, to elect strategic fighters, folks who are going to step in and do the work to move the needle. If you look at Kristi Noem, Pam Bondi, these are cabinet secretaries who were fired because they came before committees where Democrats were prepared, they held them accountable, they did the work, and that led to major changes in administration. So people want Donald Trump to be fought with new strategies. You can't bring in the old and approach it like we did 40 years ago. So my message to folks across our communities, it's time for Democrats to fight. My message to Democrats is for so long, black folks have been put on the back burner in this party. We had a trifecta. We had the House, the Senate, and the presidency, and we didn't pass comprehensive voting rights legislation. Black people have been the core base for the Democratic Party for decades. It's time for the Democratic Party to do right by black folks. And as long as I'm in Congress, I will be calling people out who do not do what they can to protect our communities. That means black communities across America need to be stood up for. Immigrant communities across America need to be stood up for. It's time to stop the strongly letter worders and to get to work in a real way to protect our communities.
Well, after more than 2 decades representing Houston, Representative Al Green faced the toughest political fight of his career. But in the end, voters had the final say.
I feel very good. I have expressed the truth. I see this as the beginning of a new chapter, not the end, but the beginning of a new chapter in life for me. And I'm going to enjoy it, and I'm going to make the best of it. I'm proud of the accomplishments. Well, I have hope for the country, and of course I have hope for District 18. My belief is that there's great work still left to be done. I have done great things in this district. I don't mean to sound like I'm being braggadocious, but I just have a record to be proud of. And I'm not going to in any way create a concern as it relates to Mr. Menefee's moving forward.
In the close race for Harris County Judge on the Democrat side, Letitia Plummer wins over former Houston Mayor Anise Parker. The Republican side of things, Orlando Sanchez and Warren Howell. You see here those numbers coming in for you. Sanchez takes it with 63% of the votes. All right, so now in the Democratic primary for Fort Bend County Judge, Dexter McCoy beats Rochelle Carter. Remember, you can check all those results on our website. If you head to fox26houston.com, we have them all listed.
And as we go to break, another quick check at the Texas primary runoff results. In the Republican runoff for Texas Attorney General, Mays Middleton defeats Chip Roy. And in the Democratic runoff for Texas AG, Nathan Johnson defeats Joe Jaworski. Keep it here.
And thank you to our Fox 26 Houston team as they were recapping the results we saw just yesterday in Texas, not just this news that we've been sharing with you, that Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton, who was endorsed by President Trump, won the Republican nomination for U.S. Senate, defeating four-term Senator John Cornyn. Keep it here on Live Now from Fox. We have much more news to get to on this Wednesday. We'll be right back.
We good, boys?
Think safety. Think Grainger. For trusted products to lock, anchor, contain, and protect. Grainger. Call, click, or just stop by.
And welcome in here to Live Now from Fox. If you are just joining us for the 9 a.m. Eastern Time hour, I'm your host, Christy Matino. I'll be here with you for the next hour or so. I do want to take you back out to Austin, Texas, as we're recapping here what we saw in terms of results yesterday. Now, Texas redistricting claimed a longtime Democratic incumbent yesterday as Representative Christian Menifee defeated Representative Al Green in a Houston area runoff that forced two sitting House Democrats into the same race. Representative Al Green, one of Congress's most vocal Trump critics, lost his Democratic runoff yesterday to fellow Texas Representative Christian Menifee after redistricting scrambled Houston area congressional lines. The race for Texas's solidly Democratic 18th congressional district was an incumbent-on-incumbent Democratic clash, with Green and Menifee both trying to preserve their places in Congress after redistricting altered those congressional districts around Houston. Now, our Fox 26 Houston team has been covering this extensively. We shared some of their coverage here before the commercial break. What I wanted to do right now is it looks like they got an exclusive interview with Menifee just last night, just about 3 minutes in length, and I wanted to share it with you now here on Live Now from Fox.
Still a big battle for the Democratic Party.
Yeah, 4 elections in 7 months, 15 months of campaigning. It's been an absolute whirlwind. But what's been so beautiful to me was to see our community coming together, saying this is what we want moving forward, and saying, hey, we want you to go up there and fight Donald Trump. We want you to go up there and stand up for our rights. We want you to go up there and make America less expensive. So to me, it's been invigorating to see how much energy we've had in our communities. And although I'm about to sleep a little bit because it's been so many campaigns, as soon as I wake up, we get back to work.
You took out the time to acknowledge a lot of different people before you even went into what you were focused on doing. You also acknowledged the work of Congressman Al Green. You felt like that was important to point out all of the work that he had done and what you continue to do.
It was genuine. Look, I've said since the beginning, I have nothing but the utmost respect for Congressman Al Green. We had a fierce, competitive primary, but when you got two fighters, that's what it looks like. And Congressman Green has been a fighter his entire career. This is a man who's been courageous, who's been fearless, and I believe it's important to honor our elders. The work he has done, the legacy he has, it doesn't stop because of one election. So I have the utmost love and respect for Congressman Al Green, and I look forward to helping carry his legacy forward.
What's your message to 18, to the Democratic Party, not just here in Harris County, but across the country? Because we're dealing with some totally different times right now that may look familiar depending on what generation.
Yeah, my message is these are not normal times. Folks want the Democratic Party to step up, to elect strategic fighters, folks who are going to step in and do the work to move the needle. If you look at Kristi Noem, Pam Bondi, these are cabinet secretaries who were fired because they came before committees where Democrats were prepared, they held them accountable, they did the work, and that led to major changes in administration. So people want Donald Trump to be fought with new strategies. You can't bring in the old and approach it like we did 40 years ago. So my message to folks across our communities, it's time for Democrats to fight. My message to Democrats is for so long, black folks have been put on the back burner in this party. We had a trifecta. We had the House, the Senate, and the presidency, and we didn't pass comprehensive voting rights legislation. Black people have been the core base for the Democratic Party for decades. It's time for the Democratic Party to do right by black folks. And as long as I'm in Congress, I will be calling people out who do not do what they can to protect our communities. That means black communities across America need to be stood up for. Immigrant communities across America need to be stood up for. It's time to stop the strongly led worders and to get to work in a real way to protect our communities.
Congratulations.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it, bro. I appreciate it.
And once again, thank you to our Fox 26 Houston team for that coverage. Continue to bring all angles to you here on Live Now from Fox if we do learn anything else. In the meantime, our top story today, President Trump holds a cabinet meeting at the White House this morning as he hopes to close in on a deal to end the war in Iran. He's facing critics within his own party, but as Doug Luzada reports from Washington this morning, he's also flexing some political muscle. Good morning to you, Doug. What can you share with us this morning about this meeting?
Some Republicans fear the administration will ink a bad deal with Iran, with the president making it clear that he's the one calling the shots.
Tonight, we just made history.
Look for the president today to tout Ken Paxton's win last night in a Texas Republican Senate runoff as a sign of his strength within the GOP.
His endorsement in this is the most powerful force in politics.
The president, with a last-minute endorsement of Paxton, helped him oust longtime GOP Senator John Cornyn. And it may be a warning to other Republicans who may doubt his efforts in Iran.
We should view the people we're dealing with skepticism.
There is unease on Capitol Hill about the deal that may be brewing to end the war in Iran. Can the regime there be trusted, despite the president's strong statements about ending Iran's nuclear program? And at the White House today, a cabinet meeting after the U.S. struck more Iranian targets, including boats that were accused of trying to place mines in the Strait of Hormuz.
We caught the Iranians red-handed. They were trying to lay mines to block the Strait of Hormuz, and they were threatening our forces. So this was entirely in self-defense.
Iran accused the U.S. of violating the ceasefire agreement, but their continued stranglehold on the strait is another issue that must be resolved.
We can't have any words that implies that Iran has territorial rights over the straits when international law recognizes it as international waters, and freedom of navigation has got to be there.
The president has said that a deal with Iran has been largely negotiated, but the terms, everything about this, still in question this morning. Back to you guys.
Doug, I wanted to ask you about that. When we talk about the terms and what it's really going to take here to get this deal done, what are those sticking points between both Iran and the United States?
Well, we kind of have to figure out, based on what we've seen in recent history, that it really has to do with Iran's nuclear program, as well as freedom of navigation there around the Strait of Hormuz.
And one last question for you, Doug. For our viewers who are going to be tuning into this at 11 a.m. Eastern time today, what can they realistically expect to hear? What can we expect to come out of this cabinet meeting today?
Well, these cabinet meetings in this second Trump administration have been pretty freewheeling in terms of the president answering a number of questions on a number of fronts. So it will probably be, if history serves as a guide here, pretty lengthy.
All right, Doug Luzader with Fox News reporting for us. Thank you so much for checking in this morning, Doug. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
And we are going to slide away for the first break of the hour here on Live Now from Fox. It is 9:05 on the East Coast, 6:05 on the West Coast. Stay with us. My name is Christy Matino. We're back after this.
Jergens Natural Glow Sun Drops. Just drop, mix with my lotion, and glow. The feel-good feeling of Jergens.
I'm Premium Wireless for $15 a month at Mint Mobile. When I Premium Wireless for $15 a month, I think, why not Premium Wireless for $15 a month? Let's be honest, Premium Wireless for $15 a month, am I right? Let's just stop having AI write these, okay, guys?
And welcome back into Live Now from Fox. We do have a live event that just got underway to take you out to. AFT President Randy Weingarten is going to unveil new national framework for screens and AI in this major address at the National Press Club in Washington, D.C. Let's turn up the sound and listen in live together.
From gun violence
from immigration raids and bullying. These basics equip students for the deeper learning and problem solving that will be crucial throughout their lives. They help make students more confident and more engaged learners. It's how we promote curiosity and critical thinking and ensure that our students have the agency and persistence they need to confront challenges. I need to underscore why laying this foundation is urgently needed, and I suspect we need to actually ask the National Press Club to turn the air conditioning up a little bit because I feel it from up here and the room is tight, so maybe someone can do that. Yes, that's not in my speech. So I want to underscore why laying this foundation is urgently needed. Our students are already feeling the impacts of this disruption, and I suspect every parent in the room feels that and sees that too. Young people are resilient, but too often the kids are not all right. And a major reason is that they are drowning in tech. When I started teaching in the 1990s, ed tech was just being introduced. So school computers were glorified typewriters with no internet connection. Students had to go to the office to make a phone call. How quaint is that? In the 2010s, many schools began providing laptops to students, and in this decade, the COVID-19 pandemic accelerated the tech takeover. Today, many school systems provide every student, yes, every student, some as young as 5, with the device. More than half of the 11-year-olds have a smartphone ever ready at their fingertips, soaring to 95% of kids 13 to 17 years old. 4 in 10 teens say they are online almost constantly. The pace of this tech revolution has been blisteringly fast, and kids are getting burned. As professor and author of The Anxious Generation, Jonathan Haidt says, cell phones and social media are making our kids sedentary, solitary, anxious, and depressed. On top of that, there are growing concerns about the adverse effects of all this tech on students' cognition, attention, and achievement. Jared Cooney-Horvath, a leading neuroscientist, recently analyzed how reading and math trends shifted after state-by-state expansion of ed tech. Prior to large-scale digital adoption, 4th and 8th grade scores on the NAEP, the National Assessment of Educational Project, was rising steadily for years. After adoption, the trajectory shifted, often sharply downward. Now, correlation is not causation, but Horvath cites research indicating that this pattern is across states, countries, grade levels, subjects, and years. And the recently released education scorecard, which draws on a huge amount of student data, identifies the same correlation. And in this era of TikTok and YouTube, which drives rapid shifts of attention, there is a growing concern about students' ability to sustain focus and to persist through challenging learning tasks. In one survey of 3,000 teachers, 88% reported that their students' attention spans were getting shorter. 88%. Cognitive scientist Dan Willingham notes that it's not that students can't pay attention, but likely they are less willing to pay attention. They're so accustomed to immediate rewards that they get online that they find schoolwork comparatively boring. Fortunately, this is a problem we can fix. But before we turn to solutions, we need to talk about AI, about artificial intelligence. I don't have to tell this room, but I will anyway. We are at a crossroads that will define the future of work and society. Without proper oversight and strong guardrails, there'll be dangers to our society and privacy, to the climate, and to the very fabric of our society. Safety, privacy, climate, society, all of this is coming at us. But the one thing the AI revolution does not change is the essential purpose of education: teaching students how to think, how to connect, and giving them enough knowledge to do both well. In fact, the ubiquity of AI makes critical thinking and applying knowledge even more important. Students need to go beyond memorizing facts and learning how to verify them, challenge them, and synthesize them into new ideas. Every school teacher knows that. We see that. Some of the most valuable skills in the AI age, like problem solving, communication, collaboration, adaptability, and ethical judgment, that depend on the ability to apply knowledge. But AI is increasing so-called cognitive offloading. Rather than working through a challenge, students can turn to an AI chatbot for an effortless answer. Research has established that less tech can produce better outcomes. For example, people learn more from hard copy than digital text, and by taking notes on paper. And learning is a deeply human endeavor. The student-teacher relationship produces one of the largest effects in education research. Yet best practices in education, brain research, and the science of learning too often take a back seat to market forces and political influence. The global ed tech market was estimated at $187 billion in 2025. And the tech industry is seeking more. And that's just ed tech, not all tech. And they have friends at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. The Trump administration has given big tech carte blanche. And Melania Trump's White House stroll with the humanoid robot to tout using robots to replace teachers spoke volumes. But so did the responses from teachers wondering how a robot was going to build trust with students or know that one of their kids was having a bad day. There's no algorithm for that. Students need their teachers, real human beings, not robots and not chatbots. And remember Michelle Rhee? She couldn't reduce teachers to algorithms. And Melania Trump will not replace teachers with robots. Now, before anybody gets too crazy, I am not calling for an AI ban or a Chromebook bonfire. What I'm calling for is getting the balance right to harness the benefits of technology while mitigating the harms. I'm wary of the dangers of AI, but it is here to stay. We need enforceable guardrails, and we need to help to cushion the disruption to people's lives. But that's not enough. It is equally essential to make sure educators understand AI and have a say in its use in education and in our profession. That's why the AFT created the National Academy for AI Instruction last year, to help teachers master AI so that AI doesn't master them. It's a training hub designed and run by educators grounded in trust, safety, and people-first technology. It builds on the work our members did when ChatGPT was first announced. where I'm trying to find my little prop here, where we brought together a group of educators from around the country and developed and then continuously updated the AFT's common sense guardrails using advanced technology in school. I see a bunch of people in this room who worked on that. And parents, I see a bunch of parents in the room. Parents must have a real say as well. They know firsthand the impacts of social media and other technology on their children. And together with parent groups, we released our Likes versus Learning report with clear principles to keep children safe on social media and protect their privacy. And we continue to work with these groups for policy changes to protect children. So today, I am announcing, I'm proposing, and hopefully it will be out there for Democrats and Republicans and independents and educators and parents to chew on and to look at and to listen to and to use. I'm proposing a 10-point plan addressing all of this to boost student learning and success in this era of AI. Number one, and this is all in your pamphlet, so you see it. Number one, no screens, including online assessments, for students in pre-kindergarten through second grade, unless there's a compelling reason, such as to most effectively support a student with special needs. Number two, no student-facing AI in elementary schools. It's not only to protect harm, but it's to build children's skills like attention, relationship building, and persistence. And all other student-facing AI, including digital literacy efforts, must be supervised by educators. And until at least age 16, there should be a total ban on so-called social companion chatbots, these computer programs that simulate human relationships. Number three, redesign schooling. So active learning, including project-based, experiential, and career-connected learning, is the norm across all grade levels. And this means redesigning accountability as well. Number four, ensure students have a solid foundation in literacy, numeracy, and civic engagement. Number five, focus on well-being so that students and their families have their basic needs met and students are prepared to learn, as community schools do so successfully. Number six, protect intellectual property and academic freedom, and support educators to understand, effectively use, and make classroom-based decisions about technology integration. There's a seat up here if you want it. Right over here. Are you okay? Okay. Number seven, establish a new gold standard for safety and privacy for the use of AI in schools. Providers that can't meet these requirements should not be eligible to serve K-12 education. Number eight, establish an independent research consortium to build a strong knowledge base for effective education practices that can be sustained and scaled. The research should include the effects of AI, screens, and technology on students, and should not be paid for by the industries whose products are being researched. Number nine, ensure adequate funding of education by states and the federal government. This means reversing the trend of disinvestment since the Great Recession and targeting funding to level the playing field and promote opportunity for all students, and not letting AI and vouchers further defund public education. And number 10, the last one, a tech tax on big tech's earnings and on some business operations to ensure they pay their fair share for the adverse and disruptive consequences of this technology on American families. such as workers being replaced and displaced by AI. It's 10 points to ensure our students are prepared for the future. I call it a devices down, eyes up, hands on strategy. Now, I'm not going to talk at length about all 10, but I want to dwell on some of them. We're on the threshold of a staggering shakeup of society. Who will pay for this massive AI disruption? The 16,000 workers estimated to lose their jobs each month? Retirees whose spiking energy bills eat up more of their fixed incomes? Who will pay for the harms to the environment, from toxic waste to greenhouse gas emissions to grid strain to water shortages that threaten to make our taps run dry? A tech tax would ensure that big tech companies pay their fair share for the adverse consequences of AI. Artificial intelligence is accelerating the steepest upward transfer of wealth in modern history. Tech titans are amassing mind-blowing wealth, while ordinary people are paying enormous costs for living in the AI age. Tech kingpins and corporations can afford to pay a fair tech tax. Workers and communities and the earth can't afford for them not. The guardrails and other protections that can help cushion the disruption, they are vital. The safety and privacy concerns should be obvious, as should be the need to protect intellectual property and academic freedom for faculty and so many others. The federal government must update intellectual property laws to protect human-generated work, and employers must protect workers' intellectual property in contracts they negotiate with AI companies. The AFL-CIO, and it's so great that Liz Schuler, the president, is here today. The AFL-CIO has proposed a bold AI agenda to harness the benefits of this technological change while preventing the annihilation of countless workers' jobs. And we support our federation's recommendations and will fight for them. No less an authority than Pope Leo warned this week that AI must serve humanity, not the powerful few. Leo condemned the use of AI in warfare, and he underscored that teaching and learning are human endeavors. He wrote that schools offer what the digital sphere by itself cannot provide, namely a shared time for learning and developing trustworthy relationships. That vision underscores key aspects of our devices down, eyes up, hands on 10-point plan. And some of what I've laid out is already starting to take hold. Take the bans on phones during the school day, which we support and which 31 states have implemented. What are educators seeing? That kids are noticeably more engaged. One of the educators in the room wrote to me a couple of days after the New York ban went into effect, Sari Rosenberg, and she said, "Oh my God, in the halls, kids are talking to each other. And in our classrooms, I hope you don't mind I'm saying this, they're passing notes to each other." You know, and you hear that now that students aren't heads down, eyes on phones. And 1 year into its bell-to-bell cell phone ban, Dallas schools are seeing a 24% increase in library book checkouts.
And that's just a live event we're bringing you here out of Washington, D.C. The teachers union leaders speaking on artificial intelligence at the National Press Club. We're going to step away for a commercial break on Live Now from Fox. A lot of stories and live feeds we're following here in the 9 a.m. Eastern Time hour. My name is Christy Matino, and we're back after this.
Think safety. Think Grainger. For trusted products to lock, anchor, contain, and protect. Grainger. Call, click, or just stop by.
And welcome in here to Live Now from Fox. We are following a bit of breaking news out of Phoenix. Very preliminary information as of right now. Here's a live look that we have coming in here. We know from the Phoenix Fire Department that 3 vacant buildings were fully involved with fire, and about 90 firefighters were dispatched to contain a large fire. Okay, so this is just coming in. Let me just read that to you once again. So this is a post on social media from the Phoenix Fire Department. As we know, 3 vacant buildings have caught fire. About 90 firefighters were dispatched to contain this large fire. As of right now, there are no injuries reported. Once again, this is the shot we have coming in here. And actually, I see our Fox 10 Phoenix team on the story. Let's head out to them live.
They're mostly putting out the hot spots. You can take a look and see now. This time going live, we can see some flames there. The smoke isn't quite as bad as it was. It was a big plume of smoke maybe just 10 or 15 minutes ago, but now it looks at this point they're trying to get that fire out again. You can see obviously the flames, still some smoke coming out there as well. So crews have been here on scene since a little after 4 o'clock this morning, and just taking a look at some of that damage to this home. They said it affected 3 homes here in this area, and just taking a look to from the air, you can really see some of that damage, get a better view there as well. So you can see just how much that smoke is continuing to just go throughout the air. You can see the flames there from the building as well. And according to the Phoenix Fire Department, this affected 3 homes in the area. But the good news here is they believe all 3 of those homes were vacant. So no one was injured here, but there are some apartment complexes that are nearby. That's why they had to work very quickly to try and make sure it didn't spread any further. They said those 3 homes were located pretty close to one another, so that's why it spread so rapidly. This did go up to a second alarm fire, which means they had more than 90 firefighters out here that are still out here this morning battling these flames. So again, it looks like since we spoke to the Phoenix Fire Department in the last half hour, those flames have really come back and they're continuing to battle the flames. But again, the smoke was definitely a lot worse maybe 15 minutes ago, so it looks like some of that has improved from what I can see from my vantage point here across the street from these homes. But again, The good news is that no one was hurt here in the flames, but the fire crews, of course, are continuing to battle those flames, and they do believe those 3 homes affected are vacant. We'll send it back to you guys, and we'll continue to bring you the latest information on this fire throughout the morning. And the cause of the fire still very much under investigation.
Yeah, this is massive. We will continue to watch this throughout the morning until they're able to put that out. In the meantime, we are going to head.
All right. Thank you to our Fox 10 Phoenix team. And here is that report that was put out on X by the Phoenix Fire Department. As they say, 3 vacant buildings were fully involved with fire, and about 90 firefighters were dispatched to contain this large fire. As of right now, there are no injuries reported. We just got the latest update there from our Fox 10 Phoenix team. As this continues to develop, we will continue to bring you updates here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, I do want to head back out to this live event we were listening into before the break. And this is the AFT president speaking on artificial intelligence at the National Press Club. Let's listen in.
Basics built on the ability to think critically, to communicate, to collaborate, and to apply knowledge. So when so much information is only a prompt away, acquiring trustworthy knowledge is just a first step. To be useful, that knowledge must be applied. But that's just a second step. To really prepare young people for complex challenges, our true goal is to have students who can work together and problem solve. They must be able to pool their collective knowledge, strengths, and perspectives, because today's problems are greater than each of us, but they are not greater than the sum of us. So the crux of this 10-point plan is what this will look like at the school level. What happens when we put devices down? What does eyes up, hands on really mean? It means prioritizing active learning through meaningful projects, which can range from students creating an eco-friendly garden, to planning and budgeting for a school event, to developing a policy solution to a local issue. Like, do you need a traffic light on a corner? And presenting it to town officials, to keeping a diary from the perspective of a historical figure, from play for our littlest ones, to debate for our older kids, to music and art for all. This is meaningful learning. When I was a civics teacher at Clara Barton High School in Brooklyn, my students and I delved into, that's Brooklyn, New York. My students and I delved into all sorts of lessons about the Bill of Rights, efforts to change the Constitution like the women's suffrage movement, and lessons about street law. They memorized plenty of important information, but where they really shined was in applying their knowledge and in collaborating with each other, like in the We the People debate competitions. This kind of learning is the opposite of drill and kill, of students memorizing and regurgitating content. And active learning is the antidote to cognitive offloading. That is, again, outsourcing thinking to AI. Where active learning is the norm is career and technical education. CTE is learning by doing. It prepares high school students for both higher education and in-demand career pathways. They do this in places like Thomas Edison and the Harbor School in New York, Rio Tech in New Mexico, the new Lexington School District in Ohio, and countless other great career-connected learning programs, many of which I have visited, and there are many more across this great country. Students engage in programs from skilled trades to healthcare to advanced manufacturing. They take part in internships and workplace learning and work-based learning. They receive industry certifications in their area of study, and many earn college credits. I recently had an incredible full circle moment. In 2016, Westinghouse Academy in Pittsburgh was threatened with closure. The AFT, through our Innovation Fund, gave the Pittsburgh Federation of Teachers a grant to work with the district to start an emergency medical service program at Westinghouse. I recently returned to Westinghouse. Today, it's thriving and offering students pathways into firefighting and law enforcement and EMS. CTE students build things, they troubleshoot, and they fix things. They work in teams. They can explain what they're doing and why they're doing it. No wonder they have great job prospects, whether or not they go to college. This is why the AFT is such an evangelist for career-connected learning. More than 90% of students who concentrate in CTE graduate, and about 3/4 of them continue their education after high school. This strategy, this pedagogy, prepares students as much for college. Let's make it the norm for all students. The rethinking of teaching and learning that I've described today must be accompanied by rethinking of the accountability systems we use to measure our students' progress. Career-connected learning and other types of active learning are suited to this kind of assessment by doing portfolios, capstone projects, or performances, or by the living civics that I taught my students. But for schools writ large to integrate active learning, accountability systems have to be designed to assess such learning and to incentivize it. No Child Left Behind's best legacy was to highlight systematic disparities in our extremely diverse country. But the standardized, narrow content assessments it relied on didn't help with that challenge and do not help right now. On their own, standardized tests are of little use for school improvement, much less for the teaching and learning of individual students. There's hope. For more than 25 years, the New York Performance Standards Consortium has been a shining example of rigorous, relevant assessment at the school level. Evie is shaking her head because she and I have both been, our executive vice president, have both been at Performance Consortium schools. And more recently, the School Superintendents Association has been working to help districts measure what matters. And the bipartisan reauthorization of federal education laws, led by Republican Senator Lamar Alexander and Democratic Senator Patty Murray, it was a good first step in giving states the freedom to pursue this. And now, several years later, more than 20 states have frameworks for their graduates to measure something meaningful beyond test scores. But please, there is much more to be done if we are to have assessment and accountability systems that measure and support the active learning I think we all want for our young people, and they all need in this age of AI.
And that's just one of the live events we're bringing you here on Live Now from Fox. The AFT president speaking on artificial intelligence. We're going to step away for a commercial break because on the other side, we do have Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. He just stepped up to speak there on property tax. That's next.
Think safety. Think Granger. For trusted products to lock, anchor, contain, and protect. Granger. Call, click, or just stop by.
Thanks for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to take you out to Tampa, Florida, as Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is calling for this special session on property tax relief. Let's listen in live.
But we're not writing on a blank slate. And if you look in Florida in 2019, and all the property tax revenue is local government, none of it is state. 2019, 7 years ago, they were taking in about $32 billion from property taxes. Now that's homestead residential, which is about a third of all the revenue. Non-homestead residential, which is actually more than even the homestead, and then commercial. Now, 7 years later, that number has gone from $32 billion to $60 billion. So that's a lot of money. That's a lot of taxes that people are paying. And part of it is because some jurisdictions may have raised millage, but a lot of it is they're raising the valuations. So you have a home, and then all of a sudden you're having to pay more just because the house down the street may have sold more. And so from a matter of first principle, the whole idea of doing the property taxes, if we were starting from scratch, I would not do a system that relied on that type of taxation. I mean, think about it. They'll justify it and say, well, you have to pay property tax because you're using police or you're using these services. Well, wait a minute. If you had a house you bought for $300,000, now they're saying it's worth $900,000. Are you using 3 times as much services? No. So that's not really, I know it goes to those things, but there's not really a connection to what you're consuming and what they're charging you. So there's a whole host of reasons why you would not want to do a type of wealth tax, a property tax, if you were writing on a blank slate. We're not writing on a blank slate. That's $60 billion, even though I think that's way too much from what folks should be getting in local governments. That does do a lot of things, and I know a lot of us all support, whether it's first responders, law enforcement, and education. Obviously, that's a lot of level, and then they do a lot more with it too, which I think probably few of us support some of the other things that are done with it. But in order to do something that can get support from the legislature and ultimately, I think, win support of voters, you're not going to be in a situation where you can say every single one of those is just eliminated immediately, because that would be, even though you don't need $60 billion, they'd be like, well, what are you going to do? Are you going to propose new tax? No. That's not what we need to start standing for. Taxpayers, for all this time, as we've seen inflation throughout the country, all these different things, it's always the individual, the consumer, the taxpayer that's expected to change things in order to make ends meet. They never expect government to be able to change things so that it can benefit the taxpayers. And so we were not in a situation where we were going to be able to just simply say any property tax on commercial, non-homestead residential. So we've always focused on the homestead portion of it, which again is actually less money than local governments get from residential properties that are not homestead. So that is something that's doable. And it's something that's really, really meaningful. So we've always focused on the homestead. And I know there's people that maybe live here three months a year, and they think that they should be able, to have the property tax too. And in an ideal world, maybe that would be good policy. But where we are now, I want to get something done. I want to make sure people can go and vote for something and then see something that's going to be very, very meaningful in their lives. And the way to do that is to focus on the homestead property owners. Now, I also, people say, well, how are they going to pay for this? How are they going to pay for that? And there's different approaches to this. I reject the idea that a good approach would be for us at the state government to somehow propose new taxes. We can't do that. Taxpayers we're one of the lowest tax states in the country. Certainly at the state level we are, with no income tax and all the other things we've done. I mean, we've done about $10 billion in tax relief since I've been governor. So that was always out of the question, that we are just going to say, okay, I'll give you a property tax, but then you're going to have to do this here or there. That's not, first of all, it's not the state government's role. We don't need any revenue at the state government beyond what we're getting, and we have surplus. So focusing on homestead, I think, is a way to show, look, we think that there's too much revenue going from taxpayers to these local governments. Doesn't mean they don't need anything. Obviously, you got to run services, but all the time the taxpayers having to pay more and more for basically the same level of services that they would have gotten 10 years ago when their property tax bill was a lot less. Now, in order to even do the homestead, it's been clear to us as we've worked this issue over the last year that this would have to be something that would be phased in if you want to fully eliminate it. And I would do it full turkey. I would do it straight up. I don't think we'd be able to get that support in the legislature. And I don't know that it would necessarily even pass with voters if you did it that way. And so the proposal that we are going to work with the legislature on to be on the ballot will begin with an initial raising of the homestead limit to $250,000 for all Florida homesteaders, with then the legislature commanded to enact a schedule that will lead to the full elimination of the homestead limit. Now, why this is something that I think will be very strong and I think something that will be meaningful, a $250,000 limit, that eliminates property tax for 60% of Florida.
All right, so some comments there from Florida Governor DeSantis as he's speaking on property tax. We'll bring that back to you here in just 2 short minutes on Live Now from Fox. We do have to step away for a commercial break. Before we do, I just want to remind you, if you are just joining us, that 11 a.m. Eastern time, President Trump, he's set to hold that cabinet meeting amid the Iran war. We'll be bringing that to you here on Live Now from Fox once that does get underway. Also, I just want to clarify, we've been getting some questions about what you're seeing there behind the White House. It looks like a big cage of sorts. That's because it is. The White House has begun construction on this UFC fighting cage on the South Lawn there. And this is ahead of next month's event to celebrate 250 years of American independence. So I just wanted to share that here with you. We have been getting some viewers asking, what is that? Well, now you know. All right, stay with us here on Live Now from Fox. My name is Christy Mattina. We'll be right back.
This might be the only delivery service that actually feels chef-made, because it is. This is Cook Unity, and if you're someone that enjoys delicious food without having to worry about grocery shopping, cooking, and cleaning, then you're gonna love this service, because all you have to do is heat up the meals in the oven or microwave. And the best part is, new users can get meals for only $6.30 at the link in my bio. They partnered with some of the best chefs in the world, like Chef Marcus Samuelson, to design meals that have the same taste, consistency, and quality you'd expect at their restaurants. This week, I ordered some of Chef Marcus' most popular dishes, like his smoky brown sugar chicken, masala spice shrimp, green pesto bucatini, and M's famous chicken and waffles. Chef Marcus is an 8 times James Beard Award winner that owns the Red Rooster in Harlem, and these are the type of quality partnerships you can expect from Cook Unity. If you want to feel like you have your own personal chef, head to the link in my bio to get 50% off your first order.
And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Taking you right back out to Tampa, Florida, as Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is speaking on property tax relief. On the other side of that is my colleague, Josh Breslow. My name's Christy Matino, and you're watching Live Now from Fox.
Will be limited to core services, which I think is really, really good. The other thing is what we don't want is to say, oh, we want to make up revenue, so we're going to just go and hit small businesses. So right now, under current law, they can raise valuations of small businesses by up to 10% each and every year. This proposal cuts that limit in half. They will only be able to do 5%. So that's the strongest protection for small businesses, that we've ever seen. The way I want them getting revenue from businesses is we have a good economy that creates more businesses, not to try to raise taxes on existing businesses, particularly our small businesses. The other thing the proposal will do was it will ensure fairness for Florida residents by putting Floridians first. We know that we are a state that has attracted a lot of migration over the years. I don't think there's ever been a state in the history of the country, if you look at what's happened since COVID, that has seen the amount of income and people flow into the state. There's benefits from that, but I think a lot of people also understand that there can be some tensions with that because traffic and so there's a whole host of things that go into that. And so I think one of the things is if we want this to make things more affordable for people, if this passes and everyone can just move here and then claim the no tax, well, that's not going to make it as good for Floridians. And so what this does is it says, if you establish residence after this passes, that we can insist on up to 5 years of you paying tax under the old system, like all the Floridians have been doing for all these years. Then you can qualify for what we're doing. So I think that's smart to mitigate the potential negative incentives that passing this would be. And I don't want Floridians to go and see this on the ballot and say, oh man, I really would like the property tax relief, but I don't want the entire state of Illinois to empty out into Florida or wherever because of this. That's not going to happen. This is something that's, I think, very smart in terms of how you're structuring this. And again, it allows the legislature to set that schedule going forward. The final key component of this is, like I said, I'm not doing taxes, but I do understand if we do get this enacted, those homestead owners, you're going to be saving huge amounts of money, which was very good. That will mean a loss of that homestead revenue, some of it to start, and eventually it goes for the local governments. So we are creating in this a trust fund in state government that will be able to provide grants to local governments for support for these core services. So I've already said, I'll send money to rural. They don't necessarily have the same tax base. In Palm Beach, they're sitting on a gold mine. They've got all this people live there 3 months of the year and they buy $25 million homes. All right, well then that should be your tax base. It shouldn't be people, it shouldn't be the cops and the teachers and the small business owners that are your tax base. But in some of the rural, they don't have necessarily the same luxury. Fine, send them money. Education, we'll send money. We just did on the budget, and I'm really thankful the legislature did. We did more money for teacher salaries, including an extra $200 million for teachers that have been 10 years or more. When we started our teacher pay initiative, we got that minimum salary up because we wanted to recruit people out of colleges to be able to go into the profession when a lot of young people weren't as interested as they may have been 30, 40 years ago. But now this is going to be an extra $200 million for that. I've been very supportive of that type of funding. And so we will do that. So that will help, I think, ameliorate some of the quote revenue loss. But just understand this, even though we'll do that, and we have a big surplus and the legislature has helped us build that with our rainy day fund, which is maxed out, with all the other, trust funds that have big surpluses, all this other stuff. I would much rather use that to help this property tax land than to spend it on something else, or even the tax stuff we do at the state level. As proud as I am of what we've done, we've already done a lot, right? And so there's no tax even close to what would be meaningful for people in Florida than the property tax, which is local. So I would rather take that money and use it for that to make this work than try to figure out, maybe we'll, cut the tax on, like a cell phone bill. Nobody even notices that, right? And honestly, it ends up being kind of a lot of money. We have done some good, but we've made a lot of these things permanent. Back to school tax holiday, permanent. Disaster relief tax holiday, permanent. That's actually year round for disaster supplies. We did all baby items permanently exempt from tax. diapers, wipes, crib strollers, all that stuff. Conveniently, right after my youngest got out of diapers, we enacted it. My wife, we could have made a lot more money, but but it is what it is. So all that stuff that we're proud of. We're proud of doing the toll relief program for those years that we did it. The legislature wasn't as keen on that in kind of its current iteration, but I thought it was meaningful for people to get the 50% reduction in tolls. We eliminated the business rent tax on small businesses, which is something that's good. And all that is great. And I think it's meaningful, but I'm thinking like, okay, what would be next at the state level to do? And there's nothing that's comparable to helping people, our homeowners, with the property tax burden. That is the best way we can make a meaningful difference in the lives of people, particularly those who are trying to make ends meet. So all that being said, I'm supportive of doing support for the local governments. I think that makes a lot of sense. This is something that's doable, and we ought to do it. So final thing I'll just say is, so they'll come in next week. They'll be, we'll put out kind of the language we've been working on for the ballot summary, and people can look at that. And I know a lot of people have worked hard on this, and I think that it's been good. I think a lot of the people in the legislature have been listening. People were saying, why aren't you doing it? And I never wanted to do it before the budget was done. That was always what we were intending to do. And we've had to go back and forth on things because, when these things appear on the ballot, every word matters in terms of what people think that they're voting on. And so you want to make sure that it's clear. You want to make sure that it's something that pops meaningfully. And there's a whole host of different things for that. But we worked really hard to be able to land at this. I think a lot of people are going to be very excited to have an opportunity to be able to do it. We are going to put out a website where you'll be able to put in your property address and see what you will get once this is enacted. And you'll be able to do it for the initial $250, and then you'll be able to do it when the legislature raises it to $500. Now, for 92% of you, you're going to pay $0 at that point, which we think is very, very good. But on and on it goes, and you'll be able to see it. So if you look at how we can make a difference, this is more meaningful than anything we can do with tax at the state level. Just is. I mean, we have a sales tax in the state, but that's paid, a good chunk of that is paid by non-Florida residents and tourists. So the snowbirds will be here for 4 or 5 months. They pay that tax when they go and shop. And then you have people that visit. We had, I think, 140 million visitors most recent year. So that's, honestly, it's an advantage for us. You'd rather have that than have some of the other systems of taxation like they have in these other states. Obviously, we wouldn't want an income tax. So doing this is the best thing. Now, look at all the other things that people are grappling with. The grocery costs. I wish that there was some type of provision of state law that would allow us to really cut that. And it's just, I think everybody knows that's market driven. There's a whole bunch of issues with whole host of things in the economy that's led to that over many, many years. Same thing with, you look at the fuel. That's a global issue. Again, I wish the state government could just say, hey, we're gonna go ahead and do this. I mean, I mentioned that I would sign a suspension of our state fuel tax, but I'd also acknowledge that when we did that last time, fortunately, the gas stations pretty much just raised the price. I think the average person of the 39.40 cents Florida has, I think the average person probably got about 8 cents of that in their pocket, and the rest went.
All right, listening in there to Florida Governor Ron DeSantis as he's talking about the economy, other topics there as well. Definitely wanted to listen in to that live event. It is now 10:02 on the East Coast and 7:02 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'll be here with you for the next several hours as we break down all of your top stories and live events from across the country and across the world. And right there, on the right-hand side of your screen, you are taking a live look over the White House at this hour, as in just about an hour, President Trump is set to meet with his cabinet, and he says the U.S. is closing in on a deal with Iran that would reopen the Strait of Hormuz and end the ongoing conflict. Now, the president has said there would be a cabinet summit at Camp David, but then Due to weather, he announced it would instead take place at the White House. Again, that is set to start 11 a.m. Eastern time, so we will bring that to you here in full on Live Now from Fox. All of that coming as we are following some breaking news involving the situation between the U.S. and Iran. A lengthy post coming in here from Phil Stewart over at Reuters, as he says Iran state TV said Tehran had obtained a draft of an initial unofficial framework for a memorandum of understanding with the United States on ending their conflict. Under the framework, Iran would restore commercial shipping through the Strait of Hormuz to pre-war levels within a month, while the U.S. would withdraw military forces from Iran's vicinity and lift a naval blockade. State TV said the framework, which excludes military vessels and envisions Iran managing ship traffic through the strait in cooperation with Oman, was not yet finalized, and that Tehran would take no steps without, quote, tangible verification. I do want to bring in a great friend of the show here. We do have Javed Ali over at the University of Michigan to help break down all of the latest developments. And as always, Javed, there is a lot to break down. Thank you so much for being here with us.
Josh, thanks for having me.
Of course. And first off, I want to ask you about that information here coming in from Reuters just moments ago, because it sounds like it's more of the same from what we've seen so far over the past several weeks.
So it does sound like that there is the diplomatic track has still been open. There have been all these negotiations and conversations about getting to a ceasefire or something more enduring beyond an extension of the current ceasefire. And as you and I have talked about in the past, that I think the two key issues for both sides are access and control of the Strait of Hormuz, and that post you just put up suggests there are still terms to be worked out on that. And then the second key issue or big issue is the status of Iran's nuclear program. So I have to think there's a lot of back and forth on that topic as well. And that might be even harder to put a framework in place than even the one that may come to pass with the Strait of Hormuz.
Also want to talk a little bit more about some more information that's coming in. This is actually from state TV as well over there in Iran. And of course, we take it all with a grain of salt. But it says that the Deputy Secretary of Iran's Supreme National Security Council says that today, the issue of Iran's enriched uranium stockpile is not on the agenda for negotiations with the U.S. But as you and I have said before, that is a big sticking point. So I have to imagine that there is at least a little discussion that's taking place with whatever deal is talked about between the U.S. and Iran at any given point.
So, Josh, I would have to believe that, again, this is a huge issue for the United States. And despite the statement from the senior official that you just referenced, listening to President Trump and other officials from the U.S., the theory of the case for the U.S. side for starting the war to begin with was to prevent Iran from getting a nuclear weapon. So I would have to imagine, in whatever deal gets put forward, if a deal happens, that the status of Iran's nuclear program, and to include the amount of highly enriched uranium that it has, about 1,000 pounds or a little bit less than that, perhaps stored at one facility or buried in one facility and other ones, that has to be a key and central issue for the United States. Because if not, then what was the point of starting the war in the first place? So I would sort of not completely dismiss the statement you just referenced, but I think behind the scenes, that's what the U.S. negotiators are working on really hard.
And what I want to do is pop this up as well, because this is all coming in at this hour, which of course we brought to you right off the top of the hour. But Fox News, posting just in, Iranian state TV has published what it claims is a new draft proposal for peace with the U.S., and it reportedly still clashes with several major American red lines. The proposal allegedly includes demands tied to Iran's nuclear program and future enforcement measures, while also calling for $20 billion in frozen funds to be released as part of the deal. Vice President Vance says he's hopeful an agreement can still be reached, but warned the administration is focused on securing a deal that Iran won't violate in the future. Jackie Heinrich there at Fox News breaks down the latest developments and what could still blow up those negotiations. Of course, we're going to keep in touch with her and with our friends over at Fox News as we gather much more information about all of that. Now, talking a little bit more about the situation that's playing out at this hour, we know that Israel was involved in that initial situation, the U.S. and Israel conducting those strikes there on Iran several months back as Operation Epic Fury got underway. What role does it seem that Israel is playing now at this point? Because we heard from President Trump maybe a week or so ago when he said that Netanyahu will do anything that he wants, pretty much.
So it does not appear that Israel is directly involved in the conversations between the U.S. and Iran. Now, they're not sitting down together, but through intermediaries like Pakistan and Oman and perhaps Qatar. But it doesn't seem like Israel is involved in those discussions at the same level. And at the same time, Israel is continuing to conduct military operations against Hezbollah in Lebanon. Even overnight, there are reports of a pretty intense series of strikes against dozens of targets in Lebanon. So Israel isn't relenting on that aspect of their campaign. But as you and I have talked about before, the status of Hezbollah for Iran is a major issue. And I would also have to think if a deal is in place, the Iranians are going to try to do something to preserve Hezbollah's status in Lebanon and not allow it to be permanently or completely disarmed the way perhaps Israel and the U.S. would like to have happen. So what's going on right now between Israel and Lebanon in Iran, or Israel and Hezbollah in Lebanon, is going to have an impact on the status of this deal once it comes forward, or if it comes forward.
And as all of this is developing, Phil Stewart over at Reuters adding more, saying it added that if a final agreement was reached within 60 days, it could be approved as a binding UN Security Council resolution. The emerging U.S.-Iran Memorandum of Understanding stems from indirect talks launched after the war that began in February, with Pakistan playing a central mediating role between Tehran and Washington. The war erupted after a sharp escalation between Iran and Israel earlier this year, with both sides exchanging missile and drone attacks that disrupted shipping in the Gulf and drew in U.S. military involvement, raising fears of a wider regional conflict. Now, Javed, one thing that stands out to me here is it could be approved as a binding UN Security Council resolution. What is the significance of that when, at this point, it seems like President Trump, the U.S., and really Israel as well, don't have a lot of faith in the United Nations?
That would be an interesting development, Josh. And it sounds like up until now that these negotiations would result in some kind of bilateral agreement between the U.S. and Iran, whether it's an MOU, whether it's something else. If it was a treaty, it would actually have to be ratified by the Senate. So I don't think we see something like that. And to pick up on your point, I would find it very odd if this would somehow also materialize into a UN Security Council resolution, because as you noted, not only the Trump administration coming back a second time, but previous administrations over the past several years, if not a couple of decades, have not really put much stock in the UN Security Council. Now, there have been some resolutions. I'm thinking of some that had impact during the fight against ISIS, but by and large, the U.S. in the post 9/11 era has sort of operated outside that UN Security Council resolution framework. So it'd be fascinating to see if this U.S.-Iran deal kind of migrates into that, but I think the probability of that is very, very low.
And as we take a look there at the Strait of Hormuz, that's coming in from marine traffic there over on the left-hand side of your screen. Want to pop it up full to give you a better look at this hour. And as I always say, there's a lot of different colors and icons. We're just talking about different vessels that are there. And if you see a circle, it means that it's kind of just sitting still as far as the vessel goes. But if you see an arrow, it shows that it is moving, and it's moving in that direction. So we show this a lot. Wanted to make sure to explain that as you take a live look here over at the Strait of Hormuz. Now, we also have this post that's coming in from Trey Yingst, our buddy over at Fox News. This is more about Israel and the situation with Hezbollah. So I want to get a little bit into that, because he says the IDF has issued an evacuation order for several areas, including southern Lebanon. Of course, the Beirut area has been struck. So while all of this is going on between the U.S. and Iran, you also have that situation that's still playing out between Israel and the Hezbollah terror group.
Right. So as I talked about before, that over the past several weeks, that even with an arrangement in place between the U.S. or between Israel and the Lebanese government, that hasn't really had any impact on Hezbollah, and they have continued to fight back against Israel. And Israel has been hitting Hezbollah pretty hard these last few weeks, but Hezbollah has also managed to launch drone operations against IDF positions either in southern Lebanon, because there are troops in southern Lebanon, or across the border in northern Israel. And they are inflicting casualties on the IDF using a different kind of delivery system for drones. So I think this is another reason why you're seeing Israel hit Hezbollah hard right now, is because this fight has continued to persist. Doesn't seem like it's slowing down, but I do think that it is going to be a key issue for Iran whenever a deal materializes between the U.S. and Iran.
And of course, this is coming here, and you've already touched on it, but what are you going to be watching for coming hours, days, weeks, potentially months here as all of this plays out and the talks essentially continue?
Well, I think another key milestone will be the meetings that happen today or into the next couple of days in Washington, D.C., as you mentioned at the top of the segment, that it sounds like they're going to be happening at the White House in the Situation Room, not at Camp David. So what will those conversations look like? Will they be sort of based on an update on the diplomatic negotiations, but also looking at the contingency plans on the military side? Because as we've talked about, if diplomacy breaks down and these negotiations break down and the Iranians are intransigent or keep kind of moving the goalposts, I could see a scenario where President Trump reauthorizes some aspect of the military campaign, and then we're just going to have to see how that plays out. So I think there's going to be a lot discussed at the meetings over the next couple of days.
And of course, we have that cabinet meeting coming up with President Trump and his cabinet members here in just about 45 minutes or so. Obviously, a lot of the information is classified, but we are going to have that open door portion where reporters are able to ask questions of President Trump. And I can imagine a lot of them will be about the situation with Iran there. Javed Ali, thank you so much for taking the time, as always, to join us here. Anything we missed that you want to make sure to touch on before I let you go?
A lot of ground we covered as usual, Josh, and I think we're just going to have to wait and see over the next couple of days what some of the decisions come out of the White House and how the Iranians respond to them.
Javed Ali, thank you again for being here with us. We appreciate it.
All right, thanks, Josh.
And of course, we continue to follow all of the latest developments coming in. Phil Stewart over at Reuters saying that Iran State TV said Tehran had obtained a draft of an initial unofficial framework for a memorandum of understanding with the U.S. on ending their conflict. Under the framework, Iran would restore commercial shipping through the Strait of Hormuz to pre-war levels within a month, while the U.S. would withdraw military forces from Iran's vicinity and lift a naval blockade. State TV said the framework, which excludes military vessels and envisions Iran managing ship traffic through the strait in cooperation with Oman, was not yet finalized, and that Tehran would take no steps without tangible verification. If you are just joining us here, my name is Josh Breslow. We are going to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, but we have a lot more live news coming up on the other side.
Jergens Natural Glow Sun Drops. Just drop, mix with my lotion, and glow. The feel-good feeling of Jergens.
This might be the only delivery service that actually feels chef-made, because it is. This is CookUnity, and if you're someone that enjoys delicious food without having to worry about grocery shopping, cooking, and cleaning, then you're gonna love this service, because all you have to do is heat up the meals in the oven or microwave. And the best part is new users can get meals for only $6.30 at the link in my bio. They partnered with some of the best chefs in the world, like Chef Marcus Samuelson, to design meals that have the same taste, consistency, and quality you'd expect at their restaurants. This week, I ordered some of Chef Marcus' most popular dishes, like his smoky brown sugar chicken, masala spice shrimp, green pesto bucatini, and M's famous chicken and waffles. Chef Marcus is an 8-time James Beard Award winner that owns the Red Rooster in Harlem, and these are the type of quality partnerships you can expect from CookUnity. If you want to feel like you have your own personal chef, head to the link in my bio to get 50% off your first order.
Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. It is 10:19 on the East Coast and 7:19 on the West Coast. I want to get you right back into a big story that we are covering here over in Washington State, where several people are missing after a deadly chemical implosion at a paper mill there. Now, as you can see on the map, this is over in Longview. That's about 50 miles or so northwest of Portland, Oregon. Fox 13 Seattle, Sean Chitness is live outside of the facility, joining us now with much more. And Sean, we are learning a lot about the situation out there right now.
Josh, good morning. Yeah, there are some important details that we've learned since yesterday, but also still a lot more that needs to be understood. As you mentioned, we are north of Portland. This is also about 130 miles south of Seattle, right on the border of Washington and Oregon. And right now we are standing on the north side of this facility. We really can't see the damage and the impact of what has happened here, but we do have some important details from fire officials about their initial understanding. They tell us that this was a rupture to a tank containing white liquor that led to a chemical implosion. This is the Nippon Dynawave packaging facility. It was early Tuesday morning. So white liquor is a mix of chemicals used in the paper making process. That tank that imploded had 900,000 gallons of the solution. And fire officials are also saying there are still tens of thousands of gallons of white liquor inside that tank. So far, we only know of one person who has died. We're told they were an employee here, along with the 9 others who are missing. None have been identified. State leaders were here on scene yesterday, the governor as well as members of Congress, speaking to the impact this is having on the community.
We stand with you. We'll be here to do everything we can to help with the situation, and we'll be here as long as it takes.
This is an amazing community of hardworking people, and a tragedy like this affects absolutely everybody.
Many people here have seen truly unthinkable horrors today.
So the family members of those missing are waiting for an update on when that search can continue after it was paused on Tuesday so that crews could stabilize this facility. We don't know yet, again, when they'll be able to do that or when investigators can move forward with their work. They still have not determined the cause of that tank imploding, but at least for now, public safety officials say that there is no immediate danger or threat to people in the surrounding area. They're just asking people to avoid this spot as much as they can. Josh?
And Sean, I wanted to ask you here before I let you go, as far as any previous incidents, anything of that nature there at the plant, what have you been able to learn about that in general?
So it's the State Department of Labor and Industries that will be looking into that. They have to determine the cause, also how to try and prevent this from happening in the future. They say that investigation could take up to 6 months, but they're also telling us that they have 2 open inspections that go back to earlier this month as well as March of this year. These are for incidents unrelated to what happened here and with this particular tank and this chemical that we've been talking about, or this chemical mix. But they also tell us there were 3 other inspections that they have had to look into at this particular location going back to 2021. Those were also for other issues, but it gives you a sense of the history and what LNI will be dealing with when they're able to start their investigation just as soon as first responders are done with the search and rescue mission and recovery part of this case. Josh, back to you.
All right, Sean Chitness there over at Fox 13 Seattle. Thank you so much. We'll definitely be in touch here as more information comes out. We appreciate it.
Sure thing.
And the time now, 10:23 on the East Coast, 7:23 on the West Coast. We are, of course, going to continue to bring you all of the latest. And you actually heard from the governor there a short time ago, but he posted this saying, on behalf of the people of Washington State, I want the Longview community to know that we stand with you. Again, if there are any news conferences, anything of that nature, any new information that comes out, we're going to bring it to you in real time, as we always do on Live Now from Fox. Right now, I do want to sneak away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, but a reminder here that we are awaiting the cabinet meeting with President Donald Trump that is set to happen here just about 30 minutes. So you can watch it in full commercial free on Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back.
Whoa. What's that?
I just built a budgeting app in Base 44.
Guys, Nina just built an app.
Impossible. Nina can't code. Interesting. Can it generate reports?
It can now.
Nice. So you're saying we can all build apps now?
Yeah.
I'm on lunch.
I gotta make a call.
I'll be in my office.
Just built an inventory tracker.
Protein calculator. Book sharing app. A workflow manager that
Tracks who still owes for the group lunch.
trash duty schedule. Since no one seems to care. I just created a goal tracking system.
We built the same thing, didn't we?
Yep.
Can this thing manage content?
Is the SOC compliant?
I want to animate this graph.
Create a party planner.
Profesor de español. An inter-office dating app. For dogs. For office dogs. Really?
Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. And a reminder that you'll want to join us here on Live Now from Fox tomorrow, 11 a.m. Eastern Time, as we're going to hear from Vice President J.D. Vance speaking to the U.S. Air Force Academy. He is giving a graduation speech there. Join us on Live Now from Fox for uninterrupted coverage. Again, that is 11 a.m. Eastern Time tomorrow. Now, if you were watching a bit earlier on today, you may have seen Florida Governor Ron DeSantis as he was speaking. That was just about 30 or so minutes ago. It looks like he is potentially taking some questions now, so I want to pop that up live as we listen in to that ongoing news conference.
Very sensitive ecosystem. We've worked really, really hard at Everglades restoration, what we did with the Caloosahatchee Reservoir and stopping the discharges and all the algae that was going in there. We had to put real money behind that, raising the Tamiami Trail, doing things for Florida Springs. You go up north of here, we have some of the best springs in the world right here in our own backyard, and we're really proud of that. And then we've also done a lot to conserve farmland through our Rural and Family Lands program. Hundreds of thousands of acres of farmland is put into conservation where it can be used for agriculture, but not for development. We also created the Florida Wildlife Corridor, massive, massive expansion of the lands that will be set aside against development and not be allowed to be developed. And that spans the entire spine of the state. So I do think that issue is something that people are concerned about. And then I just think the broader thing is, and look, if you're running one of these companies, why would you go out and say half the people are going to lose their jobs? I mean, even if that's true, it's like, you wonder why people don't like you? You wonder why AI is unpopular? Oh, yeah, everyone's just going to get universal basic income. We're going to put you all on because there's not going to be jobs for people. You can understand why people don't think that's a very appetizing future. When you see what happens with these chatbots, with these young kids, people find out, a lot of people don't know, but the more they find out, well, wait a minute, a chatbot goaded a teenager into committing suicide? How outrageous is this, that this is happening in our country? So you have all these different things, and I think the data center has become symbolic of a future that a lot of people don't find appealing. They don't want to, I mean, I know some people are fine to just, take a UBI, but I think most people have aspirations to actually have a job, have a business, do things that are doing it. So I just find it odd because most technology throughout history it creates disruption, but a lot of times it opens up new opportunities. So there are jobs that are done today that didn't exist 30 years ago in our economy, partially because of technology, and it's done that. But I just find it, kind of troubling that they would not be making that argument. They're basically just saying, oh yeah, forget it, chronically high unemployment, no future. And that's why these people that go to these college commencements, they start talking about AI and the students boo them. And I just find that very interesting, because if that was something that they thought was really opening new horizons for them, yeah, they would be cheering, and instead they're booing. And I think it's because of the messaging is saying, hey, get ready to be replaced. We're coming for you. And then you'll even have some of these tech execs will be asked, would it be better for the world if AI replaced humans entirely? Would it be better if the human race just went extinct? And rather than say, no, that wouldn't be good, they go, whoa, and they start getting, it's like, wait a minute, what's going on here? And I think that there's an issue about how is society, even apart from the jobs and the economy and all that stuff, what's this going to do to society? What's it going to do to have a handful of companies that exercise massive amounts of power over our society in ways that we've never seen before in all of human history? What are they going to do with that power? Well, our founding fathers, this is 250 years from the founding of this country. Our founding fathers were very clear-eyed about concentrations of power. They knew that those concentrations would be abused because it's endemic to human nature. And so, you may have someone that's an angel in power at some point, but that's not the norm. And you are going to end up having people abuse their power. And that's as true in a massive tech company as it would be if you're doing the reins of government. So these are real profound implications about, okay, are we just a cog in the wheel here? Are these people looking, what do they think of us? Is it kind of like a techno serfdom that we're going towards? What are we doing? I think a lot of people, just by listening to what the people who are touting the technology are talking about, they have those concerns. So it's not at all surprising to me that this stuff is very, very unpopular. Part of it, I think, is because we don't have a good framework right now. I did the special session with the legislature on the maps, but we also added the AI Bill of Rights because I think it's important to have a framework for people in Florida. And the Senate passed it 37-1. Bipartisan, good piece of legislation. The House refused to even debate AI Bill of Rights. They didn't take it up. They said that no one passed it. It's like, look, I don't think that's what the voters want. I think the voters want us tackling issues that are going to help Florida going forward into the future. And maybe we'll get another bite at the apple at some point on that. But I think that was a missed opportunity. And again, providing a framework is not saying you can't develop things that are going to benefit society or humanity. But I do think it allows us to minimize the downside risk and to make sure that ultimately it's the human being that's at the center of our society, not a computer, not a machine. They can be accoutrements, they can be supplements to the human experience. But if it goes beyond that, then I think we're in really dangerous water.
Governor, on the budget, the Senate had a provision there to provide security for you and your family for a year after leaving the Capitol in January. The House will include that. It's not in the budget. Any thoughts about that?
Well, look, I wasn't something I asked for. It's something that I think is the judgment of FDLE, just given the amount of threats that they take about this. It's, Florida has occupied a pretty unique space in the country over the last decade, particularly since COVID. I've been the face of that. And while that's been great in many respects, obviously I got reelected really big, all this other stuff, you do have kind of a nasty undercurrent out there that it's not just me, there's a lot of elected officials. But I could just tell you, for me personally, what I have now is the day I walked out of the hotel room on election night 2018, I had security. I've had security since then. Post governorship, that would not be something where I would do round the clock. I don't think that would be necessary. But I think that they believe that if I'm doing certain types of functions, if I'm speaking, if I'm doing that having folks there to be able to assist would be justified based on the types of threats that they get. But, the legislature's got to do, got to do what they got to do, and they can make those judgments accordingly. But, we're in an era of some pretty disturbing political violence, and it's kind of going in one direction by and large, unfortunately. So that just is what it is. And so I think that there's concern from the agency about, what that looks like going forward. But, the legislature's got to do what they got to do.
Governor, Canada has a large Cuban American population. What's your reaction to the Raul Castro indictment, and should the U.S. take more action against Cuba?
The indictment of Raul Castro is justified. I think it's long overdue, but it was the right thing to do, and I hope he's brought to justice very swiftly. And it's something that would be a good day if that happened. But I also understand, he's an aging tyrant. Ultimately, he's done his damage. And so the question is, what is going to happen to the people of Cuba? And if communism ends and they have self-government there where people have freedom to make the most of their own lives, I think the island would do very, very well. I think it would do very well. When you have a repressive communist dictatorship, I don't care how talented you are. I don't care. You are not going to be able to realize your God-given potential. The only thing you can do to advance yourself is join the Communist Party and become part of the regime. That's the only way. They live like kings, and everybody else, you think, look, I've not been in Cuba proper. I've been in Guantanamo.
There's more to Austin with the Statesman. More to cranes that never rest and saloons that never change. More to the taco trucks on side streets, now known around the world. More to the small bands that made it big, proving this city has no limits. More to our spirit, stretching across seasons and stadiums. Austin is evolving, and we're here to write the story. There's more with the Austin American Statesman.
Take the wheel of a new 2026 Sportage Hybrid and set out on your next adventure from Kia of Round Rock. Enjoy impressive range and a standard 12.3-inch curved touchscreen display with wireless Apple CarPlay and Android Auto. Click now to view our inventory during the summer sticker sales event.
As a military officer, just want to make that clear. You never know what the news will do on that. So I've seen just the base. And, it's kind of like the movie A Few Good Men. Tom Cruise walks out there and Jack Nicholson, Colonel Jessup is sitting there, smoking a cigar. But it's just like this breathtaking backdrop because it's like the commander, the CO's house is right on the water. And that is true in Gitmo. So I've been to kind of what that house was supposed to represent and actually seen that, and this amazing coastline for people that like fishing and boating and snorkeling, all that stuff. Just amazing. So if they had a free country, you would see the island really, really boom. And they've been repressed for decades. I look forward to there being a new day. Now, ultimately, as I've said, look, I was willing to send internet there back in 21 when Biden abandoned the protesters. We were going to send a hot air balloon over because they shut off the internet. You would have got internet through hot air balloon. But the vendor was worried that the federal government under Biden was going to take their business license, so they wouldn't do the deal. But I was willing to do that because I thought ultimately it's got to be the people of Cuba that determine that own destiny. The idea that we can just kind of go and all of a sudden, it's not that simple. These are very complicated things. But the Raul Castro indictment is welcome news. I do think that it's justified, not just for the Brothers of the Rescue, but just for all the infringements of liberty, stealing people's life's work, political prisoners. You name it, they've done it. And I know that that's not the only place in the world that unfortunately happens. But in Florida, we just have a lot of people who were personally oppressed by the Cuban dictatorship when Castro took power. And so it's something that is very sensitive here in the state of Florida. And I know a lot of people kind of lost a little hope over the years as it just seemed like, how can this regime stay in power? But I do believe that the communist dictatorship in Cuba is on its last legs. I can't tell you it's going to be tomorrow, next year, but I think it's getting to the point where certainly in the not too distant future, it's ultimately going to be put out to pasture, and that'll be a good day for human freedom. All right, thanks everybody.
All right, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis there addressing a crowd, talking about property taxes, a special session, but also taking questions from members of the media on a variety of topics, including the situation with Cuba. Now, earlier on in the hour, we told you about this report coming in from Iranian state TV. And as we mentioned, everything that comes out should be taken with a grain of salt, of course. And Rapid Response 47 is now responding, saying this report from Iranian-controlled media is not true, and the memorandum of understanding they released is a complete fabrication. Nobody should believe what Iranian state media is putting out, and then in all caps, facts matter. So again, we're following all of the different developments coming in here relating to the U.S.-Iran conflict, and we expect when we hear from President Trump during his cabinet meeting in just about 20 minutes, that is one of many topics that are set to be addressed. You can watch it here uninterrupted on Live Now from Fox, set for 11 a.m. Eastern Time. Going to step away for a quick break, but a lot more live news coming up on the other side. Stay with us.
This Memorial Day, who will you honor? Memberships are on sale now, so start your journey today.
She opened the door. It swung slowly upon its hinges, as if it were afraid to open. And she stepped out into the garden. In the garden, where the world was still, she felt something begin.
Whoa.
What's that?
I just built a budgeting app in Base 44.
Guys, Nina just built an app.
Impossible. Nina can't code. Interesting. Can it generate reports?
It can now.
Nice. So you're saying we can all build apps now?
Yeah.
I'm on lunch. I gotta make a call.
I'll be in my office. Just built an inventory tracker.
Protein calculator. Book sharing app.
A workflow manager that
Tracks who still owes for the group lunch.
Trash duty schedule. Since no one seems to care.
Just built a
I just
performance
created a
manager.
goal tracking system.
We built the same thing, didn't we?
Yep.
Can this thing manage content?
Is the SOC compliant?
I want to animate this graph.
Create a party planner.
Profesor de Español.
An inter-office dating app.
For dogs. For office dogs. Really?
Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. I want to take a live look at the stock board here where the Dow is in the green, 0.61% or 307 points. You can always count on us here on Live Now from Fox to take a look at the stock board live throughout the day. You are taking a look there on the right-hand side of your screen. That is over the White House at this hour, as we are just about 20 or so minutes away from President Trump hosting that cabinet meeting. Now, cameras are allowed inside, so we'll get remarks from President Trump, possibly Vice President J.D. Vance, and other folks there. We're going to bring that to you in full, as we always do, commercial-free right here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, I do want to head out to a live event that is getting underway. We do have the North Carolina Governor, Josh Stein, who says there's so much good news happening across North Carolina. Join me as we spotlight some of these great stories. He is talking now, so let's lift up the audio and listen in.
35% of that dog's brain is nothing but scent. And evidently scent is color to the dog, and that's all the dog wants to think about. So I showered this morning, which was good. Another group that is working tirelessly to keep us safe is North Carolina's correctional officers. I'm going to now invite forward Secretary of Adult Correction Leslie Dismukes and Captain Derek Simmons to join me on stage. North Carolina ranks 49th in the country in what we pay correctional officers. It has not always been this way. 20 years ago, our correctional officers were among the best paid in the Southeast. Now we are second to last in the country, behind even our neighbor, South Carolina. Right now, we're asking people to put themselves in a very demanding, albeit rewarding job, and asking their families to make sacrifices on our behalf as well, so that they can earn less money than they could if they worked at a Costco. It should be no surprise then that the Department of Adult Correction has only about half of the correctional officers needed to safely operate state prisons. We as a state are taking this problem seriously. Ultimately, we will need action from the General Assembly to raise correctional officer pay, but we cannot wait for the legislature before we take action to try to fill these jobs and make our prisoners safer for officers and prisoners alike. For the past few months, the Department of Adult Correction and the Office of State Human Resources, thank you, Director Meyer, for being here as well. Sorry for forgetting to bring you up. They have been collaborating on a new approach to solve these staffing challenges. We've rolled out a pilot project in 3 state prisons, Central Prison, Harnett, and Pasquotank. We got word out about available jobs, increased advertising on job boards, and held events at NC Works career centers. And we streamlined the correctional officer hiring process. The current process has many state steps and can take up to 45 days till the state can get to a yes for an applicant. But many people cannot wait that long for a paycheck. So we are using now a contingent hiring model to address the problem. Once someone passes through the initial steps of getting hired, we put them to work immediately in other roles as the certification steps continue to play out. That means that people get hired, onboarded, and paid quickly. So we're not losing out talent to other places that can get them started faster. The pilot initiatives are working. In 4 months, this pilot program has hired 95 people at 3 prisons mentioned, 31 new hires at Central Prison, 43 new hires at Harnett, exceeding their hiring goals of those 2 institutions. And while we have not yet hit our hiring goal at Pasquotank, we have hired 21 new officers there so far. I want to thank the DAC and the OSHR for their innovative partnership to get it off the ground. But of course, we still have a long way to go. Like I said, we have about half the correctional officers needed to safely operate state prisons. And we are losing talent every month. It's both a recruitment and a retention challenge. So we're going to keep working hard on hiring more correctional officers, and we need legislative partnership. My budget proposal called for a 15% raise for correctional officers over the biennium, and I'm glad to see that the General Assembly agrees. But we need the legislators to get the deal done. Every day without a budget is another day that correctional officers will keep scraping by, trying to keep people safe with half the manpower needed. So let's solve this problem and make our state safer. I'm now going to turn it over first to Secretary of Adult Correction Leslie Dismukes, who will share more about the ongoing recruitment and retention efforts at the DAC. And then Captain Derek Simmons from Noose Correctional Institution in Goldsboro will share more about what it's like on the ground and how the state can better support their safety mission. Secretary Dismukes.
Thank you, Governor Stein. And thank you, Director Meyer. OSHR has been a tremendous partner, and we appreciate your support in helping us reach our recruitment goals during this pilot program. We're hiring people at a higher rate, and we've reduced the time to hire by about 10 days. So fewer people are dropping out of the hiring process along the way. Integrated outreach efforts have expanded our reach from community relations to paid advertising and intentional social media. We are seeing positive results. The engagement campaign has attracted public servants who are interested in careers from hire to retire. We're bringing candidates into the pipeline who want stability, structure, and solid benefits, but who also feel called to serve. The pilot program has brought innovation to our state's recruitment and retention strategies. From refreshed marketing to improved HR operations, we are seeing the impact of this new model on our goals. We've had good success in our pilot locations, But we are a system of 55 correctional facilities across the state, and we need to be able to replicate that success at each one of our facilities. Perhaps the most telling thing that I can share with you is about our staffing situation and our numbers from last year. In 2025, we hired 2,647 people. 1,530 of those were correctional officers. But despite hiring more correctional officers in 2025 than we did in 2024, we ended the year with fewer filled correctional officer positions. With the 24% turnover rate among correctional officers, retention continues to be our greatest challenge. People are not staying on the job if they can't make ends meet and support their families at salaries that range from $18 to $25 an hour. Significant raises for all of our line staff are critical to our ability to recruit and retain our tenured staff and to protect North Carolina's public safety. Our partners at the General Assembly understand the vital work being done inside our state prisons. Over the years, the legislature has made meaningful investments and has recognized correctional officers. Most recently, as the governor noted, majority leaders of the House and Senate announced a budget framework that will include 15.4% salary increase for correctional officers on the step pay plan in the next fiscal year. We're extremely grateful to the legislature for continuing to recognize the dedicated service of our correctional officers, but we must be able to address salary compression and equity issues for all of our employees behind the wall. Now we need the General Assembly to turn those words into action by passing a budget with meaningful raises and sending it to the governor to sign. Now I'll turn it over to Captain Simmons, who has spent his career with the Department of Adult Corrections and New Correctional, who can talk about what it means to work inside our facilities.
Good morning. I'm Captain Derek Simmons, and I am the shift officer in charge at News Correctional Institution in Goldsboro. I've worked in corrections for 28 years. I do this to help to keep the public safe and to help provide offenders with a positive role model and a new way of thinking. Each day when I come to work, my primary goal is to make sure that everyone working at the institution and everyone that's incarcerated there stays safe. Having critical shortages of staff makes that much more difficult. 10 years ago, it was routine to have about 28 officers and 5 sergeants on shift. At lineup today, we may see 7 or 8 officers and 3 sergeants on shift. The decisions that officer in charges make daily about which posts are the most critical and must be staffed, and which posts can be collapsed by compromising security the least. Having fewer people working inside the institution means that more things that you cannot see and cannot prevent, things that you would not want to go on, they happen. Assaults increase. There's more extortion amongst offenders. In general, violence increases. Without correctional officers providing security, educational and rehabilitation programs cannot happen. Trips outside the prison for medical appointments get delayed. People are not as well prepared to be successful upon their release. We want all our staff to go home safely, the same way they came to work. We want the offenders to be able to serve time in a place where they are safe from others. That requires more good people to come work in corrections and to stay. And we need better salaries to attract those people and keep them on the job. Thank you, Governor Stein, for bringing attention to these needs.
All right, so what you're listening to there is a news conference underway with North Carolina's Governor Josh Stein, as well as officials with the Department of Adult Correction. Now, there's a lot of discussion on a variety of topics, but right there, they are talking about law enforcement and correction officers' pay and how it needs to be increased so that they can really have retention there and bring in new employees. The time now is 10:52 over on the East Coast, 7:52 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and we are awaiting this.
Boulder Ridge is a manufactured home community located near Pflugerville, Texas, just 15 minutes southwest of downtown Pflugerville and about 30 minutes to Austin. With easy access to schools, recreation, and entertainment, Boulder Ridge is an affordable residential community that's well-maintained, attractive, and peaceful. Featuring affordable high-speed internet, clubhouse, resort-style pool, fitness center, basketball court, and a kids' playscape. Managed on-site by Sun Communities, Boulder Ridge offers a friendly and comfortable living experience at low cost. To learn more, call 888-868-2779 or just drop by for a visit and a tour.
very open concept. Hello, Pflugerville. This is a 2019 3-bedroom, 2-bath located in Boulder Ridge. As you can see, coming in here, we have a wide open space that goes into a very open concept kitchen. Got the overhead fan here over the grill. Nice, lots of counter space here. Cupboard space underneath. And over here we have more counter space. You can utilize it with bar tables, bar stools set along here. Or I've also heard folks talking about working from home here, setting up a computer, having it outside the window. So very nice. We got a laundry room back in here. Nice and convenient here off the main kitchen. If we go in here, the main bedroom here, we have our main bedroom with natural light, but we got some tint going on up here, which is nice. That goes into the bathroom here. We got the garden tub, his and her sinks, and then a walk-in shower. So real convenient. Got fans here throughout. And if we go and we step through, we continue on here. As you can see, wide open space, feels open. I really like the layout of this one. We go into bedroom number 2. So nice and open in here. Could be used as a bedroom or a different spare office room. We got the bathtub and shower here in bathroom number 2, and then finally bedroom number 3 out here. This is located in Boulder Ridge Mobile Home Park here in Pflugerville. Check it out here. Let me know if you have any questions. This one, it's a nice home in good shape, and can't wait to see who gets it. And so yeah, contact us today if you got any questions. Looking forward to it. Bye-bye.
KJSD1, I'm just a rebel. It's my testimony, y'all. True story. Many friends I lost, relationships gone bad. The only one that had my back is my holy dad. I made it through the storm and I made it through the rain. So many tears I cried, I should have been washed away. But you saw fit for me to stay. Yeah, you saw fit for me to stay. Your chosen vessel, I speak your name. Your love so real, you never a life more. KJS.
En Boulder Ridge, frente a una casa nueva de 3 habitaciones por $1,199 o 4 habitaciones por $1,349 por mes, o compre una casa nueva desde $54,999. En Boulder Ridge, el 50% del primer año de su renta se destina a la compra de la vivienda. Apresúrese, los precios subirán pronto. En estos momentos sin costo de solicitud. Visítenos en Boulder Ridge, 14,600 Rocky Ridge Road, en Pflugerville, salida de Wells Branch, o llame al 1-877-913-3311. 1-877-913-3311. en Boulder Ridge. Rente una casa nueva de 3 habitaciones por $1,199 o 4 habitaciones por $1,349 por mes. O compre una casa nueva desde $54,999 en Boulder Ridge. El 50% del primer año de su renta se destina a la compra de la vivienda. Apresúrese, los precios subirán pronto. En estos momentos sin costo de solicitud. Visítenos en Boulder Ridge, 14,600 Rocky Ridge Road, en Pflugerville, salida de Wells Branch, o llame al 1-877-913-3311. 1-877-913-3311.
Boulder Ridge is a manufactured home community located near Pflugerville, Texas, just 15 minutes southwest of downtown Pflugerville and about 30 minutes to Austin. With easy access to schools, recreation, and entertainment, Boulder Ridge is an affordable residential community that's well-maintained, attractive, and peaceful. Featuring affordable high-speed internet, clubhouse, resort-style pool, fitness center, basketball court, and a kids' playscape. Managed on-site by Sun Communities, Boulder Ridge offers a friendly and comfortable living experience at low cost. To learn more, call 888-868-2779 or just drop by for a visit and a tour.
Farmers